Chapter 1. It was the last day of the nearly week-long string of holidays known as Golden Week. You're free, aren't you? The time was 1 p.m., right? You've got some free time, don't you? As if the nice weather outside was a lie, the Takasu residence was faintly gloomy. Seemingly within arm's reach beyond the open south-facing window was the edge of the nearby apartment that towered above, so the brilliant sunshine of early summer didn't make it inside. Nevertheless, the interior was methodically organized. Every corner was cleaned perfectly. And despite being narrow, the miraculously trim habitat was enduring thanks to intelligent planning. That wonderfully comfortable and easy-to-live-in space existed thanks to the abilities of an only son named Raiji, who was now finishing lunch in the kitchen with his back to the living room. "Are you listening?" No one took the time to even reply to his questioning voice, let alone with words of gratitude for his work. Taking a momentary break from washing, Raiji turned around and stared pointedly at the white lump that was sprawled on the floor. That lump was lying in a messy heap next to the dining table, head down with chin upon a folded cushion, and a blankly befuddled face while poking a finger into the birdcage sitting nearby. Nipping hungrily at the protruding finger as though he tasted something delicious was a yellow parrot, Inko-chan. His ugliness was his charm point. The beak that he loved to keep open was the color of concrete, and the small tongue that licked and jut out was tan, like the color of rotting beef. Also, the eyes with discolored whites even now seemed like they're on the verge of death. And as a bird incomprehensible to humans, his eyelids twitched as he convulsed in response to seemingly dangerous agitations. According to the owner, the hard-to-view situation had been getting worse. Taiga. "Stop that. Inko-chan is going crazy." No way. You're right. Finally turning around, the white lump, that is, Isaka Taiga, turned around and pulled her finger from the birdcage. Or at least so it seemed. I can't take it out. So clumsy. Watching her tilt her head, Raiji could only sigh. "What's with that, you? This isn't the time to be sighing. I think I'm really stuck." Pulling her small body up to sit on the tatami mat, Taiga held the birdcage in one hand as she tried to remove her finger while growling sullenly. Inko-chan simply wouldn't let go, instead valiantly clinging to Taiga's fingertip all the more intensely. He's using his tongue. Even in the subdued lighting, the shuddering girl's waist-length hair, the color of smoked chestnuts, contrasted with the surrounding gray. Lightly draped over her delicate figure was a one-piece dress covered in lace. With an appearance complete with a white overskirt, the elegant volume was charming. "Hey, wait, why are you just staring? It's your bird that's acting up. So hurry up and do something, you guy. Dumb dog." I said it a little more gently, so why don't you show some gratitude? This sudden surge of verbal abuse took away his ability to even speak. And yet, if not for the harsh language, Taiga would have been just like a moving French doll. In any case, her eyes were like glittering gems, her pale lips were like wild rosebuds, and her well-ordered looks were as temptingly hazardous as a snare dipped in condensed milk. Unfortunately, she was hopeless. So irritating, gah. With a creak, the shape of the birdcage began to bend in her hand. She had inevitably been born beneath the star sign of the brutally violent tiger. Her given nickname was the Palm-Top Tiger, because although her size was small, her ferociousness was comparable to that of a tiger. With that said, it wasn't like Raiji would lose in terms of ferocious appearances. He peered out sharply from the gaps of his bangs that were still in the process of growing. He had an almost excessively dangerous look, a stare that belied his personality. Even though there wasn't anything special about his physical abilities, his aura came off as being incredibly terrible, like that of a young man who would snap when overcome by negativity. However, don't break it. Don't. Carefully. In Raiji's case, he only looked dangerous. Wiping his wet hands as he went over to protect his pet's habitat from the tiger, he knelt down beside Taiga. He tried to pull on the birdcage, but... ouch. Sorry. Raiji leapt back as Taiga shouted with her fingers still ensnared, probably surprised by that yell, together with the already present stimulation. Inko suddenly bit down hard on Taiga's fingertip. Perhaps as a result of the immense pain, while letting out even more shrieks, She managed to pull out her finger. Just like that, they freed her finger, and then lay passed out upon the tatami mats without saying anything for several seconds. That hurt. Enough already on. Raising her head, Taiga looked in Inko-chan's direction with eyes that, although slightly moist with tears, gleamed like a honed assassin's blade. Perhaps he understood the severity of the situation. Awawa. Inko-chan looked up at Taiga and slightly quivered with a clatter. With the stress pent up throughout his body, he began to shed feathers in large clumps. In his confusion, Raiji embraced the birdcage against his chest. Uawa. Inko-chan is going bald. Pull yourself together. Stay calm. If you get any uglier, I don't know if we'll be able to live together anymore, you know? I don't know what Taiga will do next, so let's get out of here. At the same time, Taiga also stood up. Wait, what's up with that? It's not like I'd get serious against something like that Inko thing. Well then, why are you making a fist? It's so I can give you your punishment. While forcing him back towards the wall, she clenched her small fist tightly. What did I do? My finger. It hurts, you know. How should I know? Chasing Raiji, who was running away while clutching the birdcage, Taiga circled the room when, Fuja, she fell flat on her face onto the tatami mat. Through the partially open sliding door, he could make out a white something protruding from the floor, which was what Taiga had tripped upon. Incidentally, the white thing's true nature was, why is this sticking out here? While his eyes looked as though he had snapped and might brandish a blade, Raiji put down the birdcage and looked at what was actually his mother's bare leg. By the way, Raiji hadn't snapped. He was just bewildered. With just one leg protruding from her room that was separated by a sliding screen, the head of the family, Yasuko, had fallen into a deep sleep. After getting drunk while serving at Bishamont & Kuni, the city's only hostess bar where she was employed, she had returned home at 6 a.m. Did we end up waking her? Taiga, despite being thrice afflicted by selfishness, a twisted nature, and vanity, still showed her manners by politely asking in a hushed voice from her position on the ground. Nah. Still sleeping. Of course. Raiji also lowered his voice and, taking a hold of the protruding bare leg, began pushing her back into her bedroom. As a result, Wah. A coquettish and nasally voice. Then, what's wrong? The owner of the leg suddenly burst into tears. In her son's middle school gym shorts and a t-shirt thin enough that her black lace bra showed through, she struggled, flailing her limbs and rubbing the white surface of the futon with the back of her hand. Despite her pathetic behavior, she was already 33 years old, a woman whose boasted bust size was an F-cup. I smell fried rice omelette-chins. Rai-chan and Taiga-chan ate it all by themselves while Ya-chan was sleeping. Wah! Don't be ridiculous. I made sure to save some for you. It's wrapped up for you in the kitchen. I'll put it in the refrigerator for now so you can microwave and eat it when you wake up. Will you write Yasuko on it with ketchup? I'm not writing anything. It'll just get messed up once I wrap it. Anyway, it's Yasuko. Ooh, Ya-chan is still sleepy. So please don't say any hard things. Falling onto her pillow with a plop, the by-circumstance single mother Yasuko soon began breathing the light sighs of sleep. She earned a respectable sum, despite being hopeless at housework, but although she had a kind and gentle personality, the screws in her head were becoming hopelessly loose. Every day her son Raiji spent some time trying to help his mother keep her wits about her. Not to mention, when Yasuko was in her 3rd year of middle school, my standard math score was 17. My homeroom teacher was speechless and we ended up just staring at each other until the day ended. Or so he heard. Regardless of all that, for the time being the Takasu household lifestyle, rather than falling into bankruptcy, had been continuing to prosper. With Yasuko as the pillar of support, Raiji in charge of the chores, the pet Inko-chan, and... Ouch, I scraped my chin. Seriously, this house is too cramped to begin with. Hey, Raiji, will you make sashimi for dinner? It's totally unrelated, but that collision just now made me think of it. It really is completely unrelated. What? Are you saying I can't have any sashimi? glaring at Raiji with her eyes wide open while rubbing her jaw was one tiger with a wild temperament. Even though they weren't really living together, there's a sale on tuna going on in front of the station at 5, if I remember correctly. Well, I want to go shopping too. So come pick me up at 4:45. I'm going home. Eh? You're leaving? You got a complaint? During the break, they had been together throughout the day. They had gone shopping together. Although it was natural that she didn't stay over, they still took a nap side by side from after dinner till late at night nearly every day. As for living together almost constantly, it was more a matter of convenience. Nevertheless, Raiji continued to spout aimless words at the back of Taiga, who was standing in front of him. What are you going back for? Do you have something to do? In any case, we're still on vacation, right? Isn't it still okay? He rambled on, trying to stall for even just a bit more time. Brushing aside her hair as though it annoyed her, Taiga cast him a cold look. Aren't you the only one who's free? I need to do the laundry soon. The weather's good after all. Laundry? It's just pressing a button, isn't it? Your house's washing machine doubles as a dryer, and the drying is automatic. So why are you saying you need to go home? Che. Taiga clicked her tongue in irritation, glaring as though she wanted to seriously kill the annoyance that wouldn't get out of her way. Ah, how depressing. What in the world are you saying? If there's something you want to say, then spit it out already. Almost painfully, Raiji mumbled. Will you go to the family restaurant with me? That again? In an instant, Taiga's irritation flared even stronger. Still, Raiji didn't flinch from just that. It's fine if you're only doing this much, isn't it? I can't go by myself. Just today you said my fried rice omelette was good, so I made you some. Isn't that right? And moreover, just how long do you think I'm going to keep helping you in your constant troubles with Kitamura? Why not help me out a little? Just that would be fine, wouldn't it? Geez, shut up already. Just shut up. Lay off. Off what? In the midst of their pointless arguing, from behind the sliding screen came a ooh. Suffering from a hangover, Yasuko had let out a moan. The two of them instantly got quiet. I guess it can't be helped. I've seriously had enough. The one who finally gave in was Taiga. You're treating, understand? And buy me a magazine later. I'm sick of talking to you already. Pretending to spit bad-manneredly with a P sound. Or at least it seemed that way. Taiga spoke her mind. Still, Raiji nodded like a man, without a single complaint. If she was going to accompany him to the restaurant, that kind of reimbursement was a small price to pay, because that family restaurant was... there you go. One order. The yogurt parfait appeared before Taiga's eyes with a bang as it was placed in front of her. It's a secret, but this one's a Taiga special, with extra vanilla ice cream. Don't tell the other customers and enjoy... Is this okay, Minoran? Won't you be scolded for this? I'm telling you it's fine. So relax. I mean, you've been coming almost every day this holiday season. This is the least I could do. And what about Takasu-kun? Can I get you anything? I recommend the green tea parfait. Or if you don't want anything sweet, then perhaps something like potato fries. I'll serve you with super service. No, When faced with that wonderful smile, Raiji could only wave his arms, unable to even bring himself to look up from his coffee. That said, his eyes weren't even open in the first place. It was just too dazzling. Dressed as a waitress stood Kushieda Minori, wearing her silky hair in a ponytail. Her slender and dazzling nape was exposed, a pale orange one-piece draped with a pure white apron. The uniform was simply too cute. Even her ordinarily inconspicuous bust swelled against the thin fabric, and her shining smile had the allure of an unripened peach. Facing downwards in order to try and hide his blushing face, he desperately avoided eye contact with his 1-year-long unrequited love. He wanted to look, but wasn't able to, or rather, he couldn't bring himself to look. It was the contradiction of a man in love. Maybe you don't want to hear it, but are you going to keep insisting that you're not going out, even though you two have been coming in here for tea almost every day during vacation? You guys are a couple, aren't you? There was only one response to that sort of question. No, absolutely not. They spoke in unison while shaking their heads. Really. Scrutinizingly, as though she was shocked, Taiga looked up at her best friend's face, which was full of kindness and was without a trace of malice. Oren, you've been here working almost every day during this time off. But it doesn't mean you're going out with the shop manager or some old guy in the cooking galley or anything like that, you know. For us, it's the same. Even though you say we're here together, it doesn't mean we're going out or anything. There was a jump in that logic, wasn't there? What Minoran is saying is just as faulty then. It had become pretty much official that Takasu and Aisaka are not dating. Yet even now, Minori would take every chance she could get to pose her suspicions in a joking manner. But to Raiji, who bore a secret unrequited love for Minori, it was too cruel to be a joke. Yeah, I understand about the old guys. Just what old men are you talking about? Because it wouldn't work out with any of the shop managers. It wouldn't work with the one from the shabu-shabu shop where I work part-time every other night, or the one from the karaoke shop, or the one from the convenience store that I work at in Indians the morning. So I guess kind of like that. It wouldn't work with Taiga and Takasu. That's what you mean, isn't it? Well then, I have to get back to work. Just how is that part-time? Without thinking, the words just slipped out of his mouth by accident. As spontaneous as it might have been, Raiji still congratulated himself for doing so. You might be right, but it's probably because I've been saving up. And besides, even though we're in the middle of vacation, we still have club activities. According to the captain, we can't just play around. Raiji couldn't come up with a reply to that. Instead, the one who kept the conversation going was Taiga. You've been overworking yourself a lot. With all the money you've earned, is there even anything you actually want? Because I've got the time, I need to keep working. It's a service fetish. W, what is that? It's being refreshed by working. Well, see you again later. Leaving them with that mysterious phrase, the frankly hyper-serving girl Minori headed towards the kitchen, after the two of them watched her go. How admirable. It's not just that she's cute, but she's also diligent. Totally different from you. What? Well, you wake up in the afternoon, come to my house with both your head and your clothes in a mess, bum a lunch, then continue to laze around watching television, bum a dinner, hang around acting exhausted late into the night, and then just go home, don't you? How unproductive. Taiga lifted her head suddenly. It's the holidays, so it's fine, right? And it's not like you're any different. Besides, aren't you forgetting something important? I've been making the effort to come here for your sake, haven't I? Actually, that should be the most important thing to you. She attacked him with her parfait spoon. You splashed some in my eye. Even though I'm on vacation, isn't it more like I've been wasting my time for you? Don't you get it? Showing more scorn than anger in her eyes, Taiga spoke arrogantly. You should be satisfied with this much, since I'm here just to let you see the one you like. But, you know, it's not the same for me. There isn't anyone who's kindly supporting my love like that. Why the heck are you talking so cryptically? It's not like it's my fault that you haven't been able to see Kitamura. I really did try to help, you know? Don't just start ignoring me in the middle of the conversation. Shut up! Saying whatever she pleased and then immediately falling silent. Taiga's eyes were now glued to the girl's magazine that she bought from a bookstore on their way over. Though he didn't really agree with what she said, he could only swallow her inevitable criticism together with his straight black coffee. Speaking of which, it absolutely wasn't his fault. He recalled the early afternoon of the first day of vacation. While being pestered by Taiga, he had phoned Kitamura, his close friend and also the object of Taiga's unrequited love. Knowing that Kitamura would have at least 3 days without softball club activities that both he and Minori were a part of, Taiga made Raiji ask about his plans on those days. With that said, Taiga completely lacked the courage to ask Kitamura out on her own, so she had devised a heartfelt scheme where Raiji would promise to meet up with Kitamura, and she could pretend to join them along the way. However, there was only a blunt reply to the phone call being made next to the nervous Taiga. Man, it's so horrible. I wanted at least one day to go out and play, but with everything at home, and with student council, I'm completely swamped. No matter how you looked at it, the timing was terrible. There was just no way he could have done anything in that situation. You couldn't even speak with him at all if you saw him anyway. Looking up without really speaking, or even altering her expression, only her lips moved as Taiga barely whispered to herself. Go! Oh! To hell. No way. Are you going to send me? Did you hear that? Well, aren't your ears good? With a smirking sneer, she gave Raiji a look more befitting of a devil than a tiger. In that situation, Raiji couldn't help but think, just why was he spending all his time conspiring with this fellow when he was only being ridiculed and scorned? Ah. Taiga's short yell interrupted his thoughts. Ah, what the heck are you doing, you klutz? Despite panicking a bit, Raiji stood up with a tissue in his hand before kneeling like a servant next to where Taiga was sitting. Some of the blueberry sauce had missed Taiga's mouth and spilt onto her one-piece dress near the knees. He had to finish wiping it before it completely soaked into the white lace. Oh, my bad. Did it stain? Nah, it's okay. If we take care of it properly when we get back, it should be all right. Dabbing the tissue in a cup of water, he quickly yet nervously swabbed at Taiga's dress while she moaned pitifully. After all, he estimated that it was likely more than 20 times as expensive as his street clothes. Even if it wasn't his, he could never bring himself to handle valuable things with anything but the utmost care. Even if they had been arguing up until just now, that wasn't really an issue, because when he noticed something wrong, he always got caught up with it. Yeah, that's right. Just like in this situation, it seemed as though he and Taiga were always like this. While he continued with the emergency cleaning, Raiji unconsciously avoided eye contact. The only reason that the two of them were even together was because they were each in love with the other's close friend. That fact became known to both of them after a coincidental event. And it wasn't before long this strange alliance was born. Taiga, who had been living alone, suddenly started relying on Raiji for her everyday necessities, and Raiji, who naturally loved chores and cleanliness, didn't refuse her demands. Consequently, things kept progressing bit by bit until eventually they had fallen into the subtly complicated lifestyle that was exemplified by their current situation. She's such a klutz. The fearsome girl known as the Palm-Top Tiger had a surprising other side. In other words, she was simply more hopelessly danger-prone than anyone else he had ever met, so he ended up being unable to keep his eyes off of her for even a moment. When he let her go by herself, she would inevitably fall several times a day. If she was behind him, he would end up looking over his shoulder, or if she was using a flame, he would want to call out to her. If he didn't prepare them for her, she would even skip meals. Her physical condition would deteriorate. She was so hopeless that he felt like escorting her just about every day, so she wouldn't do anything absurd. Beyond that, what else could he say? He had ended up witnessing her once-in-a-lifetime near miss of a confession. Surprisingly, he also found out that she was a crybaby. Things went pretty smoothly for the most part, but even though Raiji and Taiga ate together, went to school and even shopped together, there wasn't any mutual fondness in the odd relationship they had developed. If asked on the spot, Raiji could only come up with one other reason for them being together. That would be that he was a dragon and Taiga was a tiger. Together they composed a complete set, or something like that. Ah, once again, a spilled blueberry-colored drop cut Raiji's contemplations short. Be a bit more careful, and of all places, why did the second drop follow the first? It's a good thing that it fell on your finger. Jeez, shut up already. It wasn't like it was on purpose. In the first place, I didn't ask you to clean it up for me or anything. Just what nonsense are you talking about now? If I left it alone, would you be able to remove the stain yourself? You wouldn't, right? I'll have you know I'm not doing this for your sake. I'm doing it for the dress's sake. What? Oh, I see. If you like it so much, how about I give it to you? Then you could wear it, this dress. Anyhow, now... She was gradually becoming more vicious. Even so, he couldn't stand watching such expensive clothing be stained. So, while making an expression like that of a 3-time repeat offender being sentenced to 10 years, perhaps with some amount of displeasure, he ignored her and immersed himself in his efforts without hesitation. Then, did you do something else now? Though Raiji looked up instinctively at the defenseless sound that Taiga let slip, that's not it. This cute thing. I'm going to buy it. I'm definitely going to buy it. Taiga was muttering while holding up a page in her magazine by its edge. Are you wasting your money again? Just how much longer will you keep buying these fluttery and fluffy things that are all so similar? Well, which one is it? How much is it? I've had enough. You're so noisy. Do you think you're my mother or something? I'll end up being the one who has to organize them, so I should have the right to check first. Raiji got up and sat down next to the tempestuous Taiga, taking a glance at the page she was looking at while in close proximity. He spent the other day frantically arranging the expensive clothes that were flooding out from Taiga's bedroom closet. Fortunately, things were still put away, sensibly. He should have the right to restrict her frivolous spending. And so... This one? This one is... I wonder just how? He cocked his head without thinking. On the page with what Taiga said she'd definitely buy, the model wore a slender pair of denim jeans that showed off her long legs while striking a beautiful pose. It wasn't fluttery or fluffy at all, but even though I'm telling you this for your own sake, if you were to wear this, it would be a tragedy. In any case, Taiga was just a bit taller than 140 centimeters. It should have been easy to see that she didn't have those sort of long legs, however. What I want is this bag. Oh, is that what you meant? Well, geez, I'm sorry my legs are so short. As her voice resounded with an unsettling eeriness that completely belied her calm tone, Reiji unthinkingly pulled back, preparing to escape. Taiga's eyes narrowed in anger while the edges of her mouth turned upwards as though she were smiling. Wait now. Come on. Stay calm. We're at Kushida's workplace. We're at the palace. What's that? Are you kidding me? I'm not just going to take that sort of attitude from you. If you understand that you misspoke, then how about apologizing first? Taiga wrinkled her nose ferociously. It seemed as though his strange joke had completely flopped. This was bad. She was seriously mad now. Of course, he truly wanted to apologize quickly, but... at any rate, I've got short legs. But it's never bothered anyone else before. Grasping him by the nape of the neck, she started shaking him about violently. He couldn't speak. In fact, he couldn't even breathe. Desperately struggling and kicking the table shamelessly, he desperately tried to tell her, I surrender. Nothing more. Then, he was suddenly released from Taiga's grasp. Having been set free, Reiji collapsed onto the seat coughing while trying to recover. Hey now. Were you trying to kill me? Seriously? Wow. Absent-mindedly, with her mouth partly open, Taiga blinked in surprise. It looked like she had finally realized that she was being overly violent. He nodded sincerely. That's right. I was shocked, you know. Hopefully now that you understand, this experience will keep you from strangling anybody a second time. Glaring intently at Reiji, Taiga pointed at the page in the magazine they were just looking at. Go and look! Look! I already heard you say, you wanted that bag. Not that. This person. At the end of her cherry blossom-colored fingernail was a beautiful woman with her legs deftly crossed. No. A beautiful girl's smiling face. In the middle of a trendy black setting, she was stylishly wearing a camisole that must have cost several $100s and even more expensive denim jeans while her lightly coiled hair trailed in the wind. She was certainly a very pretty model, but since she was a model, it was only to be expected that she would be pretty. There didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary about the page. The moment he tried to ask what she meant by it, she grabbed his head. How? Just like that. His head was spun around almost 180 degrees to face behind him. Oh. Without thinking, he let out a similar exclamation of surprise. A newly arrived customer was being seated by a waitress not too far from where Reiji and Taiga were sitting. It wasn't just Taiga and Reiji who were looking at her either. Turning around to look and whispering quietly, nearly all the customers inside the relatively crowded shop were glancing towards her. The first thing that stood out was how her slender body gave off the impression of a fawn. She didn't appear to be exceptionally tall, but because of her relatively petite head, it balanced out just right. Her hair had been carefully groomed to an utterly glossy silkiness, but instead of being overdone, it rested lightly on her shoulders with a kind of carefree air. Wearing large Hollywood-style sunglasses on her small, childlike face, she walked with flawless elegance. Her thin ankles that were clad in heeled sandals looked just like a finished sculpture. Even though she was just wearing simply knit denim, her UN Japanese-like lengthy limbs accentuated her girlish style more than any dress could. With a brand-name bag hanging from her shoulder and a polished white complexion, it was easy to see she wasn't just some amateur. In short, a true beauty. There was an overwhelming attractiveness that one couldn't help but notice. When she casually removed her sunglasses, the shop was engulfed by a range of reactions. Ooh. Even Riji sighed and fervently stared without thinking. As though a haze had been lifted from their eyes, her sparkling good looks were revealed. It was a wonder that a pair of such large eyes could fit on her petite face. Her smooth face was tinged elegantly pink. The disparity between her carefree expression and her carefully refined style was even more eye-catching. She seemed charmingly pure through and through. She was gentle, calm, and graceful. Definitely like an angel, benevolently descending upon this family restaurant to share her brilliant aura with the gathered masses. He almost expected there to be a halo over her head, and no matter how you looked at that beautiful face, this person, yeah, the exact same person, the beauty from the page that Taiga was pointing at earlier. She's a model. Raiji sighed deeply. It was the first time he'd ever seen someone and instinctively thought model. Although in a magazine she might have seemed simply commonplace, she was really cute in person. That girl, her name is Kawashima Ami. She was even on the front cover a couple months ago. Unusually excited, Taiga told him almost pridefully. Is that right? I think I might have just become a fan. Kawashima Ami-san. I wonder what she's doing in a boring place like this. Her mother. She's Kawashima Anna, the actress. Ooh. Didn't we see her just last night? This is a good place for murder temptation of Capybara Hot Springs, the great homicide investigator, Reiko Izuki, Volume 4. So she's the daughter of that Reiko Izuki. Now that you mention it, I can see the resemblance. Alright, I'm gonna take a picture with my cell phone. Knock it off, or I'll get mad. Is that so? Anyway, let's calm down for now. I got a little too excited. How undignified. Hey, you were getting excited too. Sitting side by side on the same seat, the two of them took a few deep breaths. Well, anyway, we saw something good, didn't we? It's the only thing I'll remember about this vacation. While nodding in agreement, they each grabbed their respective cups at the same time. Raiji's filled with coffee and Taiga's with milk tea, and simultaneously brought them to their mouths to drink. Aisaku! Uncle, Auntie, there's a seat over here. Oh, gua. At the same time, they had spewed their drinks violently, choking and coughing in unison. The two of them almost passed out. That was because the beautiful model that appeared suddenly in front of them was calling out to someone they were both quite familiar with. W-Y-Y. Kita? Kitamu? Kitamura-kun? No way. Why? What's going on? With Raiji against the table like a piece of trembling paper and Taiga flailing like a dancing octopus, their arms had at some point become entwined. The two of them were then spotted. If it isn't Takasu and Isaka, how unexpected. What sort of mess have you gotten into? Never mind that, you two get along pretty well, don't you guys? Kitamura Isaku, who just entered the shop, waved to them looking like always while heading their way. Badly shaken, Raiji's knife-like stare became even sharper, and Taiga, who had been overwhelmed by a flood of emotion, was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, oblivious to their situation, it seems that Kushieda works here part-time. Did you happen to see her? Kitamura just continued cheerfully. Well, we saw her, but this isn't what it looks like. Looking like a stalwart monk defending Matra. Yay. Raiji moved a bit closer to his upbeat friend. You? Just what's going on here? What's with this? Hey? That's right. This is a good chance for me to introduce you. These are my parents. Takasu. You've probably already met my mother from when we were having the parent-teacher-student conferences. Even though it was rude while Kitamura's parents were politely bowing and going through the formal pleasantries, you're mistaken. That's not what I meant. He couldn't keep from violently shaking his head. Not about them, but, well, look that. Having a limited repertoire of facial expressions, Raiji tried to express his predicament to his best friend through full-body pantomime. However, what's wrong? Isaku. Oh, we were just exchanging introductions. Things just got worse. The cause of Raiji and Taiga's agitation was walking over on her own. It almost seemed like she was surrounded by glittering sparkles as she gave off an alluring fragrance. This is Kawashima Ami. Even though it might not look like it, she used to live around here. Before she moved, she used to be my neighbor. I guess you could call her a childhood friend. What do you mean by, though it might not look like it? Even while smiling, she made a puffy face and playfully scowled at Kitamura like an ordinary girl. It all really happened right in front of Raiji, in reality, in three-dimensional space. It was such an extraordinary situation. Yet Kitamura looked completely calm. It's a figure of speech. Anyway, these are my good friends Takasu Raiji and Isaka Taiga. Sitting right next to each other on the same seat and looking like some sort of weird boy-girl combination, they were introduced to the angel. The angel that was Kawashima Ami greeted them while smiling and laughing cutely. "How do you do? I'm Ami. It's a pleasure to meet you." She nimbly and openly offered both her hands. Raiji stared at her beautiful hands, more like mesmerized. He couldn't even understand what her action meant, and had become stiff like a robot. Then, "Hey, let's shake on it. Any friend of Waisaku's is a friend of mine, you know." His hand melted. The palms of his hand started sweating. Ah. Because Kawashima Ami had gently lifted Raiji's hand that had been laying on the table and was grasping it in her own two hands. They were pleasantly cool, and where her ring was gently touching, it was even colder. This wouldn't happen to be? Quickly letting go of the stupefied Raiji's hand, her slim fingers were now pointing at Taiga's magazine that was still laid out on the table. Then, "Kaya?" An exquisite scream. Flustered, Ami took the magazine and held it against her chest, then shrugged as though she were embarrassed, even while she tightly embraced the magazine to hide it and kept her small face tilted downwards. Her eyes glanced upwards with a sparkling gleam, and she started mumbling. "No way. Such a coincidence. Why? Could it be... no way. You already found out that that I appear in this, that I have that kind of job." She seemed to be trembling with sincere bewilderment. She kept on going for a few seconds. "What is she saying?" Raiji thought, a little surprised. It was pretty obvious that even without seeing some magazine, anyone would immediately think model or celebrity, just by looking at her. He didn't understand why she acted like she needed to keep it a secret. Was it really possible that Ami wasn't aware of how exceptionally cute she was? He managed to squeeze out a reply that expressed what he was thinking. "Well, if I look at you, the impression I get is that of a model, so..." He said it pretty bluntly, but that was the best Raiji could do. Still, that's gotta be a lie. Totally incredulous. Ami's voice rose, her eyes widened, and she cocked her head. "I'm just not like that at all. I don't even have any makeup on, and these clothes were just thrown on. Just what part of my humble appearance is anything like a model?" In other words, she really didn't realize at all. This angel, so innocent, or maybe pure would be a better word. Just look. My hair is such a mess because I didn't brush it when I woke up, and I just left it like that and came anyway, didn't I? I wonder why. Isn't it strange? I just don't get it." While looking at her worried face, Raiji started to kind of understand. For a person who had been born naturally beautiful, she must not have understood how unusually pretty she was, definitely. However, that might be the reason she was so pure. Also, that purity just made her even prettier. While he was absent-mindedly thinking that, Ami suddenly pointed her finger at Raiji's nose. "Just now, you thought she's a natural airhead, didn't you?" "Hey?" In front of Raiji's agitated and rigid eyes, Ami puffed her face and stared at him with teasing eyes. He had definitely been thinking the word natural, but the implied meaning was different. Well, actually, it might apply. At least, in this case. "You know what I mean, don't you? You thought that, didn't you, of course?" Ami's pupils were trembling with a hint of a smile, and being guided by that motion, he unwittingly ended up nodding. "I knew it." Sweetly crying with an Ami twisted her lips into a sort of pout. "Geez, I'm always being called that. Like, Ami is a real airhead, isn't she? They say. I wonder why that is, because even though I'm not like that at all, everyone keeps saying it, after all. I bet even Waisaku thinks of me like that, with a disgusted look, I bet." "That just isn't true." Barely touching the subject, Kitamura smiled somewhat bitterly and shrugged his shoulders. Then, having decided he had waited long enough, he gently pressed Ami's back. "Well, Let's go back to our seat. We're keeping Dad and the others from ordering? Ah, that's right. That's no good. We've been keeping Uncle and the others waiting, haven't we? He held up a hand apologetically towards Raiji and Taiga. Takasu and Aisaka will still be here for a while, right? We're just eating dinner with Dad and the others before going home, so let's talk some more afterwards. Ah, sure. See you later then. Waving her hand before turning around, Ami's figure was extremely pretty, like a powerful surging wave, and yet, like a wave, it seemed like she would keep on going as she was. While watching his best friend and Ami leave, Raiji leaned his back against the seat as if exhausted. He kept an eye on them until the two made it to their seat. Ah. Still delirious. He sighed for perhaps the millionth time. Although she's such a beautiful person and her mother's even an actress, she's still so pure and unpretentious, immaculate to the core. So much so that she didn't even consider herself pretty at all. She might have been just a little airheaded, but even that was rather cute. For such a girl to exist in this world, she was simply perfect. It was such a difference from the messed-up Taiga, who was certainly pretty enough, but had an unusually nasty temper that was just depressing. It was a waste of time to even try and compare them. Hey, about Kawashima Ami. Although she's a celebrity, she seems like a really nice girl. Even though she has a pretty face, she still has an amiable personality. You know, it wouldn't hurt to learn a thing or two from her. Since she and Kitamura were childhood friends, don't you think Tai-gi, with a gulp, Raiji quickly scooted away from her. Just like that, he casually left his seat, then moved over to the seat across the table. He hadn't realized his carelessness, but right next to him, there had been a silently growling tiger. He mistakenly thought her presence had gotten unusually weak, but rather than that, it was more like how a predator, stalking its prey, keeps its presence hidden. Although she might have put on a weak appearance, it was as if right now a swirling mass of murderous intent was radiating from Taiga's body and surrounding her. With her small, pretty face looking like a no-mask, she started gnawing at her twisted lips like a wild animal tearing into meat. A piercing and ferocious light could be seen in her large eyes, partially covered by her thin eyelids, as she stared at the departing Ami's back. Her small body remained in her seat, but her chin was raised pridefully as Taiga sat looking extremely displeased. He set aside the comparison, but in the end Raiji couldn't keep himself from talking. How should I put this? I wonder what that was all about. Though it's true that a pretty girl who gets along well with Kitamura has suddenly appeared, you shouldn't get so clearly irritated. Weren't you acting all happy just a little while ago? You're wrong. Coupled with her lip-licking, her low whisper resounded in an ominous manner. It's not a simple thing like that. Rather, it's... However, Taiga stopped midway and flipped her bangs upwards. With a small sigh, he could almost feel the tiger's tenseness wash away. Whatever. Her eyes that had been tensely shining shifted into a cruel smile as they were directed at Raiji. You're not so low that you'd actually want to get close to her, are you? You get it, don't you? Not even you should be that dumb. What are you talking about? Well, maybe I just have a certain sense for this kind of thing. I'll give you only one hint for now. The kind of person who labels themselves as a natural airhead, there's no way they're really being honest. Is that kind of thing really true? Think whatever you want. Phew. While twisting her rosy lips viciously in triumph, Taiga stopped staring at Ami. Even though she had been pouting for a while, Raiji could understand that she wasn't demanding to go home because she was still hoping to talk with Kitamura, even if for only a little bit. While Taiga continued looking through her magazine with an expression that he couldn't read, Raiji continued unsteadily turning the pages of his complimentary booklet on bento side dishes. Nearly an hour had passed. Hey, my parents, they just went home. Fashionably dressed in an almost glaringly obvious set of Uniqlo clothes. Kitamura was trailed by a radiantly beautiful young female model as they made their way over. As she moved inside the shop, the glances on Ami from all the other customers were full of admiration. Sorry for the wait. A step behind Kitamura, Ami expressed an angelic smile and gave Raiji a wave. Ensnared, he ended up waving on instinct, Well, aren't you in good mood? Just like a dog wagging its tail. Taiga's cold words made him feel oddly embarrassed about how he might look, and he lowered his hand. Understandably, even without saying anything like Kawashima-san will sit here, and Kitamura will sit over there, they very naturally ended up with the boys and girls sitting together separately. Sitting next to Raiji, Kitamura posed a question to Ami over his open menu. Ami, you still got some time, right? Is there anything you'd like? No thanks. I'm already stuffed from earlier, so I'm fine. How about you two? Suddenly being brought into the conversation, Raiji's shoulder leapt as if shocked with electricity. Taiga kept her head down as she just stared at her own knees, petrified and seemingly unable to look in the direction of the casually dressed Kitamura. Hey, what do you think? How about it, Taiga? Taiga shook her still hanging head back and forth. The conversation died. What would be good next? What should we talk about? Raiji waited with expectant eyes for Kitamura, the only one acquainted with everyone present, to start speaking and resume the dialogue. Realistically, this would probably be the one and only time he ever sat together with a model in his entire life. So that he could remember the moment fondly, he was sincerely hoping that Kitamura could steer things in a fun direction. But then, I'm so worn out after dealing with my family. Sorry, but I'm going to the bathroom for a bit. Completely oblivious to the situation, the ever-relaxed Kitamura ended up standing from his seat. Why? Raiji hastily raised his hand, but he couldn't just say something like, "Please don't leave us here." He looked at Taiga. She was still immobilized with her head hung low. He looked at Ami. She wore a lightly questioning smile. She was tilting her head curiously while watching Raiji, as though fascinated by his odd behavior. It's impossible. No matter what he did, there was just no way he could reconcile this situation by himself. While acting nonchalant and scratching his head, I kind of need to go too. Which way is it? Following a bit behind Kitamura. The getting up from their seats together formation. Or in short, the accompanying formation was formed. Of course, he naturally wondered if it was okay to leave the palm-top tiger and that girl behind in that kind of atmosphere, but he succumbed cowardly to his nervousness. He was a poor speaker even under normal circumstances, but his companions were girls, including an incredibly beautiful model. Taiga just wasn't reliable in this kind of situation, so if Kitamura left him alone with them, Raiji wouldn't have even a scrap of self-confidence left, simply unable to look back at the seat he left behind. Raiji followed after Kitamura, who was heading in the direction of the men's bathroom. He couldn't be any more ashamed, but it couldn't be helped. At the very least, it would allow him to relieve himself. However, Kitamura suddenly turned around before the door. Right, here we are. What? In this situation, I knew you'd definitely leave your seat with me. Readjusting his silver-rimmed glasses, he whispered that. He discreetly motioned Raiji, whose eyes were glittering with bewilderment, over to hide behind the cover of a cigarette vending machine. I have something I want to ask, and I want you to answer me honestly. His apricot-shaped eyes were pointed directly forward. Then a moment later, very clearly, "What did you think about Ami?" he asked. What about the bathroom? Don't need to go." Making such a serious face, it seemed that Kitamura had seriously walked over here just to talk with Raiji. Even though Raiji didn't really understand why he was being asked, he felt like he had to answer. It wasn't like there was any reason he wouldn't want to answer anyway. Well, I don't really, don't just show up all of a sudden with such a cute girl. I'm so nervous, I can't think straight. Well, she is cute. That's something I noticed too. It's not just that she's cute either, She's a wonderful girl. How should I say this? Maybe pure. Or too pure. So it's more like kind of worrisome. Knitting his brow and lifting his glasses to his forehead, Kitamura rubbed his seemingly exhausted eyes while at a rare loss for words. Then gently touching Raiji's back, "Come with me for a second, will you? Just for a bit." "Hey, where are you going? The bathroom? You're not going back to your seat, are you?" "Don't worry so much. Anyway, get down. Facing in the opposite direction of the bathroom, he started moving towards the customer's seating. Then, bending over, he concealed himself behind a decorative plant, and then hid behind the divider between smoking and non-smoking sections. Raiji could only follow his lead. Making their way in a roundabout manner, they ended up directly behind the seat where Taiga and Ami were sitting. The two girls were clearly visible, but shouldn't be able to see the two hiding in their blind spot. Wait, just what do you think you're doing, you pervert? It's fine. Quiet down and watch. Where Kitamura was pointing his finger, Ami relaxedly crossed her legs and draped her arms across the back of the sofa. Ah, so tired. Hey, Ami-chan's really thirsty. Bring me an iced tea, won't you? Flipping her beautiful hair and then resting her head in her hand exhaustedly, Ami rudely pushed the cup in front of her towards Taiga. Without altering her expression, Taiga threw Ami a look before turning back to her own knees. The one who lightly clicked her tongue wasn't Taiga, but Ami. Such a useless, or maybe I should say, depressing fellow. You've got a bad attitude, don't you? Oh well, whatever. When Waisaku gets back, I'll just get him to bring it for me. Or maybe I'll ask that mean-looking weird guy. He's so nervous it seems he'd do just about anything Ami-chan says. While speaking in a sickeningly sweet voice, her strawberry-colored lips twisted slightly. Even so, her chaste appearance didn't disappear or falter. Then, without even facing Taiga, who was silent like a doll nearby, she recklessly asked, Hey, about him. Is he your boyfriend? Would you mind if Ami-chan took him from you, even though I don't need him at all? Or maybe I should say he has the look of a present-day delinquent. I bet you often get together with those kinds of losers. Respect yourself a little. Without opening her mouth, Taiga just directed an empty stare at Ami. I see. It's just the best you could do in this good-for-nothing place. That's the worst. Speaking in a sing-song manner, it seemed like Ami wasn't going to wait for Taiga to reply or anything anymore. Roughly taking her brand-name bag, she pulled out a large hand mirror and started staring at her own pretty face. Then once again straightforward, Ami-chan's so cute. While murmuring happily, she gave a smile of satisfaction. I really want to go out and play already. You? Just what do you two normally do for fun? Run around crazily? He's not my boyfriend. Anyone who actually knew Taiga would have trembled at her flat, nearly emotionless whisper. So that's how it is. Whatever, I don't really care. Well, isn't that right, Gait? About that delinquent. Are you saying he's simply impossible? Or are you saying Ami-chan might be a little interested in such a drastically different person? Ami snorted mockingly while staring at herself in the mirror. Then, suddenly shifting her eyes away from the mirror, she directed a rude glance at Taiga. Hey, how tall are you? I noticed it just now, but aren't your proportions funny? At the same time, she slowly scrutinized Taiga from head to toe and raised her eyebrows as though amazed. So there are shops that sell such small clothes. But, when you buy something like jeans, wouldn't you have to cut the bottom? Ami-chan's never had to cut them even once, so I wouldn't know. That's just how her true character is. True character? Yeah, that is Ami's alternate personality from even before she started kindergarten. Dependent, selfish, and oppressive. The stereotypical selfish princess. Trembling while looking at his best friend's face, Raiji nearly crushed the leaf from the decorative plant he had been clutching. Her personality's so horrible. What's with the Ami-chan? That's scary. It's like she's possessed by a demon. Right? In all his life, he had never seen a girl who said those kinds of things. Actually, there might have been some in his own class, but at least for Raiji, who had basically never approached a girl, it was the first time he had actually witnessed one, himself. The Taiga with whom he passed his everyday life certainly had a bad sort of personality, but he got the feeling that Ami's nature was bad in a different way. Knowing the whole situation, there might have even been some kind of sympathy for her. But it seemed that Taiga was still more reasonable. Based on appearances alone, Ami would be okay, but I guess there's a defect in her personality. Whenever she's with people she regards poorly, her other personality ends up manifesting. Those people, they're generally women. Is this the kind of thing where she thinks she needs to go that far because she's a model? It's more like she's been putting on a front since after she started modeling, I think. If you ask me, she's still the same rather than having two sides. Well, that's... While slightly tilting his head at his best friend's words, Raiji leaned forward expectantly. What's going on? Palm Top Tiger. That Taiga, is she just going to sit there and take that? Or rather, please hurry up and tell her that he's not a delinquent. Biting his lip while his eyes reflected a harsh glare, Raiji looked back and forth between the two girls. Taiga remained silent with a stoic expression. See? Could it be she's holding back just because that girl is Kitamura's childhood friend? Holding back were two words that just totally didn't suit Taiga, but she was completely vulnerable when it came to Kitamura. That must have definitely been the case, as he couldn't think of any other reason for her silence, which is what he thought at that moment. Then right before Raiji's eyes, the situation suddenly burst. That is, what's generally known as a slap in the face. It seemed that Ami, who kept her expression calm and her eyes open, couldn't even speak. A mosquito. It was a mosquito. Nearby, the tiger who had suddenly shown her fangs wore a concealed smirk. Her red tongue protruded from her mouth for only an instant. How fortunate. Your cheek was nearly bitten by this mosquito. Huh. This is a fly. Eh? Abruptly extending her small open hand, there was the slaughtered corpse of a fly. Upon seeing it, Ami's face immediately tinged red. Naturally, W? What the heck are you doing? She was outraged. However, Taiga just sneered at her reaction exasperatedly. Even though I did it as a favor for you. You don't know how to be grateful. A favor? Ami's voice was nearing supersonic levels. It was drawing attention from the nearby customers. That just isn't true, is it? Isn't there something wrong with you? Unbelievable, what's with this horrible? You're the worst. You know, I didn't even want to come here or anything. You're so noisy. A single crease could be seen on Taiga's forehead. Harshly scrutinizing with shining eyes, her blood-red aura rose up. Shay. She clicked her tongue succinctly, and her malicious shot was ready to go. Shut up, you damn brat. Shooting such harsh words with the sharpness of a slashing sword, she put an end to Ami's ranting. It was the end of the match. Ooh. Ami's slender shoulders started trembling with each breath as her pretty face scrunched. This is no good. Kitamura muttered and stood, and followed by Riji, quickly walked back to their seats amidst the overly awkward situation. Then, the instant the two boys arrived, like in a girl's comic, Ami's back as she turned around was a flower blossoming into full bloom. Or at least that's what he felt. It was just that extreme as Ami wonderfully, dramatically, Waisaku. She leapt to Kitamura's chest while crying, her shoulders racking with sobs. She redundantly voiced her complaint with childlike ineloquence. I want to go home. And looked up at Kitamura, point blank with her tear-filled eyes. Just why can't you guys get along? Seriously. You were so loud and troublesome, Maisaka. Even you, Takasu. I'm going to take Ami home. With his head down, his eyebrows drooping, and just looking apologetic overall, Kitamura held on to Ami as he deftly picked up her bag from the seat. Then, ignoring the glances of the other customers, he dragged her like that to the exit. Afterwards, that just left. Taiga. Hey. Keep it together. Won the game, but lost the match. That was what was written all over Taiga's face. Her lips expressed the tiniest bit of displeasure while her eyes remained empty. Taiga was just like a Buddha statue. She was completely silent. It might have gotten to the point where words of comfort would be useless. Well, it's me. Cheer up. Simply put, Kitamura and I were watching the whole thing. Kitamura definitely doesn't think that you were bullying her or anything. Well then, even after seeing all that, Kitamura-kun still acceptingly protected that girl and took her home. He probably wasn't protecting her. He was holding her gently, comforting her. He wasn't comforting her, I think, but... Oh. There was a waitress's scream at the same time as the sound of glass breaking. The dish had fallen to the floor and shattered into a number of pieces, and as though feeling something, The brats in that place who had until just then been clamoring happily suddenly burst into tears, screaming, "Gwa!" That was followed by screams of "Kaya!" and "Yuwa!" As the milk steamer broke down and started spurting wildly with droplets of boiled milk scattering the customers who had been in line. Then, "Manager, the bathroom is full." Wawa. The voice of the employee who didn't want to see what was happening resounded and disappeared. I hate her, that woman. From all over Taiga's body, she was releasing a dreadfully intense killing intent resembling lightning that sent blue sparks flying. Raiji just couldn't do anything in that situation. Taiga's thoroughly chewed lips had lost most of their color, and her tightly clenched fists were trembling. Then, "Wah, don't cry." If at least Kitamura was here, there would have been the chance for a new development. As it was, Taiga's eyes started to well up with tears. There are people watching, you know. Tried to bear with it. Moaning bitterly, Taiga rubbed her eyes with her sleeves. It ended up being something troublesome. Then, Raiji, who just wanted to cover his head, heard something wonderful. "Eh? What's wrong?" "Norin." From out of nowhere, Minori appeared still clad in her uniform, widening her eyes in surprise. "Taiga, you don't look so good. Did something happen?" "It's nothing. I'm going to wash my hands." I touched something dirty. "Ooh, it's a dead fly." She moved out of the way of Taiga, who was standing while showing her palm. Like that, Minori watched her from behind for a while before slowly turning towards Raiji. "That girl? What's wrong? Did something happen while I was on break?" "Not really." "Well, there was a bit of trouble." His faltering speech wasn't only due to nervousness. He was also trying to figure out how he should explain what just happened. He wondered, out of all the possible timings, why she had to be on break just then. With a worried look, the nearly unflappable Minori spoke. "I don't know what happened, but she was quite mad, wasn't she? It's unusual for the docile Taiga." Docile. He wondered why. That is, on this day, it was at that moment Raiji felt an even greater sense of dread. Despite all this, they finished the shopping and returned to the Takasu residence. Whereas Raiji was starting to wash the rice, Taiga returned to her usual self. I probably won't even meet her a second time, because it doesn't seem like she and Kitamura-kun are going out. And anyway, getting involved with her is beneath me. Is 2 liters enough? Should I go ahead and make 2.5? 2.5. Her face showed signs of discontent, but Taiga spoke while playing with the sugar jar in the corner of the kitchen. "When I become an adult, I should be able to handle this anger more steadily." This coming from someone who goes so far as to slap someone else in the face. Hey, don't play with the sugar. Chapter 2. With vacation over, the next shock came early the following morning. It was just a bit past 8 in the morning. Their homeroom teacher arrived earlier than ever, and homeroom started ahead of time as well. Ooh. All hell had broken loose. This just might be the kind of situation where that phrase applies. Unable to stop himself from crying out, Raiji sat in disbelief. It was hard to believe. Or, rather, he didn't want to believe it. But it didn't seem like it was a dream. With his mouth agape, he turned around to face Kitamura and rapidly exclaimed, "I never heard anything about this." But Kitamura just casually raised his hand with a, "Hey," and a nonchalant expression. Anyway, he couldn't just ignore reality. Partially frozen, Raiji's gaze was 3 times worse than usual, and he could do nothing but accept the hellish situation as it was. The source of Raiji's distress walked up to the class platform with slender legs and beautiful hair that swayed with each step. Looking straight ahead with a little embarrassment, her smile almost blended in perfectly amidst the gentle morning sunlight. Sure enough, while slowly raising her eyes, "Starting today, I'll be a student here at this school. My name is Ami Kawashima. Please look after me." An emphatically pure and genuine-looking visage. This is ridiculous. How did things like this? No one paid any attention to the moaning voice, and so oblivious to Raiji, who was in shock, the rest of the class continued on. Hey, that girl. Didn't she appear in a magazine? What? Really? But she's really cute. No way. It's gotta be a lie. Incredible. That's incredible. The girls who like to follow trends were in the middle of making a big fuss. Nearly all the guys, on the other hand, were acting suspiciously subdued, remaining oddly silent, and just staring enraptured with passionate eyes at the pure angel on the platform. Not Hisamitsu, Raiji's friend who wore black-rimmed glasses and sat a bit in front and off to the side, very slowly turned around. Jackpot, murmuring warmly as if delighted from the bottom of his heart. Nada looked at Raiji and tightly clenched his fist. Yay, yay, Raiji replied vaguely, but rather than clench his fist back, he simply gulped. Ami looked beautiful upon the platform. Her skin seemed even smoother and fairer than yesterday, and her large jewel-like eyes seemed to be shining even brighter than yesterday. Without forgetting to smile, she tilted her head as she looked over the class. Her somewhat immature appearance was most likely due to her petite chin, but she had a perfect 8-head figure. Ami was the absolute epitome of beauty, almost to the point of obscuring his sense of reality. Raiji's headache had also become absolute. He covertly turned his head to look at a seat somewhere towards the center of the class. Right now, the person who should be experiencing the worst shock was sitting over in that direction. That would be the one called Taiga. He spotted her. Then, oh, he immediately turned away. She was making a face that shouldn't be seen. Her eyebrows were raised nearly vertical, and her eyes had clouded over moistly, looking as though they had liquefied into a thickly bubbling lava flow. Her lips that were just like a rose trembled visibly and were turned up ominously. Her face was puffed out as if she were holding a bomb in her mouth, possibly a manifestation of her barely contained fury directed against the real world that she couldn't stand. It seemed as if a weak-bodied person might die simply from meeting her gaze. From where she stood, Ami could also probably notice Taiga volleying her serious killing intent from the middle of the classroom. Just for an instant, Ami raised her eyebrows ever so slightly. However, she acted just as one would expect of a professional who was used to the public eye. Everyone, please call me Ami. Flawlessly pretending to be oblivious, she smiled prettily and wholeheartedly, but that action alone was more than enough to inspire dread in Raiji. Women, were they all like this? Shuddering from a sudden chill, he instinctively fastened a button on his open Gakuren uniform. Everyone, let's get along with our new friend. Now let's welcome her. Strangely discernible from the welcoming applause, their homeroom teacher and well-established bachelorette Yuri Koigakubo, 29, raised her voice, wrapping an arm around Ami's shoulder with overfamiliarity. They're all good kids, so you'll get along right away, she exclaimed while striking a victory pose. He wondered if something had happened over the break, as her personality seemed to have completely changed. She used to wear fashionable pink ensembles, but at the moment she was wearing a rough hooded jersey. Well then, it's a fresh start for Class 2CA. She gave a vigorous thumbs up. Joe. It seemed even a tongue click from Taiga, who was giving off a suffocating aura of displeasure while looking up from below, wasn't enough to faze her today. Hey, stop it with that kind of noise. Try smiling happily for one day at least. Shh, just for today if you can, to welcome our new friend. Tich, Nugu Nugu. Reduced to making sounds without articulating, she suddenly clutched her head. Then, almost as if doing a somersault, she spun around, ending up at her desk, seeming depressed and hiding her face in her arms. Miss Yuri? Are you all right? Not surprisingly, the classroom was pretty much silenced by the scene, while Amy, who stood nearby, no longer smiled as she watched. The bachelorette finally looked up, after a full 15 seconds had passed. While trembling a little, hanging her head just a bit, she sounded regretful as, with some difficulty, she started talking about her private affairs. During the break, my last chance. The very last one. It ended in failure. So, I thought I'd have to try my best. I'd need to work hard at my job, but just forget it. It's not like any of you will understand anyway. You guys, I'm sure you'll understand when you're older, so Kitamura-kun, please take care of the rest. Well then. Having been called upon, Kitamura got to his feet and, turning around to face the class, spoke. Everybody, please listen to me. Ami is actually a friend of mine from some time ago. I had no idea she was going to transfer to our class, but please try to get along. Well, that's all for this morning's homeroom. Stand! Oh, enough already. Like an explosion, the bachelorette's pitiable moan burst amidst the noisy classroom before fading into nothingness. Kawashima-san, shall I move it? No, let me. I'll move it for you. Definitely. No, choose me. Or rather, just sit back and leave it to me. In an instant, a crowd of boys moved into Ami's vicinity, who in turn was about to move her desk and chair. The more reserved ones watched the crowd from a distance, looking jealous. It seemed like everyone wanted to get to know her one way or another, but whether they were nearby or far away was just a matter of assertiveness. It's fine. Fine. I can do this much by myself, at least. It's not like I'm that weak, you know. So without asking anyone for help, Ami exclaimed, "Yoisho?" and lifted her desk with her slender arms. Watch out! Kawashima-san, let us help. I said it's fine, so stop worrying. Weaving through the crowd of guys wanting to lend a hand, she quickly moved on her own. See, didn't I tell you? This much is no problem. Having placed her desk and chair in the designated spot, she smiled a happily angelic smile. With that turn of events, the boys quickly lost their pretense for talking with her. They left reluctantly while calmly saying, "If anything comes up, we'll help you," and were replaced by some girls who approached Ami. Kawashima-san, you moved this by yourself? You could have just asked the guys to do it. That's right. That's right. Or more like, I get the feeling that all those guys desperately wanted to talk with Kawashima-san. They'd be happy if you made use of them, I'm sure. Facing the girls with an even brighter smile than the one she had shown the boys, Ami waved her hands in front of her face, playfully. It's fine, since something like this is easy. Or so I said, but just between us, I'm actually the type that ends up getting really nervous when talking with boys. Really? More than that, thanks for coming to talk with me. This is the first time girls have come to talk to me. I'm so happy. It's fine if you just call me Ami, you know. After politely saying those kinds of things, she was about to sit in her seat when, oh wow! She banged her shin against the leg of her desk. With her face contorted, almost to the point of being comical, Ami appeared to be in serious pain. Geez, how uncool. Even though I wanted to go with a fashionably styled image since I took the trouble to transfer here. I guess I'm just the laughable type after all. In response to Ami's self-deprecating style of speech, the girls spoke up as they laughed. Kawashima-san, I mean, Ami-chan, could you actually be a real klutz? Somehow, it just seems so natural. Geez, even though you're fortunate enough to be cute, why are you making such a funny face? Don't say it's funny, or anything like that. I really planned on being fashionably cool. Ha 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 ha. It went something like that. Meanwhile, resting his chin on his hands as he sat near the window, Raiji silently stared at the circle of excitement centered around Ami. Missing their usual glint, his eyes were unusually empty as he wondered, so she can also put on this kind of act? For some reason, he had managed to become a little distrustful of girls. As he pondered about that, he accidentally ended up meeting Ami's gaze. While uttering an ah from her partially open mouth, Ami blinked her large eyes as if surprised. Raiji wondered if she had really just now realized that he was in the very same classroom without even noticing Taiga. Ami pointed a slim finger at Raiji. No way. Isn't that Takasu-kun? It was completely on reflex. Reflexively, he ended up turning his face away as if he hadn't heard anything. It looked exactly as if he was turning away from something unpleasant. Though it was only for a moment, he wondered if he had left an excessively bad impression. But he didn't have the confidence to look at Ami again. So as he maintained his forced inattention, Raiji could only listen as the girls continued their busy conversation. Ami-chan, you're acquainted with Raiji Takasu. How? Well, when I went to a family restaurant with Waisaku, we met by chance and were introduced, but for some reason it seems like I might be disliked. Just look, I'm being snubbed right now. She might have intended to be discreet, but Ami's voice easily made it all the way to Raiji's ears. No, perhaps she was intentionally letting him hear her. For Ami to do something like that, he probably shouldn't be the least bit surprised. About Takasu, he's just an social guy, so it's not like he hates you or anything. I'm sure he's just being shy. That's right. Before we became classmates, we all definitely thought he was a major delinquent and were too scared to go near him because of his constantly scary expression, you know. He seemed bad because of his unsociable demeanor. Raiji just stared out the window, but privately, that really hurt his feelings. So Takasu-kun's not really bad or anything. He's just kind of different. The first years and other students from other classes seem like they're still scared of him, but Ami-chan doesn't need to worry about any of that. Yep. So that's how it is. Phone. He could feel an appraising glance on the back of his neck. Like an unbearable itch. The sound of their voices brushed against his neck. He became unable to pretend he wasn't listening, though it was for just a moment. He was shifting his back against the itch when he ended up inadvertently looking at Ami. Thereafter, Ami smiled faintly. Agitated, Raiji's expression took on a gleam like that of a sharp knife. While they had certainly only connected for a moment, Ami's eyes were apparently moist. Immediately facing the girls with a smile, she went right back to their group, but somehow she seemed to be embedded with an unspeakable sadness. As if it had been burned into his retina, he couldn't erase the image from his memory. Rather than anger or bitterness, the expression of anxiety as she looked at him vividly remained for some time. Still amidst the group of cheery people, Ami's eyes were cast with a dull light, like the reflection off a still pool of water. Looking exactly as if she was secretly tearing up, he got the feeling he could hear her voicelessly speak. Hey, why are you being so cold to me? And no, that wasn't my intention. It really wasn't. Shaking his head vigorously, Raiji erased the afterimage from his head. It wasn't like that. It wasn't. It probably wasn't. Even though he should know how dreadful her beauty was, having already witnessed her true character yesterday, he was on the verge of being tricked by her chastely beautiful fa-a-dade. Pulling himself together and standing up, he went over to Kitamura's desk. As it was, he couldn't even be sure that what he remembered of yesterday's events wasn't just a dream. He could easily believe that. He needed to talk with someone else who had also witnessed what happened. Hey, Kitamura. Isn't that remarkable? When Raiji indicated Ami and the others with a flick of his head as he spoke, Kitamura gave the rambunctious group a glance before sighing with a bitter smile. Ah, as expected, she really knows how to get people's sympathy, doesn't she? Why didn't you tell me yesterday about the transfer? I didn't? Don't play around. I was really surprised, seriously. Leaning against Kitamura's desk, Raiji reprimanded his best friend in a quiet voice. His eyes were extremely intense as he glared at Kitamura, but of course, Kitamura was aware that Raiji wasn't doing it on purpose. Kitamura lightly scratched his head and laughed. My bad. Sorry, how should I put this? I'm hoping that Ami will get along with people properly while remaining her natural self. So, when we met yesterday, I opted to not mention that you guys would be attending the same high school. I knew that if I had, she would have put on a complete front and then become immediately deceptive. Isn't that just what she did yesterday anyway? She showed her actual nature to Aisaka, at least. And so, Raiji, you saw it too, right? Could you possibly want to expose Ami's true personality? She'll just be despised for it. I don't plan to spread it around, of course. I have no right to do that after all. But I hope that it eventually gets out. It will surely be better than the deception. For Ami as well. If she is despised as a result of it, maybe you'll convince her. Convince her, you say? I don't really get what you mean. Is that so? And I thought what I said was easy to understand. Taking off his glasses and wiping them with a cloth, Kitamura gave Raiji a glance with his unexpectedly large eyes. I don't hate Ami's real self at all. It's all the deception that I want to end. I think it's best for people to just be themselves. To tell you the truth, it makes me a little sad now when she greets me with that facade. About when she started modeling, she suddenly started doing that good girl act even to me. Anyway, I think it would be nice if more people would like Ami for a friend. Who she really is. That's kind of what I meant. Looking into the eyes of this passionately idealistic and just man. Reiji couldn't reply for some reason, even though there was just one thing that he wanted to say. It's probably impossible, that's all. The automated juice vending machine was meant to be used only during afternoon recess, but it was fine as long as none of the stricter teachers noticed, especially with the second-year classrooms being very close to the separate two-story building with the vending machines. Students violated the rule all the time. Soon after third period math ended, Reiji left the classroom with some pocket change, intending to violate that very rule and get a drink. He had some lukewarm tea he brought from home, but today had been unexpectedly stressful. He needed to do at least this much to relax. In the separate building, he quickly walked down the empty corridor before stopping in front of the 3 vending machines lined up side by side near the stair landing. Should he get a can of coffee or soda? While stingily counting his change, it was time to make his selection. "Excuse me." A white hand that suddenly appeared from the side was blocking Reiji while putting coins into the machine. Surprised by the interruption, he turned around. Oh, and was even more surprised. So the vending machines were in this kind of place, were they? An angelically innocent smile was blooming directly in front of him. The one sweetly smiling while looking at Reiji was the source of his stress. Ami, tilting her head while her eyes sparkled. I wonder what Takasu-kun planned to get. Let me try to guess. How about this one? Out of all the possible choices, she selected the nastiest-looking energy drink and pointed at its picture with her pink-colored fingernail. Hey, no, that. Say, coffee, actually. After he replied in a shamefully nervous and excited tone of voice, Ami said, I see, nodded once, and pushed the button for coffee. Then she turned to Reiji and presented him with a can that had rolled out noisily. Here you go, it's my treat. Actually, I saw Takasu-kun leave the classroom and I followed you here. Huh? Why? As he was rigid and unable to understand just what was going on, the can was deftly placed into his hands. Ami put some more coins in without replying to him. I wonder which one I should get. Maybe this one. After a bit of meandering, she pushed the button for straight tea. The sound of the falling can brought him back to reality. But it was already too late. Wait a second. Here, buy it with this. He hurriedly tried to give her his change, but Ami had already put her money into the machine a while ago. Then, looking up, well, I bought it already. Sticking her tongue out a little, she shrugged while making a mischievous expression. No, that's no good. This just isn't right. Take this coffee instead, then. No way. It's fine. It's fine. Think of this as an apology for yesterday. Apology, you say? Hey, why don't we drink right here? With these words, Ami quickly pulled the tab on her can open, and without listening for Reiji's response, she took a sip of her illegally obtained drink. With things as they were, he expectedly couldn't just leave her behind when it was her first day after transferring. Buying a drink when it's not afternoon recess, that's a violation of school rules. Is that so? But I don't want to be told that by Takasu-kun, since the one who came to do so was Takasu-kun. I suppose that's true. Thanks. Itadakimasu. Reiji couldn't do anything but start drinking his coffee with her. While the two of them were drinking, it became quiet except for the low hum of the vending machines, which resounded with a hint of melancholy. Trying to hide his discomfort, he gave Ami a sidelong glance, but couldn't get himself to speak first. He just couldn't figure out what he should talk about. So of course, at a time like this, no other students or strict teachers showed up. Whew, it's cold. It's really good when it's chilled. Wiping her wet lips with the end of her finger, the one who started speaking was Ami. Side by side with Reiji, she leaned against one of the vending machines. That aside, I was pretty surprised to find out I'm in the same class as Takasu-kun. Even Isaka's there. Isaku, he didn't say anything at all about that yesterday. She smiled amiably as if saying right, but Reiji, while vaguely nodding, could only return a stiff facial expression. Of course, his eyes also ended up becoming more wild. Even setting aside Ami's actual personality, he was suddenly alone with an extremely pretty girl that he wasn't all that familiar with, which made him feel constricted. However, Raiji wasn't sure how Ami perceived his response. "Hey, Takasu-kun." She moved from his side and stood directly in front of him. With her gently shining eyes discreetly raised and her eyelashes weakly trembling, she whispered roughly, "By any chance, I wonder if you heard anything from Isaka-san, even though there isn't really anything I can do if you were told. But, I hope you'll just forget about yesterday. This is also for Isaka-san's sake." Yee. Yesterday, you say? What do you mean?" Nervous from being face to face, Raiji took a step back, wanting to desperately escape. But his back was met with resistance from the vending machines. Ami made such an effort futile anyway by moving forward a half step. She wasn't fazed at all by his bad expression. So what she meant about yesterday was the family restaurant, the slap in the face, and the breaking down and crying. It was probably about those 3 points. I'm wondering, did Takasu-kun hear from Isaka-san about what happened? Ami's searching eyes, which somehow sparkled reminiscently of that chihuahua from the commercials, were clouding over and even now looked as if they might start shedding tears at any second. He was desperately trying to come up with the best possible answer with a mind that had gone totally blank while continuing to look away from Ami's sad, pretty face. No, I didn't hear anything. He muttered it sincerely since it was technically true. The fickle angel holding her hands out in front of him was the liar. Though he justified himself thusly, the answer he replied with wasn't actually a lie anyway. He had seen it all with his own eyes, so he didn't need Taiga to tell him anything. "Really? I was so sure that you had... But maybe I was mistaken. If that's the case, I still want to say some things. About yesterday, it was totally my fault. Isaka-san didn't do anything bad at all." Her chihuahua-like teary eyes were sparkling as she gently blinked. "Hey, maybe that... I think that may be because I seemed kind of airheaded that I was making Isaka-san irritated. Isaka-san, when we were talking, she'd suddenly become really emotional and said all sorts of things that I didn't really understand, like conceited and getting caught up in the moment. I ended up panicking. Like, eh? Why? Just that sort of thing. So, what nerve to make that kind of expression as she told such a story suited for her own benefit. Feeling that minor chill again, he gave a small sigh of near amazement, interrupting him. "So, Isaka-san didn't do anything wrong." Ami shook her head. Her chihuahua-like eyes were shining even more and more. If only I was a more level-headed person. So, I want you to forget about it. The truth is, really, girls saying weird things all of a sudden like that, it's normal, so I'm not going to worry about that kind of thing. It's fine. I'll keep trying my best. I'm the victim." Ami was pleading that with her entire self when the bell started ringing. Speechlessly watching Ami's theatrical display, Raiji felt like he had been saved. That's the bell. We have to get back to the classroom. Come on. Finish your drink. I understand what Kawashima wanted to say. He certainly understood. In other words, Ami had come all that way to make excuses for herself and to keep him from talking. As if swallowing his uncertainty, Raiji drank the rest of his coffee in one go. He momentarily narrowed his eyes intently at Ami's somewhat satisfied-looking smile. "We have to hurry or we'll be late for class." With a couple gulps, she similarly drank what was left of her iced tea in one go. After disposing of the empty cans in a trash can, they took off down the corridor side by side. "Hey, Takasu-kun, you'll promise me now, right? That you won't say anything about this to anyone, right? That is, I'm really sorry that I ended up crying yesterday." Ami's teary chihuahua-like eyes were searching for reassurance. Raiji deceptively nodded any number of times. I get it already. See, come on, hurry up." Shaking off the sudden onset of fatigue, Raiji moved forward and continued to run in front of Ami. Because of that, he wasn't able to see it. Ami, who was running behind him, gave a small laugh as if to say, "This guy, he's such a simpleton." However, even if he had noticed, It's not like he would have been at all surprised by it. Why did you get back to the classroom at the last second with Ami Kawashima? It came as the teacher had her back turned since she was writing on the blackboard. A scrap of paper that someone else had recklessly thrown onto Raiji's desk had those words written in pink ink. There wasn't a name on it, but he could recognize the neurotic handwriting. He knew he was right when he looked towards the center seats. Looking visibly displeased with her mouth in the shape of an upside-down V, Taiga was looking right at him. With cold, forsaking eyes, Taiga whispered, arrogantly mouthing, reply. Did he really have any obligation to reply or anything? He wasn't sure how he should write about what just happened, and to begin with, he certainly didn't want to get dragged into their little quarrel. He pocketed the piece of paper in a way that Taiga could see him do it and pulled the textbook he had out closer to himself. Like that, he planned to show her that he wasn't going to be replying. However, in his peripheral view, Taiga was making an underhanded throwing motion. Ah! By the time he noticed, it was too late. Well, it was late, but he was still saved. Coincidentally, he had been scratching his head while holding a leather-bound pen case in hand. It was sudden. The pen case was pierced easily by a mechanical pencil dart. Really, it could easily have been the center of his forehead that was pierced. The 4 students who unfortunately happened to be sitting between Raiji and Taiga were all equally surprised, wearing stiff expressions as they looked for the shot that had just missed them. What the heck was that? She intends to kill. This girl, she really wants to kill me. Going Shay, how disappointing. Taiga nevertheless kept a calm face. She snapped her fingers while making that cold and apathetic expression. Staring at Taiga with rabid-looking eyes, Raiji swore resolutely in his heart that he absolutely wouldn't reply. Just who was the one with the bad split personality? If you tried asking Raiji, he wouldn't be able to say for sure. They were just about equally troublesome. He caught a glimpse of Taiga mouthing her complaints, but he had no desire to get involved with her. First of all, if he went ahead and relayed what Ami had told him moments ago to Taiga, it was obvious that he'd just be adding fuel to their already treacherous dispute. Deciding that he would try to completely ignore the situation, he casually started building a barrier around his desk with his textbooks and notebooks. He planned to use them as a defense against that violent girl's troublesome attacks. However, a few minutes passed. Again, while the teacher's back was turned, a folded piece of paper was thrown onto his desk by someone in front of him. Thinking it might be Taiga again, he was just about to throw it away, but... Oh, to Takasukun from Minori, he ended up seeing those words, and something akin to a sigh escaped from his throat. When he looked to the opposite side of the classroom, he even saw Minori going hemi while looking his way and waving her small hand from her seat near the hallway. Frantically waving back silently, Raiji gingerly opened the note with trembling fingers. He didn't want to rip it, and he didn't want to get it dirty. After all, this was the first time in his entire life that he had received a letter from the girl he liked. It may have just been a small scrap of paper, but even so, this was the treasure of a lifetime for him. Even when he becomes an old man, he was absolutely certain he wouldn't forget this day and this moment in time. However, no, look here, Takasukun. Minori is seriously angry, you know. What's with this beginning paragraph? Raiji swallowed with a bitter taste in his mouth. We heard from Taiga. Isn't Takasukun being kind of suspicious with that transfer student? I already told you before on the rooftop, you know, that if you toss Taiga aside, I'll punish you, Nimage. That's how the first half went. There was actually a skull mark on the very first letter he was fortunate enough to receive from the girl he liked. He continued on to read the latter half as he tried to stifle his incredulity. I'm just saying this in case, you know. That transfer student is certainly a very cute girl. But, you know, things that are perfect, they're not really interesting, right? As proof, my ever-insatiable Minoran radar, my detector for sweet girls, it's not responding this time, even a bit. Well, that's probably not the problem. Ami Kawashima is interesting, in a way. Rather than that bothersome Taiga had tattled to Kushida, so she's not only violent but a coward as well. He glanced sideways at Taiga, but she was giving him the cold shoulder, facing the other way, and completely ignoring him. Her back was giving off a thick, violent aura that said, "You're the one at fault, you know." Chewing his lips that were dry with an inexpressible anger, Raiji still used a steady hand to tear a perfect square of paper from one of his notebooks. He'd make his objection to Taiga later, but for now anyway he needed to reply to Minori. To Kushida from Takasu. There isn't anything suspicious going on between me and the transfer student. But before that, there's nothing between me and Taiga either. He wrote that much with carefully arranged letters, then thought a bit. Anyway, excuse me for completely changing the subject. What does Kushida think about people who label themselves naturally airheaded? He tried to pad it a little like that. For some reason, he wanted to try asking her that question. Also, it seemed like she might get a little angry if he just wrote one sentence the first time, and it didn't even seem very well put. In an email conversation, putting in questions would invariably help keep things going well. But this wasn't email. Aggressively hiding the throbbing feeling that was nearly bursting from him, Raiji passed his return note to the guy in the seat in front of him. Each time the teacher wrote on the blackboard or glanced at the textbook, his note made its way to Minori bit by bit. Soon enough, a few minutes later, it arrived safely into her hands. He was staring as she opened up his note, worrying futilely and wondering what in the world she was thinking when Minori slowly turned to face Raiji and stood up. The teacher had her back turned and was in the middle of writing a bunch of things on the board. But Raiji, Taiga, Kitamura, Ami, and pretty much all the other students had surprised looks on their faces and ended up staring almost involuntarily at the standing Minori. Minori closed her eyes and, reminiscent of the crucified Christ, raised both hands so very slowly while wearing a peaceful expression. Her expression that had been like that of a dead person very, very slowly shifted into a smile. Her hands ended up making a large circle over her head. At least, that's what it looked like at that moment. Kua! With her face crinkled, and her mouth opened as if she were crying out. Both her hands crossed violently in a slashing motion. They ended up forming an X. And so? At the same time that the teacher turned around, Minori was already sitting in her seat, acting as if nothing had happened. It might have seemed as if a single giant question mark was looming collectively over the students' heads. That X was probably the answer to the latter half of his letter. Raiji was puzzling over what just happened as well. He just seriously hoped that she wasn't making that X in regards to the first half. Then he thought, you might call a person like her naturally airheaded. Even though Amai is such a beautiful person, she wasn't prideful at all. She was easy to talk to, and just an overall good person. The overall opinion of the class unified like that before the period even ended. There were a lot of guys who were trying to help Ami on her first day, and so no matter who it was, she would gladly say, "Will you teach me this?" "Thanks." "Ah, so that's how it is. I'm so glad you really saved me. I'm so happy that I could talk with everyone." Slowly putting on such a convincing smile, she showered her affection indiscriminately with a shining aura like that of an overly pure angel. The three who were aware of Ami's true nature were Kitamura, Raiji, and also Taiga, but it seemed like Kitamura wasn't going to be doing anything more than necessary. So Raiji didn't feel he had to waste his time going around telling everyone about Ami's dual personality. After all, he didn't want to get mixed up in things any further than he was already. Then Taiga, "Go, get me something to drink." Looking angry and displeased, a trespasser was occupying the seat opposite Raiji. Partway into the lunch break, she had come to return the emptied bento box, but it seemed she intended to take the opportunity and make him fetch her a drink. Haven't I been constantly telling you to wash the bento box before giving it back? Haven't I kept telling you that the school sponges are old and disgusting? And I told you that I keep some new sponges in my locker, didn't I? And I told you that it's too troublesome, didn't I? Wait, it seems like something is bothering you. He suddenly gave Taiga a sharp look. That reminds me, just why did you say those weird things to Kushida? But he still handed over the bottle of tea that he had brought from home to Taiga. She unscrewed the cap and poured some tea into it, using it as a makeshift cup. You're the one doing weird things. Anyway, I didn't even say anything. I wrote it. Hey, where did you drink from? About on that mark. Even if it's an accident, I really don't want to drink from the same spot. She squinted suspiciously at Raiji then, Namusan, horribly exaggerating. She shut her eyes and brought the makeshift cup to her lips. If it was that detestable, she could have just wiped it. But it seemed like instead of doing something like that, she would rather complain or just get angry. Anyway, they were already close enough that they shared food from the same plate. They had probably already exchanged saliva some time before. But if he actually said that to her now, he'd probably be killed in less than 3 seconds. Well then, what were we talking about again? Oh yeah, didn't you go off with Ami Kawashima somewhere? Are you bringing that up again? You're so persistent. Well, you didn't answer me. With an unusually agitated expression, Taiga cried out. Awa. She had ended up spilling some tea from the cup in her hand onto the desk. Raiji, tissue. Geez, what are you doing? Seriously. Wiping the desk incredulously, Raiji gave a long sigh. First he took care of the area that had gotten wet. Then he finished by giving the whole thing a final rundown. After all, tea could be used as a cleaning agent. He was already used to being with Taiga, who is usually clumsy like this. However, he still didn't want to get involved with her quarrel with Ami. He didn't like her being irritated like this, but he had already colluded intricately with Ami during the recent passing period. Taiga, what was it that you were saying yesterday when we were preparing dinner? The Maguro tuna. Cut it really thin, I said. That's not what I meant. About Kawashima. You said you wouldn't waste your time getting involved with her, but you'd be able to forgive her once you were mature enough. I didn't say that. No, wait. I lied. I did say that. It's fine if you don't make friends with her. Just forget about what happened yesterday and never go near her again. You can just keep living normally. Just because you ended up seeing her again doesn't mean you have to become irritated again, does it? It's not like she's done anything to you. At least not today. Yeah, that's right, but yes, that is right. Quietly moaning before falling silent. Taiga's sharp look started to soften, albeit only very slightly. Maybe things would be okay like this. Even if she is the commanding palm-top tiger, it doesn't mean she should just go do whatever she wants and hate other people. If she can live with a gentler heart, then there shouldn't be any more of these incidents. Well then, let's go wash our bento boxes. Huh? No way. Don't say something so ridiculous. Don't you realize what will happen at this temperature? Are you going to be able to use that bento box again with the rotting rice still inside it? Isn't that disgusting? I know it is to me, so I'm going to wash mine right now. I don't know about yours, though. What's with that? Couldn't you just wash mine for me at the same time, then? This isn't a matter of labor. It's a matter of consideration and common sense. Since I made your lunch for you, you should wash the box before returning it. When the temperature is this high in spring and summer, you should clean out your bento box. A word of warning about mold infestations. Being unprepared for decay causing microbes is the worst possible mistake. The only microbes that I love in this world are lactic acid bacilli, Bacillus subtilis natto, and the necessary bacteria that live in the mouth and intestines. He forced the bento box back into the hands of Taiga, who was frowning with a look of serious disgust, and started prodding her into standing up. And then, just when he had finally been able to ever so slowly separate Taiga at least 5 centimeters from the chair, Takasu-kun, that was fun earlier. He just wanted to scream, why? Yeah. I hope we can talk easily like that again sometime. Leaving the group of girls, Ami had walked about halfway to where they were sitting, facing Raiji and waving a slender arm. She had an unrestrained, beautiful smile plastered over her entire face. The simple uniform fit her well-proportioned limbs almost criminally well. But in Raiji's mind, she no longer fell into the categories of cute or beautiful or anything like that. The fact that she was two-faced outranked any of that, or at least that should have been the case. Hey, you know, it's about our secret chat from earlier. Yes. Ami suddenly got really close. While he wondered what in the world she was thinking, Ami gently bent her slender body over and brought her lips close to Raiji's ear. The warmth of her breath tickling his earlobes caused Raiji's pores to open all the way. In a sweet voice, about what we discussed earlier. Really try to forget about it. Okay, please, all right?" Her whisper flowed out gently even though the nearby taiga was right before her eyes. Without saying anything to either Ami or Raiji, Taiga just stared with a look cold enough to freeze water. And then Ami pulled away from Raiji's ear with a short "Ihani," while her eyes hinted just a little bit of sadness. She displayed a praiseworthy smile. Then silently turning to Taiga, she gave a look of pitying or sympathetic kindness. Her eyelashes cast a faint shadow on her face, and Raiji unconsciously stared as if spellbound. "I have class work I need to do." Taiga's voice broke his trance. No good. He got caught again. Or maybe he should say, he was deceived again. With a bang, the taiga who had pulled Raiji back to the real world forcibly jammed the bento box at his chest, before getting up from her seat. At that instant, Raiji sighed, thinking, at least another quarrel has been avoided for now. She should have let it go. But Ami followed after Taiga anyway. As Ami pestered her, saying hey and other such things, Taiga's hair for just a second literally and truly puffed up like it had exploded. How surprising. I can't believe that we ended up in the same class. You know, this is just my impression from up until now, but Isaka-san, do you not have any friends other than Takasu-kun? Shut up, you damned brat. Do you want me to make you cry again? They clashed for only a moment. No one, in that moment of confrontation unnoticed by anyone other than Raiji, Ami, and Taiga, exchanged glances only for that one moment. The two quickly looked away from one another and walked off in their respectively opposite directions. It would be fine if this was as far as things would go, but he tried to ignore the ominous chill of presentiment running down his back. However, while the two had only now clearly identified each other as rivals, the fuse had already been lit a long time ago. Chapter 3. Seemingly uneventful. A few days passed in peace. Though Taiga was as troublesome and touchy as ever, she was currently ignoring Ami completely. And while Ami might have still been frantically putting on her good girl act in front of her new friends, she didn't seem to be provoking Taiga into a fight or anything. She might go as far as to look in Raiji's direction with her chihuahua-like eyes every once in a while, but she didn't do anything more. Nevertheless, these fellows who shared a mutual dislike were in the same class after all. When they happened to pass by one another or hear the other's voice, things fortunately ended as near misses. However, that didn't mean that they wouldn't stare silently at one another or engage in some sort of battle of wills for a few seconds. But even so, for as long as Raiji had been watching during the past several days, Ami and Taiga had not exchanged words face to face even a single time. If they could somehow peacefully get through the year like this? No, he really hoped they could continue like this all the way to graduation. An event that crushed Raiji's tiny hope into even smaller pieces occurred around the time when they switched uniforms in the latter half of May. "Takasu! You free now? I've got some really great news." It was late afternoon. Homeroom was finally over and they had been released from school. Wearing glinting black-rimmed glasses and playing with the ends of his purposely messy hair, Nato was all happy-go-lucky as he walked over to Raiji's seat. "Haruta said he'd introduce us to 3 of the first-year girls from the track club today. Of course, naturally we're going, right? Sorry, I'll have to pass. I've got something to do. Anyway, even if I went, they'd eventually say something like, 'That one guy is scary,' and that would be the end of it. Wouldn't they just end up running away then? That's not true. You'll be with Haruta and me, so they'll definitely come with us. Come on, you've got to come. We'll be meeting at the McDonald's in front of the station." Extremely happy, Noda took hold of Raiji's shoulders while wearing an incredibly elated smile and just started hopping about all idiotically. However, Raiji quickly shook off Nodo's grasp. "Seriously, I have something I need to do. Just look. Try looking right over there." He was pointing to a spot by the doorway to the classroom. "Right there. Gwa. It's the palm-top tiger. So scary." Crossing her arms in an aggressive stance and unintentionally scaring the crap out of the guys who were trying to walk past her, Taiga was staring at Raiji intently. The crease in her brow issued a silent command. "Hurry up and get over here." It was a request from her. "So that's why I have to pass on today. Sorry." What's with that?" "How boring. I guess there's no helping it. Maybe we'll just have to do it 3-on-2. If it's the palm-top tiger, there's not really anything I can say to her." Giving up, Nato turned away from him, but The thing is, Takasu. Turning around again all of a sudden, he started muttering in an unusually pensive tone. The palm-top tiger is fine and all. Well, she is incredibly pretty, and there are even times when I see you two together and honestly think, isn't that nice? But I think you can't be truly happy like that, you know. She's the kind of wild person who piles up desks and chairs before flinging them all over the classroom. With a comment about the desks and chairs, he was likely referring to last month when Taiga went ballistic telling everyone that they weren't dating. Just why do I need to be happy with Taiga anyway? We've already said from the start that we're not like that. Well, okay then, if you say so. But let me give you a bit of advice. Shouldn't you try properly going out with a different and more normally cute girl at least once? I'm not saying you should try asking out a top-quality girl like Kawashima-chan or anything, but at the very least try a girl who's not a tiger. If I could possibly do that at all, then I wouldn't have any problems, you know. Well, yeah. But anyway, I'm just saying try to look for someone else. If things keep going like this, won't you be unable to have a romantic relationship with anyone, because you'll be taking care of the palm-top tiger your whole life? Well, anyway, see you tomorrow. Nacha said whatever he wanted to say before leaving the classroom with a light-footed gait that matched his mood. Considering Noto's words of a different, more normally cute girl, Raiji immediately couldn't help but think of Kushida Minori, or rather, he thought it was rude. Of course he wasn't going to be watching over Taiga for his whole life. When the time was right, he intended to get a girl, preferably Minori, and properly live happily ever after. Hey Raiji, I told you to come right away. Does the term right away mean nothing to you, or what? Are you adjusting yourself to a milder pace? What a Lohasian scheme. Alohas. Ha! Yeah. While Raiji shrugged his shoulders at her stompish yelling, he obediently sped up as per Taiga's orders. Then, being just about dragged into the hallway, just look at that. This is just the worst. What am I supposed to do? Just looking at where Taiga was pointing made his blood run cold. It was horrible. The students' lockers were all lined up side by side in the hallway, but all of the way on the left, Taiga's locker was left open, and sweet strawberry milk had been splashed around messily inside. Her jersey, textbooks, and even her dictionary were currently covered in the light pink, milky fluid. The culprit was Ami. He was so sure of it, but how did this happen? I can't believe it. It wasn't on purpose. I couldn't help it. She had done it herself, this girl who was the clumsiest fellow in all of history. As Taiga was trying to get ready to go home, she had been facing her locker while drinking strawberry milk. She had opened her locker and was going to leave behind any books she didn't need before going home. But she had fallen over. Her strawberry milk had gotten away from her and landed in her locker. This is a bit more work than I thought it would be, he muttered quietly. But at the same time, Raiji's eyes had started shining with a dangerous look. The thrill of excitement running down his back was almost a fever akin to lust. First, he'd need to get everything out, take home the jersey and wash it. For the books, he had to thoroughly wipe them down and dry them, or else it would leave behind a smell. Then, he would take care of the locker's entire interior. Thoroughly. Very thoroughly. Can you get it clean, I wonder? I'll definitely get it clean. Snugly pulling on the rubber gloves he always kept in reserve, Raiji felt the blood rushing passionately in his young face. To some measure, there was something about this he ultimately enjoyed. The actual cleaning, the totality of it, or maybe the thoroughness. A mess that at a glance looked ruined beyond all hope of recovery. To bring it back with his own two hands made him feel alive more than anything else in the world. The proof of that was Taiga's island kitchen. The first time he encountered it, it had been totally engulfed in mold, and the clogged sink drain had been giving off a sickly sweet stench. But now it was so perfectly cleaned that one could safely go ahead and eat off it. He had given up some of his time to wipe it down and perfectly organize everything in and around the simple modern-styled kitchen, so Raiji wasn't opposed to bragging that a more blessedly spotless kitchen would be hard to find. So now it's your turn. Raiji feverishly scanned Taiga's locker with a dangerously excited look in his eyes. However, this time he wasn't filled with just an urge to clean. Taiga, It's a promise, right? That you'll give it to me in exchange for doing this. I get it already, all right. Raiji had ended up committing a seriously egregious act. Or so he might say, but it had been Taiga, asking him to clean for her, who had made the exceptionally clear promise. The large, unopened Hermes bag that Raiji had kept his eye on for some time. Taiga had promised that she would give the bag that held 2 of the thick brand-name bath towels to him as compensation for his services. My long-awaited Hermes towels. Even if you might say I'm just following a fad or something, as long as I can get those orange Hermes towels into my towel closet, then I don't care what you might say about me. From the moment I saw it in an interior decorating magazine, I've been longing for some... Seriously? Do as you like. I'm just saying this in advance, but I've also had my eye on those linen towels you have that are made from Egyptian cotton. I'm pretty sure you have a bunch of unused ones. I saw them the other day when I was organizing your closet. The next time something else happens, you can give me some of those. Is that so? I'm going to go wait in the classroom. As if she couldn't stand the sight of Raiji acting like an ecstatic housewife. Taiga eerily gave him a single cold glance, flipped her long hair, and ended up going inside the classroom. Now that she had left, this was Raiji's domain. As his eyes glared animalistically, Raiji was about to start working. But wait. He needed an apron, so he turned first to his own locker. Humming to himself, he pulled out his reserve apron from the locker he always kept clean, and started to put it on somewhat excitedly. Then he thought to himself, he was passing on a meeting with freshman girls in order to do this kind of work. That was just, well, it's normal for me to skip, isn't it? Trying to more fully convince himself, he gave a large nod, because he loved cleaning after all, because he loved organizing. So much so that it even amazed himself. It wasn't that he was throwing away a chance at a relationship to take care of Taiga. It definitely wasn't. He was just taking the time to clean something that Taiga had gotten dirty. Taiga really made some almost unbelievable mistakes. So he was just cleaning up after her. He was by her side regularly, so understandably he just wanted to follow her. So there was a difference. If things keep going like this, won't you be unable to have a romantic relationship with anyone because you'll be taking care of the palm-top tiger your whole life? There was a subtle but important misconception to what Noto had said. It wasn't true, not with that kind of connotation. He wanted to stay by Taiga's side continuously into the future because he wanted to keep a watchful eye out for chances to clean. That's the only thing he was thinking, because if he followed Taiga, as surely as she'd breathe, that girl would mess up and inevitably make something dirty. While Raiji was taking out Taiga's things, he breathed heavily just like an addict in critical withdrawal as he kept trying to convince himself. He certainly had some sort of addiction, but it's possible that he wasn't even aware of it himself. 1 hour eventually had passed since he started cleaning. No, wait. It was probably a bit more. It might have looked odd that his head was thrust into someone else's locker as he started seriously. But the guys who might have given Raiji some weird looks had been gone for some time. The hallway had fallen completely silent, and Taiga might have fallen completely silent. Been the only one left within the classroom. Just a little bit more and it'll be perfect. That bit of monologue that escaped from his lips echoed in the cramped space. The cleaning had already reached its peak, and while fully immersed in the locker, Raiji couldn't help himself from going over the little details, like the corners with a cotton swab in hand. It didn't look like any strawberry milk had made it that far. But dirty things were dirty things. Then he heard the small sounds of someone walking down the corridor. It seemed like a girl. If she saw him like that when the school was devoid of life, he would almost definitely end up startling her. Letting himself be carried away by his groundless notions, Raiji hid himself completely from her sight with the nearly closed door of the locker and held his breath. However, he almost felt like crying out unthinkingly when looking through the gap in the locker. He saw the person passing by just a few centimeters in front of him. Those unmistakable good looks couldn't possibly belong to anyone other than Ami Kawashima. And yet, without realizing that Raiji was there, Ami was entering the classroom where no one but Taiga still remained. He had a terrible presentiment. A really bad one. The weird guy who had been hiding in a locker quietly sneaked out into the hallway and, debating whether or not he should go into the classroom, decided to try peering in from the window for the time being. Ah, no way. Why are you still here? You're a real eyesore." It looked like his presentiment had been right on the mark. Amy was mockingly slurring her speech. Turning to Taiga, who was wiping one of her textbooks, Ami looked at her with contempt. Ami's lips were twisted into a sneer. It had been a while, but Ami Kawashima-san, the real one, had appeared once again. Still sitting in her seat, Taiga narrowed her eyes. "Don't get any closer, you damned brat." With a level voice that bore no emotion, Taiga disregarded what Ami had said. Ami broke her glance momentarily as she was taken aback in surprise, but it was only for a moment. Expelling a hump and turning away from Taiga, Little Miss Two-Face started speaking. "Ka, how scaring. That's just like Isaka-san. That must be why even the teachers think you're annoying. Even though I was in the staff room asking questions about class just now, all the teachers were making such a big fuss. Like, Ami-chan is, oh so cute, or I'm so glad you came to our school, or you're not being bullied by Asaka, are you? You know?" And everyone just smiled and laughed. But I was a little annoyed. They just kept saying Ami-chan is so cute. But even if they didn't say that, I'm already fully aware of that. Ah? With a bemused smile on her rosy lips, Taiga was nearly laughing at Ami's words. "That's just no good. If you're like that, then just how long will I have to endure your disgusting two-sided personality? At the very least, let me have fun watching you." "Ah. Even when I switch classes, even when I graduate, will it ever end? This whole time, I've been closely observing you." "What? Oh, I look forward to it, to when you bear your faults. I'll say this ahead of time, but revealing your true nature, or whatever, that would be simple. But that would just be boring, so I'm not going to do anything. I'll be watching you for a while, so let me enjoy it for a long time. Just, you should probably watch that mouth of yours. Life is long after all, only if you want to continue living it." For an instant, Taiga's subtle voice tinged the atmosphere of the classroom black, like some sort of sing-song curse. However, Raiji understood the situation. Taiga wasn't being seriously angry yet. Like a cat playing with a trapped rat, she was just toying with this fellow she couldn't stand and simply enjoying herself, because both her eyes remained calm, and she was even holding back her full strength. If the tiger was actually angry, that kind of thing wouldn't be possible. She wouldn't stop her flurry of attacks until her prey had been completely ripped to shreds by her every tooth and nail. But Ami couldn't have any idea that Taiga was pulling back. "You stalker." She had probably been overly disgusted by what Taiga was saying. Ami's face visibly twisted with negativity as she yelled that one word. A momentary tension filled the air in that classroom where a devious battle was developing. "Really? You're such an irritating shorty, aren't you?" Flipping her hair, Ami regrouped and went back on the offensive with a smile. "Isn't it because you're like that you have no friends? Despised and all alone. How very sad. Though if Ami-chan had known we were going to be classmates, she probably would have chatted with you using the super cute good girl version, you know? How regrettable that you weren't able to become friends with the popular Ami-chan. Who? Doesn't it seem like that Raija Takasu is completely smitten with Ami-chan? That guy, he's always looking at Ami-chan with a glint in his eye. It's really annoying. So, won't you tell him to stop it already?" With that kind of thing being said, it was just about impossible for him to enter the classroom or anything like that. Rather than that, what did she mean by glint in his eye? That was just his normally bad expression. It was hereditary, that's all. I'm so glad you made such a mistake. Hey, could you hurry up and go home for me? Looking at your weird face is making me want to vomit. I was planning on leaving even if you didn't say anything, because after all, unlike a shitty midget like you, the popular Ami-chan has things to do. The thing is, I guess maybe Ami-chan feels sorry for you. Even Waisaku, the most kind-hearted person Ami-chan knows, dislikes you. What did you say? Taiga's tone dropped even lower. Her large eyes that were directed at Amy gave off a blood-red glow. Without realizing, she had stepped on a landmine. That is, I was thinking about it after the first time we met, but you know Isaku, he had never mentioned even a word about you, like that you were classmates or anything. Even if I asked him who's that girl, he didn't really say anything. So it seems like he doesn't think much of you at all. Or to put it more plainly, Amai-chan's enemy is Waisaku's enemy. I went ahead and told him everything you did to me at the family restaurant, so I think he probably already hates you a lot. If you're hated by even the totally charitable Waisaku, then it's all over for you. She spewed all that out. Then? Well, see you tomorrow. She took her bag and smiled. Putting such an expression on her pretty face, there was no hint of her maliciousness. Just like that, she walked right out while humming merrily to herself. You, Uawa? Raiji broke into a dash. He slipped into the locker in the nick of time. It probably would have been fine if he hadn't hidden at all, but he couldn't keep himself from hiding. Waiting until the last of Ami's footsteps had faded away, he then took a cautious step into the hallway. Taiga. He checked on Taiga through the window. Still there, Taiga had her back to Raiji, and she very slowly tilted her head. It looked as though she was contemplating the meaning of the words Emi had thrown at her. He dislikes you. It seems like he doesn't think much of you at all. Ami-chan's enemy is Yaisaku's enemy. I think he probably already hates you a lot. It's all over for you. Ooh. She looked up to the sky. She screamed with a forced voice. That damned brat. Hey, Taiga, calm down. At his desperate cry, Taiga jumped up and turned around. As soon as she noticed Raiji over the windowsill, Taiga gave a sudden leap forward and grabbed his Gakuren sleeve at point-blank range. Raiji! Hey. Taiga's eyes right then were unfocused, pretty much just swirling round and round. Raiji. Were you listening? Hey. Just now. Did you hear that? Did you? What did you think? About this. And that. And everything she said. Hey, is it true? Really? I'm despised. See, calm down a bit. There's no way it's true. Just think about it rationally. Yeah, but that brat, as she about me Kita hates He just wanted to collapse. Taiga had ended up snapping for real, violently kicking over 3 nearby chairs in a row. Taiga was even baring her fangs as she looked up to the sky and gave a low roar. Grrr, you damned brat. Right now, I'm gonna kill her. Calm down. Don't be hasty. Come on. Just take a deep breath. Shut up. Hey, she yelled, curtly, and pushed Raiji away with a master's authority before breaking into a full-out run. She probably intended to chase after Amai, who had left and gone outside. This was bad. If things kept up like this, someone might end up dead. In trying to stop Taiga, who was headed to the door, Raiji was also running to the same door from outside the classroom. Stop it, don't go. Calm, do. Bang! It was a horrible sound. Raiji was opening the door as Taiga was trying to open the same door. They had each pulled at the sliding door in opposite directions on their respective sides, so Taiga, moving at full speed, had crashed her forehead straight into the door that Raiji had slid across to her side. It was such a surprise that after confirming what happened, Raiji was left speechless. Taiga was staggering like a drunken cat. 2 steps, 3 steps she took backwards. Oh, it hurts. Aigon. He just about screamed. As she was slowly on the verge of falling onto her back, he caught her in the nick of time just before she fell. Sass, sorry. Are you okay? Fine. I'm fine. It's okay. I'm all re. This looked really bad. It looked like Taiga didn't even have the strength left to belittle him. Chan, Taiga's room. The lights are off and the curtains are still closed. While she curled her hair with an iron, Yasuko walked barefoot into the kitchen. Raiji shrugged as he finished cooking the last of their tonkatsu. Seriously, even though it tastes best freshly fried. Ooh, looks so good, yet Chan really loves tonkatsu. With similar timing, The mother and son both stared at 3 servings of tonkatsu that were making a delicious sizzling sound. Though their faces didn't really match, their thoughts were exactly the same. If they didn't eat quickly, their food would end up becoming cold. Since that incident after school, Taiga had seemed rather strange. It looked like she had hit her head pretty hard, but without showing any worrisome symptoms like nausea or bleeding, she had returned to her usual self soon enough. You? Just where were you looking? Were you trying to kill me, you mutt? Were you trying to kill me, you mutt? She had gone back to saying things like that. However, while her displeasure was the same as usual, there were times she seemed just a bit gloomy. After the incident, the Taiga who was usually like a spontaneous firework was more like a piece of fruit rotting from within by her own poison. Immediately after she said her few words of complaint, she had fallen completely silent and didn't open her mouth again even once on the way back to her apartment. She didn't even mention anything about Amy. It wasn't the same as being ignored. But rather than consciously ignoring Raiji, it might have been that she was stuck in thought. Or perhaps a better way to put it was that she was being despondent in replying because she was deep in thought. And then, even though it had become habitual for Taiga to come over at 6:30 p.m. to eat dinner, she still hadn't shown up at the Takasu residence. Folding his arms while holding chopsticks in one hand, Raiji looked over the tonkatsu and muttered, "Could her health have possibly deteriorated? Then, maybe she went to the hospital? Alone? If it's like that, then even if I had to force her, maybe I should have taken her to the hospital as soon as we got back. Maybe this wasn't really the best time to be frying tonkatsu. Yeah, I bet she's in there. I can sort of feel her presence through the window, you know." Yasuko made her declaration as she looked into a mirror while holding a one-piece in front of her chest. "Ye-chan is pretty sensitive to the presence of women, after all. Inko-chan thinks so too, right?" Yeah." Looking confused and a little stupid, the bird that was suddenly pulled into the conversation oddly enough made a suspiciously human-like response that could have been mistaken for an actual reply. Inko might somehow be right in this case, as Yasuko's intuition really was quite often accurate. In her own words, it was just that she was a mini-esper. "Rai-chan, if you're worried, then go ahead and bring her over here." As she was saying that, Yasuko had decided on her outfit and hung it to the side, and she was now doing her hair with her left hand and skillfully typing an email with her right. Yasuko wasn't really the type to multitask, but she was usually in a hurry around this time and would noisily send work-related emails as she was getting dressed. No choice. Raiji just nodded at the tonkatsu. While he couldn't continue worrying like this, he couldn't just keep Yasuko waiting since she needed to go to work soon. "Well then, I'll be going for a bit. Go ahead and eat it when it's done, okay?" Iwao, averting his gaze from his real mother who was making a strange sexy pose as part of her reply, Raiji went out the entrance hall while wearing a t-shirt. His sandals clanged as he descended the iron stairway. It was already evening in early summer. In the sky, there was a beautiful struggle for dominance going on between indigo and crimson, while the wind gently and peacefully blew by. Raiji took a great, deep breath, as if to remove the stain of his house's odorous frying oil from his chest. With a good supply of oxygen to his head, even his excessive worries became distinct. He wondered, since they were in the same class, just how in the world did Taiga and Ami plan to get through each day, having such treacherous quarrels in the cramped classroom, if they were going to slowly whittle away at each other's hit points until one of them collapsed? Was there any point in that? Raiji couldn't understand the world of the aggressive at all. It was after nearly a minute of walking when he entered the familiar marble entranceway of the bourgeois apartment, but Raiji hadn't dealt with his worry at all. He could see just by looking at the 2 girls that they weren't going to be on good terms with each other, but he also knew that they were going too far. Even so, he was thinking, couldn't they just maybe respect each other even a little bit so they could have more peaceful lives, rather than ruining the fact they had become classmates? Images came to mind of the almost unfortunate Taiga glaring upwards with a visibly intense desire for murder, and the eye-fickle Ami sharply averting her gaze before putting on a faint smile. If Taiga was the palm-top tiger, then Ami would probably be a purebred chihuahua that only acted amiably to its master. She might yelp and act aggressively, but when it became dangerous, she would leap into her master's, Kitamura's, arms and resort to making faces instead. She was even dressed up in designer clothes. It's too perfect. He just imagined a tiger and a chihuahua staring one another down. Then, feeling completely exhausted, he rang the bell for the auto-locking gate. When no one answered after a while of waiting, he rang it once more, then a third time as he nodded to himself. Perhaps a bit of a mother-con, he was convinced that Yasuko's intuition wasn't off. So he rang the bell yet once more. Then, "Who's there?" with a tense curtness that seemed to be asking, "Who the hell are you?" Taiga's voice resounded gloomily. It's me. I've prepared dinner, so get down here and come on over. It's tonkatsu. Don't eat it." Raiji's normally sharp expression looked like it was tinged with just a little bit of insanity. It wasn't an indication of anger, but of surprise. Taiga, who could be counted on to have an insatiable appetite, was saying she wasn't going to eat dinner. This just might be more serious than he had thought. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Could it be that you're not feeling well? Does your head hurt?" "Shut up. It's not that I'm hurt anywhere. If you skip dinner, you're going to collapse again." Taiga's small body had horrible energy efficiency, so if she skipped a meal, she would immediately shrivel and become anemic. Raiji knew that's what would happen, so that's why he took a sharply terse tone. "Anyway, open up. I'm not going to stop feeding someone who won't properly explain why they're not going to eat." Before long, an almost silently faint click of the tongue. Soon after, the auto-locking door opened. "Oh." He was on the second floor of the first-class apartment. Raiji had unthinkingly yelled out in surprise at the face that appeared from beyond the oak door being slowly pulled open. What happened?" The silent Taiga was wearing a blanket over her head, and her cotton lace one-piece was a mess. Her hair was also all tangled and stuck to her face as if trying to hide it, and the one eye that showed through was all red, completely bloodshot. Her face even looked damp throughout, so it was pretty evident that she'd been crying alone. Taiga was a girl prone to crying, but even so, this was... Hey, wait up. Dragging her blanket behind her, Taiga ended up moving down the elegantly designed beige hallway towards the living room. A little bit hesitant, Raiji nevertheless took off his shoes and chased after her, past the massive glass door. The magnificent living room that was more expansive than 20 tatami mats was wonderfully decorated like something straight out of a foreign magazine, but... Raiji mumbled and scratched his head. On the carpet apart from the sofa, crumpled sheets and blankets that looked like they had been taken from the bedroom were piled up, and in the center of it all, there was a large depression just the size of Taiga. She fit in perfectly, squatting in the hole and completing the round pile. As if using the blanket she wore from her head as a lid, Taiga hid her whole body and turned into a complete hikikomori tiger. The crystal chandelier wasn't turned on at the time, and only the recessed lights were casting a gentle illumination from the ceiling. She had probably been exactly like this just moments earlier, sitting in this gloomy room without even being able to tell what color the sky was through her closed curtains. Hey! She had been balled up just like this, seriously depressed. He hesitated for a moment. Still, Raiji focused his resolve, pulled away part of her cover, and bent down to sit next to Taiga, who was like a baby bird trying to hide in its nest. "Come on, what's wrong? Could it be that the spot you banged earlier is hurting? Want to go to the hospital?" Anyway, though it might have been coincidental, the one who injured her was Raiji. Even if she might think he was being annoying, he couldn't keep himself from speaking. However, Taiga just balled up like a baby tiger without replying and pressed her face into the sheets. "Are you okay? Really?" A little bit later, she finally said something with a voice like the buzzing of a mosquito. "Hey?" Kitamura. Could he actually, really hate me now? Turning her hidden face just a little to the side, her eyes, that were wet with tears and peering out from gaps in her hair, looked just a little desperate. Taiga was staring at Raiji intently. He gave a long, long sigh. "Hey, come on. Are you still worrying about that kind of thing?" "But, I told you already, right?" "Kitamura. He saw everything that happened at the family restaurant. He understands you were provoked, and that's why you did that kind of thing. And in the first place, he already knows about Kawashima's real personality. And anyway, Kitamura isn't the kind of guy to hate people because of something like this. You should know that more than anyone else, right? You really shouldn't be so depressed over such a trivial thing. Is that really true? I'm telling you it is. Well then, just why am I such a shorty, eh? That question really caught him off guard, as he didn't really spend any time thinking about why people are what they are. A few seconds later, he tried to spit out a few words. That is... I guess it's hereditary, isn't it? He was able to make a passable, relatively safe attempt. However, Taiga in a low voice continued speaking along the same vein. I'm a shorty, and my name is even weird, and I can't do anything on my own. Right there she ended up falling silent. It was something he was hearing for the first time, that she wanted to do something about her name Taiga, which was a little over the top considering she's a girl, and her short stature, which was even the reason she was called Palm Top. Now that she had mentioned it, it was certainly true that Taiga would greedily consume dairy products all the time. I had no idea. So you were worried over that kind of ridiculous thing. It's not ridiculous. Unlike you, I'm more sensitive. Rubbing her eyes with her small fists, Taiga finally lifted herself up and sat down next to Raiji. He couldn't see it earlier because it had been hidden by her hair, but there was a cooling pad stuck to her round forehead. Maybe it had even ended up swelling. Feeling a pricklish pain in his heart, Raiji almost unconsciously started gently stroking part of the cooling pad with the tip of his finger. Taiga just let him do it. What's that? I'm 165 centimeters tall, so... Her lips showed some displeasure as she mumbled that, and she hung her head a little. I'm only just a little taller, he thought, but then Raiji realized she wasn't talking about herself here. And my name. It somehow feels like something from Mercury, so... These were things that Amai Kawashima said, with her stylishly proportionate 8-headed figure, and her name that seemed cute like an anime character's. Taiga's ideal woman who had all the things she wanted. That would be Amai Kawashima. Now I get it, Raiji breathed. Taiga had fallen into depression like this because, in addition to worrying about what Kitamura thought about her, she was also feeling an inferiority complex caused by Amy. The fickle woman she despised had all the things she ever wanted. On that point, there was just no way she could win. If it was like that, just about anyone would want to crouch in a dark room and gloomily shut themselves in, probably. It's not like Raiji couldn't understand the kind of state she was in. He nodded a few times seriously. And more than that, she's an old friend of Kitamura. Even their families are on good terms. He had meant to show his support, like, I understand what you mean. And yet, in some way resembling melting ice, Taiga's face ended up twisting pitifully. Crap. I ended up hitting the largest complex. If it was just that Ami had the proportions and her name was cute, Taiga wouldn't have gotten so depressed. But in addition to all that, Ami was on close terms with Kitamura. That most important point. It was because Ami had that advantage in what was the most serious concern for Taiga that she was getting this depressed. She was just futilely chasing after the things that Ami had and she didn't. Raiji finally realized his mistake. But it was already too late. Looking like the contents of a confused jack-in-the-box, Taiga shuffled back to her hikikomori corner. Finally, she completely closed herself in with her blanket. I wonder why you're so insensitive like this. I'm just amazed at your thick-headedness. Her low mumble resounded with bitterness. With her saying that kind of thing, he couldn't keep himself from retorting, well, I'm always dumbstruck with the way you live your life. What? At his accidentally rude comment, Taiga quickly became livid. She flung aside her blanket and stood up. Well, aren't you energetic? Tell me just what part of me is so surprising. Well, like that, right now. Interrupting him, she started hitting upside the face with a cushion. You're a dog? Mutt. Dust. It's flying everywhere. Stop it. Quiet. Shut up. Chew. Oh. Ooh-wah. Your nose is running. More than the physical impact was the emotional degradation. It was enough to keep him from even resisting, but then, Taiga's stomach rumbled with a sound similar to an earthquake. Huh. Widening her blank-looking eyes and halting her attack, Taiga looked down at her own stomach that was making such a tremendous sound with a surprised face. I wonder what that sound was just now. Don't go, huh? That sound's coming from your stomach. Geez, I knew it. You're hungry, aren't you? Come on, let's go eat tonkatsu. I told you I don't need it, didn't I? I believe your stomach more than your words. It's almost time for Yasuko to leave, so come on. Get up. The meat, is it black pork? It's black pork? The fatty parts, can I eat those? Can I eat them? Ah, yeah. Looking a little reluctant, Taiga finally got up from her nest of blankets. First, he made her blow her nose, then checked to make sure the doors were secure and she had her key, and had her put on sandals over her bare feet. Like that, Raiji successfully brought Taiga out from her apartment. Then they walked beneath the sky that was being overtaken with indigo more than before. And after ascending the stairway of the rented house next door, Rei-chan, Yasuko's teary face peered out from the entrance hall doorway, looking as if she had been waiting earnestly for the two of them until now without eating. Even though we're having tonkatsu, we don't have any sauce. This is no good, Jun. She held the empty sauce pot in one hand and told her son the shocking news. With a quick about-face, Raiji and Taiga dashed off and with a fast pace leapt into the nearest convenience store. Raiji went all out to the aisle with sauces, while Taiga went on her own to browse magazines. Having paid for the sauce, come on, we're in a hurry, so let's go. He hit Taiga in the rear with the convenience store bag. Taiga looked back at him offended. I get it. So stop being so noisy and don't touch my butt. You perverted dog. Just give me a sec. Flipping through a magazine, her fingers that were turning the pages suddenly stopped. Then as Raiji was nearly out of the store in front of her, Taiga caught the end of Raiji's t-shirt and pulled him back. Hey, look at this. She was showing him a page, turning around and thinking, what? Raiji instinctively stopped walking when he caught sight of the picture being shown. If it isn't Ami Kawashima. At the bottom of the open magazine there was a small column featuring Ami in casual clothing and the following words. Starting with this month's issue, Ami-chan will be taking a break for a while to take care of school-related matters. Look forward to seeing her again. That means she's taking a holiday. That's what this is saying. So she's taking a break from work because she moved over here. Our school... is it really all that great? Somehow, he felt like it just didn't make much sense, but, this isn't the time to be messing around talking like this. If we don't hurry, Yasuko will be late. Putting away the magazine, the two of them jogged out of the store, passed through the parking lot and just made it to the street. What is it? Practically at the same time, they ended up seeing something weird and stopped. They instinctively turned to look at one another. There was a bizarre and mysterious-looking person passing by closely in front of the two. She had a black full-body jersey on and wore sunglasses, even though it was night, so it was obviously a cover. And then on top of all that, she wore a wide-brimmed hat. Yet, with her long, slender limbs, her exposed sheen hair, her small face, and her great style, no matter how you looked at it, she could only be the person who was surely the only model in this town. The person they had just seen in the magazine. Taiga understandably frowned with displeasure. What, you ask? It's her? Speak of the devil. But what's with her appearance? With such a bizarre outfit, she just ended up standing out even more. If this were Hiru or a Zabu, then just maybe. She could have blended into the city with the air of a private performer hiding her identity. However, in this residential district no one would complain about misdeeds, even if she was mistaken as a fashionable convenience store robber and reported. Ami went into the convenience store dressed like that and naturally picked up a basket, but afterwards it was remarkable. She took just about all of the pastries and ice cream products lined up on the shelves and threw them in her basket with tremendous aggressiveness. That was followed by bentas, side dishes, and even pastry breads, pet bottles of non-diet drinks, sweet carbonated beverages as well. Even the shop clerk was leaning from his register to keep a watchful eye on her strange behavior. What a weirdo. Is she having a house party or something? No. That's not it, not with those things. Fun, I see. I ended up seeing something interesting. With a small laugh, Taiga stood up in front of Raiji and started walking quickly. It seemed she figured something out on her own, but didn't feel like sharing the information. Raiji, let's run. Yeah. They were in a hurry, after all. Putting aside what just happened for the time being, Taiga and Raiji took off along the asphalt road towards the Takasu residence where their tonkatsu was waiting. But at that time, strangely, as if enjoying herself, Taiga's mouth was parted with a smirk. Chapter 4. If one were looking for the center of the standout group amongst the girls of Class 2C, Ami-chan, I saw the magazine that came out yesterday. That would be Kihara Maya. The girl whose choice to dye her long straight hair over the break was met with fawning admiration from the girls but concealed disapproval from the boys. Then, it said that you're putting your modeling on hold for a while. But is that really true? She had a small and oddly voluptuous beauty mark near her mouth, and she and Kashiya Nanako were a pair of good friends. When the pair of girls who were flashier together as a set started talking with Ami, some more girls gathered around as if being summoned. Maya-chan, so you took the time to see this month's issue. Thanks. That's right. I was able to arrange for some time off work. Having ascended to the top of the standout group, Ami was dispensing a simply dazzling smile. And the surrounding girls were all abuzz, basically saying, "That's such a wasteen." A few guys whose eyes were unintentionally drawn to the scene. Somehow, it feels like the girls in our class have gotten cuter overall. Really, when it comes to girls, forget the underclassmen. The girls in our class are the best, aren't they? That's right. Once you get to know one another properly, you can start building a relationship. It's the simplest way. When I joined this class in April and was wondering just how Takasu and the Palm Top Tiger got together, I got really depressed, but now that I think about it, isn't that the greatest luck? There's still Maya, and even Nanako, and then best of what? Oh, there's Ami. If you just look at her face, the Palm Top Tiger is super cute, but they're all really cute. Raiji was stuck between the black-rimmed glasses wearing Hisamitsu Noto and the superficial long-haired Kuji Haruta, who were both smiling happily. Pretending not to hear them and narrowing his eyes, Raiji was in the middle of reattaching the button that had fallen off from his cuff using a sewing kit. It's good that they were able to think like that. While that's what he was thinking, he was a pacifist who wouldn't actually say it out loud. In any case, Not and Haruta had told him about yesterday's meeting with the freshman girls and how, after the pair treated the girls to McDonald's and karaoke, it had ended horribly with the girls just saying, "Thank you," and not even giving out their email addresses. It's Maruo. Hey. As Ami's childhood friend, don't you think it's a waste too? About how she's taking a break from modeling, I mean. Being flagged down by Maya Kitamura, who was fondly called Maruo amongst the girls, readjusted his glasses and turned to face them. Isn't it fine? As long as that's what Ami has frankly decided. She can still go back to modeling once she's graduated from high school. Hey, she's so cute like this, it really feels like a waste. Maruo, you act too businesslike to Ami-chan. Don't say things like frankly. That's right. Their shrill voices besieged Kitamura from all sides, but there was an apparent tone of laughter that lacked any actual anger or scorn. According to the girls, Kitamura was absolutely everyone's adorable prized possession. What an inconspicuously popular guy. I wonder if I should wear glasses too. At Haruta's mutterings, the unpopular glasses-wearing Noto put on a complicated expression. However, Kitamura had just shrugged his shoulders, going, Yeah, with a bitter smile before he escaped from the group of exceptionally cute girls while acting perplexed. Oh, everyone's here. With a face that made it seem as if he was being rescued, Kitamura came to a halt next to Raiji and the others. Damn it, go back. Get out of here. You aristocrat. This here is a crab-canning boat. It's not a place for someone like you. Ha, nice one. Aim for the world. Brushing aside Haruta's harsh words with a laughing smile, Kitamura took a seat facing Raiji. If the group around Ami was like the sunlight, then the group of 4 boys was just like the shade. But it's not like it's a real waste, you know. The flashy Ami spoke in remarkably cheery voice that resounded throughout the classroom at break time. I've been wanting to enjoy a normal high school life like this, so this is fine. I'm even able to make lots of friends like this. You know, I'm really the happiest right now. That's because everyone is here. How is she so good like this? Ami-chan is just too good. The girls' excited voices were practically sighs of admiration. Raiji instinctively glanced over at the side of Kitamura's face, even while he and Haruto were continuing to joke around. For just an instant it looked like Kitamura gave an almost imperceptibly small sigh. Is that how it is? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I guess since models are busy and have to even go on diets and do other troublesome things. An ordinary high school girl wouldn't be able to pull it off at all, right? Nanako was nodding, and Maya also chimed in with a, "Yeah, that's right," as she opened her already large eyes even wider. That's something I've been wanting to ask. Ami-chan, you're really slender. You must have some sort of diet, don't you? Is there a super specialized diet exclusively designed for models? Come on. Tell us, please. Tell us. Yeah, I want to hear it. Ami-chan's diet? I want to know too. When the discussion turned to dieting, the group surrounding Ami became all the more excited. However, Ami at first mumbled, come on," then gave a small laugh and started speaking. I don't really diet or anything, so I don't know about that. It seems like I'm naturally predisposed to not getting fat. I eat whatever I want. But as long as I eat healthily, it seems like I'm fine. I really love eating things like pastries, so I think it's actually better for my body if I don't restrain myself or anything. She spoke with a smile, but ever so slightly. The corners of her mouth might have twisted mockingly. Predisposed. One of them muttered quietly. Is that so? I don't get it. Ami probably noticed it, that the atmosphere of admiration around her had suddenly dropped in temperature by about 3 degrees. That Maya, who had been pushing herself every day for half a year to struggle and persevere with her afternoon diet of only salad and oolong tea, was wearing a frozen expression. And that Nanako, who just yesterday had been desperately walking off calories and had even turned down her father's gift of sushi, looked as if her eyelids were twitching. Even if she reapplied her good girl Fa'ad, she had for some reason ended up allowing a glimpse of her true personality to rise to the surface. It was obvious that in that instant the girl's eyes had turned cold. So much so that even someone like Raiji took notice. Unforgivable. Bang! The sound of someone standing up and knocking back her chair. The roaring voice filled with anger made the chilled atmosphere tremble. The vein in her temple had risen in the shape of a cross, and her two fists were practically audible with a crackling sound as she walked towards the front of the otherwise silent classroom. Her name was Kushida Minori, an energetic girl who, unsatisfied with just her club activities, decided on longer paths both between school and home, and on the way to her part-time jobs, and she always traversed them at a fast pace. No matter how it looks, I'm a warrior of dieting, you know. That's gotta be a lie, Raiji thought with his head tilted. Just last month she supposedly ate a bucket of pudding by herself. However, it seemed like she was being serious. Taiga. You're here, aren't you? Yeah. The wild beast who was associated with her as a steadfast friend, Taiga Isaka, made her way forward. This girl, at least. There is just no way she is even close to being on a diet, Raiji thought. But if it was for her friend, Taiga was the type of girl who would help out no matter what, even if she had gone and eaten 2 servings of tonkatsu. Let's go, Taiga. Hey, Minoran, really? Okay, Taiga, really. The two suddenly outstretched their arms widely, and with a sidestep, started nimbly grappling sumo style within the ring of girls. Hey, wait. What? They moved over to Ami, who was sitting in the center. The other girls were going kaya, and fled the area looking oddly indifferent to the situation, leaving nothing to protect Ami. In perfect harmony, Taiga and Minori quickly chased down Ami, who stood up in a vain attempt to escape the linked pair that started spinning around her to prevent her from getting away. What the heck, you guys? Fuhaha! Can you break free from our guard, young lady? Excuse me for being such a shorty. Excuse my weird name. Yay? Your name? What are you talking about? When he could see her face, Ami's expression was of confusion and bewilderment, but she didn't seem like she was going to act against the two's unbreakable guard as she just cowered nervously. Was it okay to not help her? Raiji checked Kitamura's face, but just muttering "ara" like an old lady. Kitamura made no attempt to stand up. This is a case of bullying. The Palm-Top Tiger and Kushida, they're bullying Ami-tan. People might have noticed, but no one could do anything about it. Ready? Kawashima-kun. Minori twisted her lips charmingly into a huge grin. At Ami's back, Taiga grasped and locked up her thin limbs. Then, "Hey, wait you guys, Kaya!" Ami's shriek resounded. Minori had sprung forward like a striking snake and grabbed firmly with both hands onto Ami's abdomen, which was covered by her blazer. "Oh, this is... Yugu." When she saw her grin, Ami's expression stiffened in dismay. Then Minori slowly licked her lips once. "Teacher, Kawashima-san, she's been hiding flab in her gut." She turned into a devil, rubbing the excess flesh she was gripping. Hey. It's customary on trips to bring 300 yen worth of meat at most. Is this 300 yen worth of excess flab? Hey, this flab isn't from eating bananas. Saint, stop. New. Minori was violently moving both her hands that were thrust under Ami's uniform back and forth. The boys were blushing as their questionable imaginations were being stimulated. "Oh, you've been gathering up quite a bit, haven't you?" No, stop it. What's with that predisposed nonsense? Just what's this then? What's this right here? Hey, no. Cut it out, Kaya. Ahaha, this here is for meat buns. Ahaha. And this is for Haagen-Dazs. Take this. Divine Fist of Convenience Store's Shining Family Market version. High calories, I said. Stop that. Naya. Minori's fists seemed to leave a golden trail, and in the end she stretched out from Ami's stomach a bit of quivering flesh, which was certainly present but very minor. Ami's screams lasted for quite a while, but eventually they dissipated into empty space and vanished. A silence took over with everyone left breathless. Eventually, Taiga released Ami from her restraining hold. Completely sapped of any strength, the fool fell to her knees without saying anything. Holding her clenched hands to her heart, Minori looked towards the heavens. Scattered like stardust, I dedicate this to the tears of dieting warriors. Ooh! Released at last, Ami was clutching at her disheveled clothing with both hands, while still pitifully kneeling on the floor. She sadly sat on the ground in a position hiding her small face flushed full red, and seemed to be crying and trembling, making low sobbing sounds. Looking down at her condition, Minori smiled wholeheartedly in satisfaction. Taiga, your tattling is always so accurate. Similarly looking down on Ami, Taiga's lips were also parted in a wide happy smile. No, it was all Minoran. You did such a good job. And then, slowly making her way over to stand right above Ami, Taiga's eyes glistened with a heartfelt happiness. Her face was rosy with pleasure, and her protruding lips were deep red like an animal that had gorged on blood. Kawashima-san, I'll introduce you. This here is my best friend, Minoran. So now you know for sure that I have friends other than Raiji. 4649. Note 42. She, 609 Engyuku, 4649. Yoroshiku, which means something like nice to meet you. Raising her hand, Minori laughed. Then, standing next to her, Taiga pointed straight at Ami. This is... You covert glutton. You eat too much. Clang, she said it plain as day. Just like that. Ami's shoulders sagged as if she had no willpower left at all. Minori and Taiga were standing shoulder to shoulder going, ha 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 ha, laughing boisterously. They high-fived. You're the best. No, you're the best. These two devils started to walk off as they occasionally looked at one another and whispered. Then, taking a final look back, hey, plan on running a marathon? A black jersey would definitely suit you. At Taiga's final parting shot, Ami suddenly looked up. It probably occurred to her that she had been spotted shopping at the convenience store. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes with her thumb. I'll show you running a marathon or whatever. Running around and around and around, you damned Mig. Ami-chan, you okay? A short squeak. Amai started biting her lip to hold back a wail. I'll. She tried mending her appearance. I'm fine. She tried to smile at the girls who were lending support. It was a habit for someone skilled at controlling her impression. That was so wrong. Ami-chan isn't fat. At all. That was horrible. Those two are so violent. The girls voiced words that at least seemed kind, but everyone seemed to be laughing somewhat happily as well, similarly trying to laugh as she stood up. It seemed Ami was gritting her teeth as if trying to endure the humiliation. The mask of the smiling angel, as to be expected, seemed to have been shattered and was beginning to disappear. You guys are demons. He was certainly happy from the bottom of his heart that he could see Minori's refreshing face. But even so, Raiji couldn't keep himself from muttering. Ami might have in fact been rescued, but he still wondered if this was okay. No matter what might have happened, it still felt like they went overboard. Ami had just become so pitiful. However, I see. For some reason, looking as though he had figured something out on his own, Kitamura was nodding lightly. If you act that way, then Ami will become like that. Raiji was thinking, just what in the world do you mean by become like that? But the bell signifying the end of recess rang before he could ask his question. Night was drawing nearer as the sunlight of the long early summer's day began to recede. Housewives out shopping. Middle school students finished with their club activities heading home with their bikes. Children walking their dogs, and students wearing earphones with dangling white cords. Shadows intermingled chaotically along the sidewalk lined with Japanese Zelkova trees in full foliage as everybody walked hurriedly amidst the slightly chilly wind. Having finished shopping at the busy supermarket, Raiji and Taiga also joined the mass of people and headed to the Takasu residence beneath the darkening indigo sky. It seemed the events at school had done wonders to relieve her stress. Fun. Taiga was walking a little in front of Raiji and, completely different from her broken-down state yesterday, hummed to herself while lightly swinging her head back and forth. It was unusual, however. Raiji just followed her without saying anything as the shopping bag swung in his hands. If he were to say even a single phrase, like "how rare" or something, she would probably get angry and stop humming immediately. Her somewhat off humming. It really was quite rare. He overheard a little girl who was passing by ask of her mother, "That person? Is she a princess?" Certainly with Taiga's fashion sense, she might have seemed to children like a stereotypical princess straight from a fairy tale. Underneath her pale lime green cardigan was a one-piece dress patterned with small flowers, and the lacy pure white petticoat, distinguishable beneath the partially unbuttoned dress, had numerous layers of frill that airily added a lot of volume and made Taiga's short body look very charming. Her long and somewhat wavy hair was tied with a ribbon, which was unusual, and she even had a beaded purse and dainty white sandals that Raiji hadn't seen before. Although she dressed in such fashion every day, today nevertheless seemed especially extravagant. Really, though, it must have been her mood. When it was time to go home after school, Taiga, with a smile, said something along the lines of, "I'm going home first, so come get me when you go shopping." And somehow, she even waved farewell to Kitamura, who was next to Raiji. Of course, her face was completely red. Both her eyes were resolutely turned upwards. She couldn't get herself to say anything, and her face was horribly stiff, but still. Raiji saw Taiga give a small leap on the spot after Kitamura acknowledged her with an "Ow!" Even if it was only that, he might as well enjoy Taiga's current happiness. "Hey, Raiji." Suddenly turning his way, Taiga slowed down until she was beside Raiji and matched his pace. This was also quite unusual, walking in front as if she was his master or walking angrily behind him in sullen contempt. Those were Taiga's normal positions. "Are you cooking salmon today?" the abnormal Taiga inquired with a calm voice, which seriously moved Raiji. This current state of affairs, it wasn't bad at all. "Yeah, I'm thinking Munir style." First adding salt and pepper, then sprinkling it with flour, and then frying it in butter. It should be tasty if we eat it with ketchup. That's good. Sounds delicious. The calm conversation that sounded just like a discussion between young housewives was suddenly hit by a major earthquake in the next instant. I know, maybe I'll make a salad. At the word salad, the shopping bag slipped out of Raiji's hands. What? Raiji looked up with his eyes wide. Taiga was scrunching her lips in displeasure. Even so, her anger was only up to about 30% from normal. Nothing. I was just surprised. Just now. I must have been hearing things. Yeah, that must be it. Rushing off the surprise and picking up the shopping bag, he was going to pretend that nothing had happened, but that's not so. Even I can make a salad, at least. It's not that easy. Taiga, who doesn't even take her rice bowl to the kitchen after she's done eating, is saying she will make a salad. The same Taiga who nearly starved to death because the bento shop had closed down. Was he still in the real world? Nearly at a loss for words, Raiji started shaking his head back and forth. It's impossible. Why's that? You underestimate me too much. Fu. Laughing almost haughtily, Taiga puffed up her chest with pride and took on an imposing stance. When I was in elementary school, I made one in class. A salad, I mean. I even made the dressing. Well then, try telling me how you do it. That's easy. First, you buy the lettuce, right? Then you separate the leaves, don't you? Then you slice them up, right? Then you put it on a plate, right? Then you serve it with mayonnaise, right? And with that, it's done. That's not right. Raiji firmly shook his head. It's not that I hate simplicity, but the first thing to do is wash the lettuce. You run it under cold water, don't you? Just what were you talking about dressing for? Such trivial things. It's not trivial. It's really important. If you don't run the lettuce under cold water to make it crisp, then it'll be all limp when you eat it, won't it? Sister-in-law. Eh? Calling him such an unexpected name, Taiga left behind Raiji, whose eyes had become sharp and bright, and started walking in front of him at her normal position. Raiji is such a sister-in-law who takes over the house, not letting the wife speak or use the kitchen at all. I, the pitiful wife, am forced to do the simple chores of cleaning the toilet, cleaning the bath and chopping wood. Just when did I ever make you clean the toilet or the bath or anything like that at all? And if you think you can chop wood, then why don't you try it? More than any of that. Just whose wife are you supposed to be? Don't ignore me, dog mother-in-law. How the heck do you read that? In the end, it was like always. The harsh quarreling would build up futilely, and they would eventually reach the last street corner. They have finally made it to the rented housing where Taiga's apartment and the Takasu residence were. However, at that time, finally caught up to you. Coming up from behind them, something had suddenly dove right before Reiji's eyes. Taiga, who was walking in front of him, disappeared from his sight. What the heck? This fellow was hanging off of Raiji's arm as if practically jumping at him. Considering how tightly he was being clung to, he felt like his left arm was being grasped with a desperate helplessness. I saw you go by just now, so I ran after you. Please, pretend to be my friend. Short of breath and with a hazy expression on her white face, the one pressing her slender body was a descended angel. Or rather, it was Ami Kawashima, the girl generally ranked number 1. She wasn't wearing the hat, or the sunglasses at least, but she still had that black full-body jersey on, and as usual, because she was trying too hard to be inconspicuous, she ended up standing out even more than usual. He wondered if she had maybe listened to what Taiga had said and been actually out running a marathon. However, Takasu-kun, please. Her pleading voice was overflowing with serious desperation, and even her breathing seemed a little jagged. Raiji had absolutely no clue what on earth she was asking of him. And... what? That guy over there. The slender fingers that were gripping Raiji's arm tightened. Her hand was sweaty, and more than that, it seemed to be trembling slightly. It seemed like something was seriously not right. Perplexed, he tried following Ami's line of sight. What's that? The street corner just a bit in front of them, the shadow of a lamppost. There was a man standing abnormally still. Without thinking, Raiji's face also stiffened. Quite difficult to see from where they were standing. The guy looked relatively slender and carefully dressed. So he looked a bit like a college student on the outside, but if that were the case, he would be carrying more. At first glance, he might not be taken for a weird guy, but no matter how one thought about it, it just wasn't normal for someone to stand still, hidden in the shadows. So there was an atmosphere of weirdness about that guy, making him stick out from his surroundings. Seeming really frightened just from looking at that guy, Ami was trying as hard as she could to use Raiji's body as a shield and hide behind him. However, that man didn't seem to really care that they noticed him, since he didn't stop staring at Ami even for a moment. It was probably exceptionally creepy, so Raiji was starting to step back with Ami in tow when, that's right, it's about time. Come on. Let's settle this. Something even scarier had been on standby behind them. Turning around at the sound of a low, curse-like murmur, he saw Taiga, who had more than likely been knocked aside by the leaping Ami, and rolled to the edge of the street as she slowly pulled herself up. I told you to run a marathon, but nobody run a marathon. But nobody said you could run around in front of my house? You damn brat. I'm going to turn you into a dirty rag. She held one hand low with her fingers fluttering, the other raised up in the form of a fist, and both her feet were freely shuffling back and forth, left and right, performing such skilled amateur footwork and calling out for a fight as if saying, "Come." Her eyes sparkled hungrily, read the atmosphere. You get it, don't you? It was as if a tiger, the pissed-off Taiga, was at the front door and a wolf, the weirdo, at the back. They had unexpectedly ended up acting out the Chinese proverb, and having turned himself around a full 180 degrees, Raiji was forced for the time being to try and calm down a wild animal that had lost all sensibility. Without even really paying attention to Taiga, Ami had been round-adly running around trying to avoid eye contact with that weird man until finally, scary, she clung to Raiji's shoulder and firmly pressed her face against him. For a single moment, Taiga's pretty French doll face shook. Little by little, bit by bit, it kept twisting as if expanding diagonally from top to bottom until at one point, crack! Raiji definitely felt like he heard the sound of something snapping. And then, listen to me? Perhaps overly agitated, she was fanatically tripping over her words. Taiga shouted, and with incredible leg strength that could even knock over a lamppost sent a nearby recycling bin, flying with a vigorous kick. The seemingly heavy object made a loud bang! Spinning through the air, it passed over Ami's and Raiji's heads, making a beeline for that suspicious character, and continued for several meters before landing near his feet with a thunderous clang, understandably taking a few steps back in fright. The man changed directions. He started running seriously and fled. Who's that guy? Watching his retreating figure, it seemed like even Taiga had finally noticed that there was someone there. Her great wrath disappeared almost instantaneously. Suspicious, full of distrust, that uninhibited mutter passed through her lips. Ami gradually started breathing normally and let go of Raiji's arm. However, she seemed helplessly unstable on her own 2 feet. Are you okay? Yeah. It's just been a long time since I ran so seriously. Ooh, I'm so exhausted. She tried to smile jokingly, but compared to her normally perfect smile, right now, she looked quite stiff. Just what the heck was all that with that guy just now? Do you know him? He asked while lending her a hand, but she just shrugged ambiguously. That is, when I'm trying to shop, I sometimes end up running into him there. Maybe he's an odd fan. They're around sometimes. Those kind of guys. Looking disturbed, her eyes were swirling around. At her appearance, Raiji and Taiga instinctively looked at one another. Considering how scared she had been just before, the fact she was now saying he was a fan, it left them uncomfortable and unable to say anything. However, Ami turned to Raiji and clasped her hands aloft. Hey, I have a bit of a favor to ask. It's scary walking home by myself right now. That guy might still be around here somewhere. It's only for a little bit. So will you hide me in your house? Please. She said something like that. Rather than the good girl act she always had on, right now she was honestly showing a real expression. Raiji thought for a moment, before finally asking her. Between this two-story rented house built from wood and the second floor of that first-class apartment built within the past year, which one would you like to be hidden within? That one, replying without even a moment's hesitation. Ami was pointing her finger straight at the apartment building, even though Raiji tentatively glanced at Taiga out of the corner of his eye, wondering, how will she react? That's my apartment. It's fine. Come with me. It's probably for the best if you lay low for a while. Yours. This isn't a joke. I don't know what you'll do to me. Ami looked at Taiga, someone with whom she had a horrible relationship, with a staring glance, but don't be stupid. Don't you understand that this is an emergency situation? Taiga was shaking her head back and forth with a serious expression on her face. Then, with a strong grip, she firmly took Ami's hand in her own. Once something happens, it'll be too late. This will be fine. So stay at my house. Wait a second, are you being honest? Are you saying that seriously? I'm just saying this in advance, but that house over there is Raiji's home. There are quite a few problems concerning the safety over there. Seriously. One time in the dead of night, I sneaked in through the window and nearly beat Raiji to death. It was easy, easier than breathing. Ami looked to Raiji as if saying, that can't be, it's true. Raiji nodded as he said that. Ami took some time to consider. Is this okay? Gently raising her large eyes, she quietly asked of Taiga. Really, she gently looked at her. Yeah, of course. And then somewhat lazily, Taiga nodded without any doubt, just a little bit moved by it all. Raiji unthinkingly ended up heartily whispering, You just might be a good fellow. It's just for this situation. It's not like I can't be sympathetic. Smiling generously, she firmly took hold of the still somewhat hesitant Ami's shoulder. There might have even been a little bit of caring in her forcefulness. Kawashima-san. A lot of things have happened between us, but let's call a temporary truce for now. At Raiji's house there's his busy mother and an ugly weird parrot. It would be for the best if you chose to come to my house. Because she was showing such kindness, Raiji decided he would forgive her for insulting his pet by pretending not to have heard anything. Ami still appeared a bit hesitant, but holding onto her shoulder, Taiga was practically dragging her while making way towards the apartment entrance. Ah, Taiga, what should I do about your dinner? Keep it for later, will you? I'll eat it over there afterwards. Because I think I'm more alert when my stomach is empty. Without even giving him a chance to ask about her puzzling words, Taiga and Ami disappeared within the apartment. After it had gotten really late, Taiga came over to eat dinner at the Takasu residence. I'm stuffed. That was the best. Smiling in an unusually happy mood, she had eaten 3 whole servings of white rice and salmon. Chapter 5. Whoa. Raiji shuddered and instinctively pulled back. Going to school like usual while keeping some distance between himself and Taiga, he had entered the classroom and gone to his seat. Ami had come over to say, thanks for yesterday, and he was looking at her face. Ooh, what? Nothing, just that. She was illuminated by the bright, early summer light from the morning sun. Surprisingly dispirited, she looked completely worn out and exhausted. Her voice was even a little raspier. Yesterday had really done a number on her. How should I say this? You seem like you're worn out. Do I really? Looking unlike her usual self and letting out a pitiful sigh, Ami pulled up a nearby chair and sat with her elbows resting on Raiji's desk, then gloomily wrinkling her brow. That's right. I couldn't shake my exhaustion from yesterday. Like that, she ended up pressing her head face down against the desk. Might have been shampoo, or maybe soap, or perhaps she was wearing some sort of perfume, but she was giving off a lightly pleasant scent, just a little stimulated. Raiji's eyes were glinting animalistically. However, he somehow maintained a calm appearance. Yesterday, you really had a horrible experience. It's understandable that you'd be tired. He tried saying something like that in a manly way. That's not it. Raising her white face, Ami looked straight at Raiji with evenly shining eyes. At Taiga Aizaka's apartment, doing one thing or another for 5 hours. No, more like 6 hours. Did Taiga do something? She kept me dancing. She kept me dancing. And she kept me singing. Dancing? Singing? Turning away from Raiji, who was tilting his head at her really odd answer, Ami let off another sigh. She was staring off into the distance with a sense of ennui. If I didn't listen to what she said, then I'd be thrown out. I was threatened like that and into the middle of night. She made me do it. What did she make you do? Performing a monomain medley, 150 sessions, one after another. She just kept me doing them countlessly until they all blurred together. Uganda, Falcon, Ami-chan wants to die. Ami mumbled as if moaning before she ended up putting her face back down on Raiji's desk. Off in the distance, Haruta and Noto were whispering between themselves. Nodoki, that guy's a bourgeoisie. Let's think about who we'll associate with from now on. He noticed that they were staring in his direction with open jealousy, but it didn't have anything to do with him. So cruel. He shivered, chilled to the core, remembering how Taiga had been smiling with seeming kindness when she had invited Ami into her apartment, and also her mood later as she had been devouring the Munir-styled salmon like a bear preparing for hibernation. Even now as he looked, Taiga and Minori were huddling together and seemed to be laughing uncontrollably at something or another. When Taiga was in a good mood, it always seemed like someone else was suffering instead. Like how Ami had basically collapsed right in front of him. Once again he was looking at Taiga's well-ordered profile thinking, what a dreadful fellow. When can I speak with you for a moment? Kitamura cut into the conversation between Taiga and Minori. Raiji was wondering what in the world it was about, as he couldn't hear anything they were saying. But in any case, it seemed unmistakable that Taiga's mood was getting even better. He looked at Taiga, who was just staring at Minori while unable to look directly at Kitamura's face, and Ami, who seemed to be recalling a monomain repertoire that had unfortunately grown on her as she went. Seichu Matsumoto, Mitsuhai Akechi. Raiji had no idea how one would dance or sing those. But comparing the two girls, he thought, it's just like heaven and hell. However, the situation wasn't nearly that simple. Raiji realized his mistake when... No, it was during afternoon recess as he had happily taken out his bento from his bag and was cutting across the classroom to go to his locker to get his stored chopsticks, of course. He always washed them thoroughly after eating each day. What the heck are you doing? He became the victim of a random assault. The culprit was a gloomily silent Taiga. The weapon she had used was a thoroughly chilled can of oolong tea she had just recently bought. As he had been passing by, she had pressed it against the relatively sensitive back of his neck, causing Raiji to stand on his tiptoes and contort his whole body. Just what the heck, you? If there's something you want to say, then goo. So stop doing that. Goo. No matter how hard he tried to avoid her, Taiga just kept coming at him and pressing the cold oolong tea against him forcefully. She was squinting as if she might go ballistic any second, visibly grinding her teeth with her jaw moving side to side, and crinkling her nose fiercely. My chest, it feels like it's going to burst. Bubble it. It's a horrible feeling. Ha! Stop it. I'm the one having a hard time. He finally wrested the can from her small hands and held it up high out of Taiga's reach. Prowling around like a tiger gone neurotic at the zoo, Taiga was circling Raiji. Geez. No way. Why? She kept muttering to herself. What? Just what in the world happened? Ooh, no way, but... Hey. Nya. Unthinkingly, he had taken the chilled can that was in his hand and tried pressing it against Taiga's nose. Taiga grabbed her nose and jumped. What the heck are you doing? Ow! She had then grabbed and pinched the face of Raiji, who was standing on his toes and had his arm outstretched. It seemed she was finally back to her senses. Geez. Your face left sweat on my hands. You scratched me with your nails. Come on now. If you got something to say, hurry up and say it. Just what has you so... troubled? That is... Ooh. Letting out a single breath, Taiga's face contorted with what seemed like regret and she bit her lip. Finally, a few moments later, she lowered her voice as she quickly let him know what problem had led her to committing the assault. Kitamura, This morning he told me to be more friendly with Amai Kawashima and to even invite her to lunch today. Raiji hesitated and visibly blinked once. Why? That's what I want to ask. He could understand how the screaming Taiga was feeling. There was just about no way for that to happen. The first quarrel at the family restaurant and Taiga's team attack with Minori, Kitamura should have witnessed it all for himself. So, just why would he do something like that? It couldn't possibly be that from Kitamura's point of view. It looked like Taiga and Ami might be able to get along. Could it? If that's how it was, then that guy should really get his glasses prescription updated as soon as possible. This doesn't seem like it'll be good for anyone. Raiji mumbled quietly, and Taiga's face looked extremely pitiful as the two of them just ended up staring at one another. He had been wondering just what Kitamura had been talking to Taiga about, but he had no idea that it could be something like that. From what Taiga said, it went something like this. I'm aware that Amai's personality is pretty bad. However, if she only interacts with people using that sort of disguise, then no matter how much time passes, she'll never make anything close to real friends, you know? So I'm asking Aisaka, who already knows about her real personality, and Aisaka's closest friend, Kushida, to please take care of Ami. You know, Aisaka, you're one of the few female friends I can count on to do this for me, is what Kitamura said. Gah. Having repeated Kitamura's words, Taiga was twisting her short body around uncomfortably. It seemed like the inescapable conflict was stirring around violently within her. I don't want to do it. I really want to refuse. But it's not a joke. It's something Kitamura-kun has asked of me. Or more like, why the heck is he constantly worrying about her anyway? Oh. Oiwa moaned until finally she ended up squatting down next to Raiji's feet. Somewhat confused, Raiji also crouched down beside her. Hey, you could get a hemorrhage like that, you know? But hey, anyway, he said, friend. After all, we're just friends. I'm one of his few reliable female friends. Am I supposed to be happy with that? No way. I'm not happy at all. But he asked me for help. Should I be happy? I'm not. Without thinking, Raiji had also started looking breathlessly conflicted. He didn't really have much experience even watching other people deal with their problems. Not saying a word to her, he ended up simply keeping an eye on her for a while. But... Taiga firmly shut her eyes and grabbed onto Raiji's sleeve, her fingers just barely hanging on. Taiga opened her mouth and started panting roughly. Then a bit later she went, and nodded resolutely to herself. It looked like she had finally come to a decision. I'll bear the unbearable, tolerate with lots of tolerance. I kind of understand somehow. Nodding, Raiji watched as Taiga stood straight up. Like that, she made long strides and stared with only one goal in mind as she walked quickly. Come with me, we're having lunch. Dumbstruck, looking up at the sight in front of her with her mouth partly agape, was Ami Kawashima. Ami was at her seat holding her bento box and getting up, and just a little further away going, Ami-chan, let's hurry to the rooftop. Maya and Nanako were waiting for her. Wah? Ami was blinking again and again in surprise. Finally, it seemed as though she had returned to her senses. She countered Taiga with a smile so pure it was mockingly hateful. Just what are you saying? I've already got plans with Maya and the others. Be quiet. Ooh. Taiga had overturned Ami's objections with a single command. And as for the Maya and Nanako duo, she simply uttered a single beast-like growl. And with just that, I see. If Aisaka-san says so, then there's no helping it. Let's go, Nanako. That's right. No helping it. Well, then, Ami-chan. See you next time. The two of them didn't look frightened, but not even giving it too much thought. They nodded in response to the growling voice, then gave Ami a quick wave. The creature known as the palm-top tiger was probably a pretty well understood being amongst the girls of the class. However, it was probably natural that Ami wouldn't be able to understand. You What are you thinking? Telling me to come with you? Just, what are you planning? We're going to eat lunch together. Huh? This isn't a joke. Why would I eat with you? Whatever. I've got a lot of other friends. Michael Jackson doing a bus guide tour. Taiga suddenly and dryly muttered. It certainly sounded as if she was only speaking to herself, but... Hi? Mona Lisa striking the corner at 200 kilometers an hour. Somku desperately trying to sing Western-styled music that he cannot sing. It's all within my digital camera. They've already been thoroughly developed. The title is, A Certain Model Has Gone and Done It. 150 continuous sessions of monomain. Possibly by chance. I might just end up leaking them. Stop it. Okay, I get it already. It's fine if I just eat with you, right? That's fine, right? Damn it. About ready to cry, Ami had even forgotten to keep together her facade, and roughly holding her bento box, she made her way over to Taiga's desk. Minori was already there on standby. Hey Kawashima-kun, I'm starting before you. She was holding a giant ribbon between her chopsticks. She held that thing that kind of looked like boiled kelp high up in plain sight. Ew, what is this, you guys? Geez, I don't get what it means. Now, just sit here, miss. Minori seated Ami to her left, and with her left hand she took a firm hold of Ami's shoulder. Here, say ah. She brought the kelp up near Ami's lips. I don't need this. Ami yelled something like that, but... How nice. The one who unthinkingly muttered that while meticulously keeping an eye on each turn of events was Raiji. If he could only be that close to Minori, being made to say, ah, being spoiled by her, and being given that ribbon-styled kelp. Ha! Takasu, what are you spacing out with your mouth open for? Let's go. Eh? Where? Suddenly calling out and appearing next to Raiji before he knew it, Kitamura poked him in the back. To where Ami and the others are. I asked Aisaka and Kushida to invite Ami, just making the request and then leaving them alone. How could I do something like that? Just what does that have to do with me? You know I'm not the type to just barge in on a group of girls eating together by myself. If it's you, I'm sure it would be fine. Was what Raiji was thinking, but instead he just said, it can't be helped. Actually really pleased. He followed after Kitamura. It might have been bad for Taiga, but for Raiji, it was greater luck than he could have hoped for. If he could be allowed to spend the lunch break together with Minori, then he didn't really care at all about the showdown between the tiger and the chihuahua. Hey, please, let us join you. Oh, if it isn't Kitamura-kun and Takasu-kun, please sit here. The only one who went to the trouble to welcome the two boys who stepped into the girls' group with a smile was Minori. Ami on one side was grumbling why did things end up like this? Wrinkling her brow, and just openly showing her displeasure. And coming to Taiga on the other side. She was still silent, perhaps preoccupied with the presence of Kitamura, who had suddenly shown up on her right side. Taiga's eyes were unfocused, like she was in a trance as she couldn't direct her gaze, and her rosy lips were slack, but... Job! Remembering that Ami was across from her, Taiga's face filled with anger, but once again preoccupied with Kitamura. It went soft. And then, thinking about Ami once more, she turned sharp, switching back and forth like that. It was hard to tell what kind of thing she was really feeling. How incredible. Taiga's face became so unbelievable that without thinking, Raiji wasn't breathing, as her right half looked dumbly perverted facing Kitamura and her left half looked extremely displeased facing Ami. The way her face was perfectly asymmetrical on the left and right. It reminded him perfectly of Baron Ashura. And yet, as things were, it looked like her face, and even her mind had reached some sort of precarious balance. She wasn't lashing out at Ami, and considering that Kitamura was around, she was able to smoothly remove the lid from her bento without her hands trembling or being otherwise overly agitated. Although her face might have turned into something remarkable, the situation didn't really allow for him to say anything one way or another about her expression. Well. Time for the bento. It's nice to eat together with girls every once in a while, isn't it? Is that the reason why Saku set this whole thing up? I wonder. What are you talking about? Wah. Kushida's bento is so huge this time too. Come on, Ami. You take a look at it too. Fufu, even if the box looks enormous, what's up with the contents seeming so scarce? Hey look, this one is Moroni. And this one is Konyaku. Discreetly watching Minori as she happily showed off her bento side dishes, Raiji was thoroughly savoring this small bit of happiness. He didn't care at all that he wasn't in the conversation. If he could just be near her like this for 10 or even 12 minutes, then he would count it as a blessing. It had been about a month since the failure of last time's attempt at Operation We Want to Eat Bentus together. At least this time, he could actually eat his bento together with Minori. How glad he was that Taiga and the Chihuahua were fighting. While he was deep in thought, he went to remove the top of his bento box when his breath caught, and he came to a standstill. They were about to run into the exact same reason for last time's failure. Taiga's bento. It had the exact same contents as his bento. There was probably no helping it. He shrewdly hid his bento by covering it with the lid so no one could see the contents. However, so there are guys who do something like this. Come on, Takasu-kun. What are you acting so secretive for? Minori had deftly pilfered the lid from him. She had revealed an omelet filled with soybeans, fried bacon and onions, rice topped with seaweed. It was a magnificently handmade bento with the exact same composition as the one Taiga had already started eating. Yeah. Looking back and forth between the two bentos, Minori appeared to be thinking for a while. Well, Hey, Takasu-kun, what's your star sign? She casually handed the lid back to him. Pisces. I'm a toilet seat. But her eyes revealed that her laughter was only a pretense. Minori had likely sensed how delicately horrible things were between Amai and Taiga, and so rather than setting Taiga off by putting forth any questions about the relationship between Raiji and Taiga, she had probably been thinking desperately in her own way for some means to preserve the miraculous balance that had been established. Jay, just what kind of thing are you saying while we're eating? Sornri? I'm really a knee image at the time. He had felt relieved thinking, perhaps, by some stroke of luck, they were able to shift the conversation smoothly enough that things would somehow end agreeably enough. Completely unnoticed, Ami had stretched her arm out across the table and suddenly taken the lid off of Raiji's bento, leaving it exposed again. She moved so fast that Raiji unfortunately had no chance to react. Why is it that the contents of Isaka's bento and Takasu's bento are exactly the same? If I think about it, the two of them were together yesterday as well. With a twitch, Taiga's shoulders started shaking. At the same time, the classroom that had been full of liveliness just moments earlier suddenly came to a dead standstill in that instant. She asked, "She really did it? That thing we weren't supposed to talk about?" Eventually, people started whispering quietly, in low voices that betrayed their fear. What? Why did it suddenly become all quiet? Did I do something? Only the recently transferred Ami didn't know. If anyone was to ask the Palm-Top Tiger about her relationship with Raiji, then they could look forward to a disaster of epic proportions. That was something that all the members of their class were aware of, as it had been practically beaten into them. So concerning those two, even if anyone was wondering about what kind of relationship the two of them had, absolutely no one would actually say anything out loud. The Palm-Top Tiger had said she wasn't going out with anyone, so she wasn't going out with anyone. She had said not to speak about such trivial things again, so absolutely no one dared to speak of it. And yet, the newcomer had ended up doing it. Struck by the nearly explosive tension, no one even moved their chopsticks. All conversation also came to a halt as everyone listened in to see how Taiga would react. If she showed any sign of anger, they'd have to start running away as soon as possible. What a weirdo. Does something like that bother you? Finally, the one who calmly replied was Taiga. Her expression had reverted to her normal pretty face that was like a French doll's as she spoke in a voice that was unexpectedly quiet and level like usual. Then, it'll be fine with this, right? Or Unfortunately, that was as much of an objection as Raiji could make. Taiga deftly stretched out her hand, snatched Raiji's bento, and then started noisily shoveling food down her throat. In 3 seconds flat, she had eaten all of his omelette and fried foods. Then, full and puffing out her face, there were some specks of food at the corners of her mouth as she started speaking somewhat indistinctly. "Show. Now there's no problem. Mine is an omelette and fried dishes, bento. Raiji's is a seaweed bento." She returned the now pitiful-looking bento box back to Raiji. Relieved sighs could be heard here and there within the classroom, and slowly, the sounds of an ordinary afternoon recess began to return. It seemed like they had somehow avoided the Palm-Top Tiger's rampage. The only one to suffer a casualty was Raiji. "That's my bento is..." It was so horrible that, without thinking, he felt like he was going to cry. However, out of nowhere, a pair of chopsticks appeared and bestowed him with a single meatball. "There. Now, Takasu-kun has a meatball bento." Kawashima. With an angelic smile, Ami had shared part of her meal. But, while making that smile, "Hey, why do you all let Isaka do whatever she wants? Does she have some kind of hold over you?" She had hit a sore spot. He wasn't sure if he would call it a weakness, but he could think of some things concerning himself. With the timing and all, things would always just end up that way. Of course he didn't say anything like that, but if he remained silent, it would end up badly. The one who responded instead, "Raiji, you know, he was my dog in a previous life." Wondering what his master was saying and just wagging his tail was his only response. "It's the joy of being a dog." That was Taiga. With her awesome smile, she seemed overwhelming. He wanted to retort, like, "Just what are you saying?" But, now, even though you two are fated to be together, it was just like Minori to select that moment to mess around with them. Taiga and Raiji took a simultaneous breath. "No way." They shook their heads in harmony. Ami's reaction to what happened in front of her. Oh. Such good report. She just barely narrowed her eyes and was speaking under her breath in an almost sing-song manner. He heard it indistinctly, so he just might have misheard. "Ami-chan, isn't that interesting?" Or something like that. Going fuh and smirking. It didn't seem like Taiga planned to do anything more concerning Ami for the time being. She took her chopsticks and was just about to go back to her bento when, "Oh, Isaka really eats quite a lot, doesn't she? Though I do think that's much better than dieting." Perhaps shocked by Kitamura's words, she unthinkingly dropped her chopsticks. It didn't matter if she was gaining or losing weight. The words "eats quite a lot" to a girl was the same as the death penalty. Especially if it was coming from her unrequited love. Worn out and completely drained, Raiji just discreetly watched Taiga as her mouth continued to flap open and shut. The chance for Taiga to avoid being labeled as a girl who eats a lot, although no one went so far as to actually say anything like that out loud anyway, came after school, right after the class-ending formalities. "Excuse me. Everyone, please listen for a bit." Kitamura's voice resounded within the noisy classroom, and the people who were preparing to leave turned to look up. "Okay, as I think you all know, today is when the Student Council holds its monthly volunteer neighborhood cleanup. Actually, this time, because the normally abundant seniors are going to be preoccupied with preparing for tomorrow's mock exams, the number of participants is going to be extraordinarily low. Everyone, I sincerely hope you'll listen to my request and participate." Pretending to not hear him, most of them eventually went back to what they were doing, getting ready to leave. Of course, Raiji was also among that majority. It's not like he disliked cleaning, but this was a different matter altogether. Because if it was an entire neighborhood, then no matter how much he persevered, he'd never be able to make it perfectly clean. He knew well enough that participating would only make him frustrated. While this monthly neighborhood volunteer cleanup might have looked like it was simply a way to help people, the seniors who were in a delicate situation really thought of it as a means to get more positive remarks on their recommendation letters. Like enthusiastic even with volunteer work or acts leader-like or in some cases dedicated and extraordinarily participant, depending on how much they did. That's why, besides the members of the student council, the majority of participants were always seniors. And then the sports-related clubs would have to take turns sending a few of their members each time. It was basically an event that had nothing to do with first and second years who didn't belong to any of the sports clubs. So no matter how much Kitamura would try to rally them to participate, For anyone to actually voluntarily raise their hand or anything would be, "All right, Takasu, so you're coming, huh?" A bizarre phenomenon. For some unexplainable reason, Raiji's right hand was forcefully stretched way up high. "All right, I'll be waiting. Change into your jersey and meet up at the front gate. All right, now I can save face with the president, since I'm not stuck with zero like I had expected. Well then, I've already written your name down, so you can't escape, okay?" Holding a pen in one hand, Kitamura looked pleased as he eventually skipped out of the classroom with a jaunty gait. Way. Hey, you! The one holding and lifting up Raiji's right arm after having slipped in next to him completely unnoticed was Taiga. She had taken a firm stance, grabbed his elbow, and held his arm up high with all her might. "Hey, let go. Just what did you make me do? If I said I'm going to participate and then don't go, I'm going to get a demerit for skipping out on an extracurricular activity, you know?" Taiga pulled her arm back and in front of Raiji's staring eyes, started biting her nails somewhat. Nervously, "I'll take responsibility. Okay. I'll come and participate with you." Huh? What? So, to put it simply, because she wanted to participate, she was making him do it as well, while Taiga's face was flushed pink with embarrassment, and she played with her uniform's ribbon. She whispered in a tiny voice, "It's just that I don't want him thinking of me as simply a big eater. I want him to think that I was forcing myself to eat so I could participate in the neighborhood cleanup, that I was doing it so I'd have a lot of energy." Couldn't it be that maybe you just want to spend time with Kitamura? I guess you could say something like that as well. Couldn't you have participated without dragging me into it? That's just it. It's too embarrassing. Just imagine such a situation. Geez, you're such a dim-witted guy. He was pulling together his resolve as he tried to think of a retort to her harsh comment. Then, feeling someone nudge and poke the back of his Gakuran uniform, he turned around, and, "I'm so glad that Takasu-kun is participating as well." Minori was standing right there. She was holding her bag and her jersey. This time the girls' softball club has to participate. As the club captain, I ended up having to do this, and I'd been thinking that it was going to be so troublesome. We're comrades, friends. Today as well, this energetic girl's smiling face that dazzled like the sun brightened Raiji's heart immediately. Dazzled, and with his temperature steadily rising, Raiji was pretty much in a daze. Is that so? That's right, but to voluntarily participate. Wow, Takasu-kun is such an extraordinary guy. I'm so moved. Wawa. He was being praised, desperately trying with both hands to hide his face, which he was sure was completely red. His eyes swelled up with a seemingly murderous look. It was just embarrassment, though. Minoran, I've decided to go too, as Raiji's associate. Oh, really? All right. Let's go get changed together. I'll be waiting in the hallway. Okay, I'll be there soon. Side by side, two people watched Minori's back as she practically bounced out of the classroom. Well then, don't you have anything to say? Don't you have anything to say? Thank you. Well, as long as you understand, is what Taiga seemed to be saying as she nodded her head knowingly. Although I knew that Minoran would be there, I didn't have to invite you at all. I don't remember being invited, but I do recall being forced to raise my hand. Despite whatever they said, the two of them were both in a pretty good mood, and after getting their own jerseys and bags, they left the classroom. They started walking off, Raiji going towards the boys' locker room and Taiga and Minori heading towards the girls' locker room. But wait. A flashy and sweet voice brought the three of them to a halt. Raiji turned around and, without thinking, he felt like adjusting his glasses, though he didn't actually wear any. Taiga was probably feeling the same way, and he turned his ferociously widened eyes to look at her. "What?" she growled in a low voice. "Yet, I'm so glad I caught up to you. I decided to do this as well, because I've just recently transferred here. I want to get used to the school events." Widely smiling. Amai's angelic smile wasn't affected at all by Taiga's glare. Did Kitamura tell you to participate? I think it's better if you quit now. It's not really what I'd call an event. Without thinking, Raiji tried to give her some serious advice, but Amai just prettily shook her head side to side. Yeah, Saku didn't say anything like that to me, okay? I decided that I wanted to participate all on my own. If I don't exercise, then I won't be using up that extra flab. Isn't that right? Minori-chan. Oh, that's right. That's dieting, you know. Not looking surprised at all, Minori was nodding understandingly. Looking at Minori out of the corner of her eye, Taiga didn't look amused and there was a crease in her brow. This way? Then Ami deftly extended her arm and wrapped Raiji's arm with her own. At least, that's what it felt like, he thought, before she really could. Gah. The girls' locker room is over this way. Taiga, who was making a gloomy expression, was firmly gripping Ami by the collar from behind with her right hand like a prison warden. Dragging the nearly choking Ami in that manner, Taiga and Minori set off towards the girls' locker room. I can walk on my own, Isaka-san. It's fine. I'll take you there, Kawashima-san. Standing there without thinking as he watched them bicker deceptively, Raiji just sighed as he eventually came back to his senses. Well, the boys' locker room wasn't in the same direction after all. Pulling himself together, he started walking. As he walked, he brought a hand up to his unusually noisy chest. The expression Almi had when she looked his way, tilting her head and going, this way. It was so unusually sweet, beautiful, and pure. No matter what. It was so cute he felt like he could die. It didn't depend on what her actual personality was like. Of course, she being cute was to be expected, since she was a model. But just because he saw something nice, it wouldn't change the truth. He really did feel a bit happy. That was his honest feeling as a man. But still, it didn't change reality. All right, everybody, you should already be fully committed. I won't allow anyone to skip out, you guys. Let's get pumped up and do it, all of you. The weather was rather cloudy as they were out beneath a gold-colored sky chock full of clouds. Passing through the megaphone, a rolling, overtly masculine voice was resounding to those upon the ground. And then from nearby, these words touch my heart today, as well. As expected of the president, Kitamura, who was also the student council vice president, was going, yeah. Let's go. As he continued to clap enthusiastically. In front of the school gate after school, the nearly 20 students who had gathered were all making similarly uncomfortable expressions, while the leader of the cleanup event shouted at them from above. In other words, they were all looking up at Toradora, the student president. The happy students who were making their way home continued to stream past them continuously, looking over as though amused and saying things like, "So they're doing it again. Abuya, what is this?" Seeing it for the first time, Ami was probably quite shaken up. That's our school's student council president. The opposing candidates got 0 votes. It's the charisma of an absolute ruler. So then that person is seriously like that. Seriously, you say? Well, Yisaku was telling me some things before, like that why Saku had joined the student council because there was an amazing upperclassman there or something. Have you put on your work gloves? Got your trash bag? Confirmed your area? A mild yeah was the pitiful response. You frickin' idiots. Standing in a broad militaristic-looking stance, the student president revealed a white throat while vigorously shouting in an overwhelming voice. You're not respecting this neighborhood. If that's the extent of your willpower, then you scum will be tossed from the ship. Respond with more gusto. Yeah. You're all too noisy. Hey. All right then. This month we'll be doing the customary neighborhood cleanup like always. Be really careful not to hurt yourselves or anything. If we find you slacking off and eating, I'll punish you on the spot. Well, I won't tell you just how much. The president, whose lips were curling into a nihilistic smile, Sumire Kanu, a senior, gave a pronounced flick of her beautiful black hair. With her jersey, work gloves, and trash bag, she was making a very diligent-looking pose where she stood. She had snow-white skin and almond eyes. Her abundant ink-black hair was well-groomed and smooth, and her lips were crimson even without any lipstick, like a graceful Yamato Nadeshiko. She had the image of a cool Japanese-styled young lady. But on the inside. Okay, well then, let's frickin' go, guys. The goal. 1 full trash bag per person, because the number of participants is so few that assignment should be easily doable. Well, though I say assignment, it doesn't have to be exact or anything, but in any case, make sure you don't go around behaving sloppily in front of the people outside the school grounds. Frickin' show the world your volunteer spirit. Manly, as if that one word was carved into her soul, she was an expertly commanding female shogun. Scratch that, to put it more bluntly, she was rather like a mob boss or a sumo coach. Somehow it's amazing. She's pretty, but she's kind of rough. Whispering from Raiji's side, Ami was captivated as well. Seemingly unable to take her eyes off the mob boss, whose appearance and actions completely didn't match. Anyone would react like that their first time. Like, yeah. Raiji was nodding his head understandingly. But you know, I've heard that she's had the top grades ever since she entered the school, and she's also known as the legendary president who swiftly brought the crumbling student council out of bankruptcy. Takasu-kun. That's quite detailed. I was just reciting what I heard from Kitamura. Looking unusually excited, Kitamura was continuing to respond with applause after each segment of speech came from the beautiful mob boss up on the platform. Raiji wondered if he was trying to get everyone excited. Does he think so highly of her? Really, Raiji was thinking that Kitamura had the stronger impression of a leader, but it seemed that even if he was a subordinate, he was going to work hard at fulfilling his duties. However, with the way Kitamura was acting, Raiji wondered just how Taiga would perceive the situation. She was standing a little bit apart from him next to Minori, but he could easily make out her gloomy and displeased-looking face. He wasn't sure if it was an unconscious or purposeful act, but she was restlessly writing the character for kill on the ground with the tip of her shoe. Now then, you have 1 hour starting now. You absolutely cannot be late coming back. We're not going to call it over until everyone has returned. Sumir's shouts through the megaphone were followed by the sharp sounds of the student council members blowing their whistles, and the 20 or so students made their way past the school gates, going forth out into the world to hunt for trash. Anyway, there was at least one fellow mixed in there whose goal was to get more acquainted with the student council vice president. The range of this cleanup is pretty large, isn't it? Oh, we found something right away. Raiji had just passed the gate when he spotted an old magazine near the school's perimeter wall, and he was leaning over just about to grasp it with his gloves. No. He was grabbed by the elastic band of his jersey and pulled back up. In the same fashion, he was dragged away. When he turned around jolted by the indecency, the one standing behind him with a stern face was Minori. She was going tut-tut and wagging her index finger. You can't, Takasu-kun. The area around the school is for the seniors. It's customary that we, as the lower classmen, have to go out and take care of the more troublesome areas. Really? Yeah? See, just look there. In the direction where Minori pointed, there was a plain girl who looked like a senior going, "This is such a hassle," as she tossed the magazine into her trash bag. Perhaps worn out from studying for the exam, she was letting out a really long sigh as she struck her hips like an old woman. I see. Now then, the devout second years still have a bit farther to go. She smiled. He felt like it had been so long since he last saw such a sincere smile, faced directly with Minori's smiling face that dazzled and shone like the sun. Raiji was completely ensnared. Her dimples on both cheeks and the tip of her nose that was lightly afflushed by the sun appeared healthy and seriously wonderful. At that very moment, Raiji felt himself being captivated all over again. It didn't help that behind Minori's back, this piece of trash reminds me of Kawashima-san. It looks like my monomain repertoire has grown again. Ooh, Aisaka-san, such jokes. You're making me laugh. Doesn't this piece of trash over here look like Aisaka-san? It's so ridiculously short. The two darkish and bewitching flowers who viciously competed as they bloomed near one another seemed to enjoy making mocking comments back and forth. Just watching them made him tired. Taiga, cut it out already. Taiga, cut it out already. Let's go. Come on. Hitting Taiga in the rear with the empty trash bag, he was only trying to pull them apart. However, I've told you before, don't touch my butt. Geez. If you all keep bothering me, seeming extra sensitive, Taiga bared her fangs and then quickly started walking off ahead. It had to have been because she was worried about Kitamura and the student president. Ami also made a displeased expression, turning around to face away from Taiga as she crossed her arms. Perhaps sensing something as she looked at those two, Minori lowered her voice and whispered, Hey, get Raiji's attention. You know. Well, I was thinking it this afternoon too. But doesn't it seem like Taiga and Ami are kind of disagreeable? Just maybe. It was a remark that made him think, you're worrying about that just now. But since he was being asked by Minori, he couldn't keep from answering. I guess there have been quite a few unfortunate misunderstandings. You could say they got off to a rough and complicated start. Is that so? Well, I guess it can't be helped. The two of them ended up walking side by side at a relaxed pace. Raiji was so excited he was trembling. At that moment, he was actually walking together with Minori. It felt almost exactly like a date as they ambled leisurely beneath the trees with newly sprouted leaves. If it weren't for the mass of people in front and behind who were wearing their jerseys, the scene would probably look just like a date. He wondered if a day would come when such a scene would become reality. Taiga and Kawashima. You know, about Kawashima, she's nothing like I imagined her to be in the beginning. Though I don't mean anything bad when I say that I want Taiga to be able to get along with everyone, but she has some rather difficult points about her. No. I wonder if this combination is really as bad as it seems. Relationships between women are complex after all. Minori was nodding to herself while making a slightly troubled face. Raiji was also nodding the same way. Somehow he was feeling an unusually strong sensation of togetherness as he walked side by side with Minori. If the feeling was genuine, then it would be the first time they had a direct connection involving neither Taiga nor Kitamura. If that was the case, he really needed to nurture it. His eyes turned even sharper than usual as he decided to try going on the offensive, even if only a little. Well, since Kushida is around, I'm not really worried that much about Taiga, you know. His voice eventually gave out on him, but yes, he had at least been able to say something normally for the moment. That's the kind of thing that I should be saying. I think that as long as Takasu-kun is around, then Taiga should be just fine. As always, Raiji was being misunderstood, but at least it seemed like Minori held him in relatively high esteem. He could say that she even had good feelings towards him. As they were both smiling, Minori's and Raiji's gazes connected. Then, one more step. Just one more step to becoming much closer. He should say something now. What he ought to say as a man. Raiji's eyes became bloodshot as his thoughts seethed, and he tried to clear his throat that felt constricted. More than being around Taiga, I really hope I can be close to Kushida. That's what he's going to say. Discreetly licking his dried lips, he casually put his nervously trembling fists into his pockets. With this timing, it should sound natural, and if it at least seemed jokish rather than with some weird meaning, then he could still follow up on it. It was now or never. Raiji! Bam! He was forcefully pushed aside. Raiji, hey, there's a problem. Ooh, what should I do? He couldn't speak. He was able to check himself, just at the brink of collapse. But as he looked up at Taiga's face, he couldn't get himself to speak. Come with me for a bit. Over this way. Like that, she practically dragged him into an alleyway. Kitamura, you know, he's been staying next to the student council president the whole time. The whole time, he hasn't left her side. He's just happily smiling and barely noticing that I'm there. I mustered up the courage and tried telling him, I was with Raiji. So I came too, but just what do you think he said after that? Ah, is that right? I hadn't noticed, thank you. You're really helping. That's it. That's all he said. Is that the way to speak to a girl who has confessed to you before? Hey, what do you think? Getting out her complaints in one go without taking a breath, Taiga got even closer to Raiji. So? I knew it. There's just no hope, is there? What should I do? Tell me what you think. I won't get mad, so just go ahead and say it. What I think and all. If I can speak honestly, Yeah, I wish you could have waited. It was going so well with Kushida. What's that you're saying? Close up. Taiga's expression was calm as she filled up with anger. Even though things aren't going well for me, things are going well for the lowly Raiji? Huh. You're being really audacious. It's not that big a deal. You don't need to get angry, do you? I am angry. No way. I won't allow such a thing. I told you before, didn't I, that until things go well with me and Kitamura, I won't let you be happy. You heartless fiend. Like that, the tyrannical Taiga quickly shot out of the alleyway. Taiga, what happened? You popped up and then suddenly disappeared. Minoran. She threw herself at Minori, who was just standing idly by, and clingingly coupled arms with her. I don't want to be here anymore. It doesn't matter where. But let's go far, far away from here with just the two of us. You want to elope? No problem. I'll make you my bride. Minori's face was absolutely full of compassion and empathy as she gently took hold of Taiga's small shoulders. So then, just like that, the two of them huddled together and ended up walking off. Not even giving Raiji a final wave or anything, they seemed to be having a lot of fun. Damn him, moaning regretfully and just standing still. The abandoned Raiji could only stare at Minori's back as she got further and further away, even though he had been trying so hard to make progress. You okay? Eh? Being suddenly called out, he turned around in surprise, perhaps coming out because the objectionable Taiga had left. Ami had come to stand next to him. Just now you got jumped by Isaka-san, didn't you? I saw it. You weren't hurt, were you? Yeah. Nah, I'm used to it. Takasu-kun, how sad. Isaka-san and Minori-chan both left you, didn't they? I have no idea where Waisaku has gone. He just noticed, but the other students who were ambling around them were taking glances at Ami, as if she was dazzling, even though they were staring intently at the rumored beauty, because that Takasu was standing next to her. It seemed like no one could come and talk to her. It looked like outside the classroom, the name Raiji Takasu was still on par with the palm-top tiger when it came to striking fear. A few girls who had some courage went Ami-chan and waved as they passed by. When Ami smiled and waved back, they became excitedly happy, going Kaya. And yet, soon enough Ami turned her back on the girls. Well then, as those who were left behind, we should get along. Hey, which way do you want to go? She looked up at Raiji with a dazzling, angelic smile. Couldn't you just go together with those girls just now? It's fine. I don't know those people at all anyway. I'll go with Takasu-kun. Let's try going to the edge of the river. That's within our range of cleaning, isn't it? I don't really mind, but do you really have no choice but to go with me? He didn't even have time to ask such a question before Ami started happily walking off in large strides, and then she pivoted and turned around. Come on, or I'll leave you behind. Then, just like a scene from a movie, she extended a delicate hand. There was simply no way he was going to take hold of it. And instead, he just started walking quickly until he passed by her. It was exactly as if the guy who instilled fear was feeling shy. Bioyoing. Caught on the end of the trembling stick was a PET bottle floating on the water's surface. Gee, got it. Keep going. Pulling the empty bottle against the river's current, Raiji finally breathed. He shook his arm that was exhausted from being extended as far as he could manage. And then, while making sure not to touch it, he finally dropped the bottle into his trash bag. With this, I guess I'm about halfway done. About the same for me. We still have to search a little more. Keep it up. At the riverbank of the class, a river that flowed around the edge of town, Raiji and Ami were being careful not to get their shoes wet as they started walking again along the lower part of the concrete levee. The sky had become slightly thicker with clouds, and down on the ground, the grass that didn't seem to have anyone to take care of it was growing wherever it wanted, even popping up from cracks in the concrete. There was a faint grassy smell as well as an odor coming from the not quite clean river water. Walking in front of Ami, Raiji sneaked a sigh. This work was more tiring than he could have imagined. The trash bags that swung from their hands weren't even close to being filled. Even if they were told that the quota didn't have to be exact, there was no way they were going to get away with only so much. Until just recently they had been searching for trash along the upper part of the riverbank on the boardwalk. But they were having a hard time finding enough trash, so they had eventually dropped down this far. Then, oh, Kaya! Splash, barely avoiding a wave coming from the same direction as the wind. Raiji turned around to face Ami. It seemed that Ami had also been able to safely avoid the wave, but... enough already. This totally sucks. With a gulp, Raiji didn't breathe. The bit of concealed monologue that he had inadvertently heard was tinged with irritation, and Ami's brow that was deeply affected with a profound wrinkle seemed out of place. However worn out as Raiji might have felt, Ami must have been at least as tired. There were signs that her normal front was about to give out on her. It was certainly true that the sky was gloomy, and the wind was harsh. And it didn't help that the work they were doing was boringly dull. Even though it had become quite chilly, it would still take quite some time before they could finish. They weren't even getting any closer right now. In such a poor situation, even if the person wasn't like Ami, it would probably be normal to be in a foul mood. And moreover, there was an overly delicate atmosphere with just the two of them. They couldn't keep up a conversation. Things were awkward and unpleasant, and the shy Raiji couldn't come up with even one usable joke to lighten the mood. All he could do was try as hard as possible to remain calm so she wouldn't think negatively. Are you okay? Eh? Yeah. Totally fine, Ein. This is just like we're exploring, so I'm having fun. I like this kind of thing. Looking up, Ami's pretty face was fortunately still holding an angelic smile. Yet, that disparity between appearance and her actual feelings made him scared all over again. With the way things were now, he probably would feel better if she had shown her displeasure. Hey, don't push yourself. If you're tired, you can take a break. It's not like you'll be executed just because you didn't reach the quota. Something like this should be pretty tough for a girl. That was Raiji's best possible attempt at getting her to be more relaxed, but come on, I told you already. I'm really okay. In return, Ami just reinforced her front. She made a big show of waving her hand in front of her face, upturning her sparkling chihuahua-like eyes, and tilting her petite head as she continued to coat her words in honey. The whole time I was thinking, it would be really nice if we could have a chance to chat leisurely like this. So, it happened right then. A mischievous and forceful wind had created a wave more powerful than any of the ones from before along the water surface. Fleeing onto the slope instantly, Raiji had been able to avoid trouble. But for Ami, who had been acting all sweet while located at the 0 mark, no way! It had been too late to escape. It was unfortunate. You okay? For me to have avoided it alone. What should I... It didn't seem like there was going to be any way to smooth this over, not even with her usual inconstancy. Ami was staring down at the ends of her now dripping wet uniform and jersey. She was just frozen, not saying anything nor showing any emotion. Kawashima. But finally he could see the corners of Ami's lips begin to slowly waver. It seemed like she was trembling, trying as hard as she could to soften the intense sharpness in her eyes as she looked up. Oh. She was an expert at controlling her emotions. It was slow, but sure enough Ami was putting forth a desperate amount of effort to bring back her angelic smile. Then, as she was fully in the process of pulling herself back together, her face froze once again. As Ami continued to drip at the base of her legs above her shoelaces, some weird sort of blackish dripping things were moving around, shaking and bouncing. She looked at them for a full 3 seconds. Then screamed, Then screamed, Yeah, get them off, get them off. Letting out an unbridled scream, Ami collapsed right then and there, at the end of her flailing legs. Don't move. I said, don't move. Don't kick me in the face. I'll remove the tadpoles. Stop moving around. 2, no wait, 3 tadpoles were calmly hanging on. While Ami was hysterically screaming and barely conscious, he somehow removed her shoes. Saved. Raiji was then able to return the small tadpoles back to the river. You yet. On the ground facing up, Ami had a petrified look on her face. Her breath was faint, and she wasn't moving. Her hair was miserably disheveled. Her legs were carelessly spread, her jersey was wet up to the shin, and needless to say, her socks were drenched with the muddy water as well. This was such an unbecoming appearance for the one called Ami Kawashima-chan. Raiji timidly approached her. Why? Your shoes. I'll just leave them here, okay? They're a little wet, but at least the tadpoles aren't there anymore. He gently placed the sports shoes near Ami's feet. Ami shifted her large eyes and looked down at her shoes. Then, Ami-chan. He heard her low mutter. He heard, and then in the next instant, I don't want to do this anymore. Taking her shoes in her white hands, she threw them at the embankment as she angrily cried out, Out! Wah! Wah! Without thinking, Raiji covered his mouth with his hands and didn't say anything more than that. Her disguise was finally undone. Ami's shoulders bobbed as she panted like an animal, and then saying things like, Geez, I can't stand this anymore. No more. And Ami-chan is going back, definitely going back. Ami continued to quickly spout, angrily, When she turned around, their gazes met. It looked like she had finally come back to reality. They stayed silent like that for a few seconds, just staring at one another. Ami had her clenched hands at her mouth and was desperately trying to give a pure smile. Just kidding. It was a joke. A joke. Come on, Takasu-kun. Such a scary face. You're the one who's scary. But there was no way he could say that. Continuing to look back now and then with a laughing smile, Ami was valiantly climbing up the embankment with only her socks on her feet. Here we go. Here we go. Ajong, there they are. I'm so glad. I found them. Holding the shoes that had been cast aside with both her hands, and smiling with her whole face, she yelled with an extremely forced sweetness while waving dramatically. Then she put her shoes on right there. Takasu-kun, let's have a race to the embankment. The loser has to hand over all their collected trash to the winner. That'll make one full quota. Ready, set, go! Staring as Ami started noisily dashing up the embankment, Raiji was thinking. Hand over the trash, she says. Didn't she go and leave behind her trash bag, is what he thought. Left with no choice, he took both of their bags, one in each hand, and quickly started scaling the embankment. He didn't fully comprehend what they were doing, but he just had to go with it, in this case. Ami's back had disappeared into the greenery, and out of his sight some time ago. Now that no one was watching her, he wondered if she was trying to pull together her broken appearance. It would probably be better if he took his time making his way up there. Then, so slow. On top of the embankment, her completely recovered and pretty face quickly peeked out from the other side of the grass. Takasu-kun lost. But I'll properly help you to search for trash, so you don't need to worry. Speaking with such a bright voice as she looked down at him, it seemed like Ami had recovered her flawlessly smiling face. However, that's enough. You can stop that. What do you mean by that? In contrast with her words, she couldn't hide the expression in her eyes that shook as if disturbed, because Ami's eyes were too large. Then again, it was the same for Raiji, who was already too tired to try and code his intentions. Is there any meaning in this? Going to such lengths just so I'll like you. Just what value is there in that? I won't say anything to anyone about it. So you can just give it a rest and go back to how you were a second ago. In response to his blunt statement, I wonder, what are you saying? I don't get what you mean. Ami just looked at him blankly with her rounded eyes. Even if she was running on willpower alone, it looked like she planned to keep it up until the bitter end. Even after she had crumbled some time ago, she showed an above-ordinary stubbornness. But Raiji wouldn't let his own stubbornness lose. After all, he was used to it after dealing with the Palm-Top Tiger day in and day out. If you want to say you don't know, then that's fine. Do whatever you want. But I'm the one who really doesn't understand. Just why did you come out here and try so hard to do such troublesome work? There's no point even if you do it. It wasn't exactly criticism, but he just had to ask, because he really thought this kind of work was troublesome, and if it was a part of some plan to build her reputation, then it didn't seem worth it. Even if she didn't do something like this, it was already the widespread opinion in class that Ami was a good person. However, Ami, you don't understand the point. You don't understand. Unexpectedly dropping the smile, she whispered. Such a clear expression, it made Raiji stop in his tracks. Without even thinking about what kind of face he was making, he focused his eyes. But the wind kicked up, tugging at Ami's hair and hiding her face. Surprisingly, it's not so simple. Takasu-kun, I can't really make you understand this kind of thing. I only meant to play with that midget, but now it's like I'm out of order. For some reason, it felt like her wispish voice echoed with self-derision. What do you mean by play? However, when he asked her that in reply, what? You heard it like that? How strange. Must have been your mistake. Brushing back her hair, Ami was wearing her same as ever angelic smile as she looked down at Raiji. I even said it before, but me being here like this is because I've wanted to talk leisurely with Takasu-kun on our own, you know? Maybe it's ambiguous like that? Sweet words and a pretty smile. That was Ami's defining and familiar appearance. The usual Ami who never really meant anything no matter what she might say and treated others lightly. Raiji sighed, deciding to let the matter drop. No matter what he might say, this Ami wasn't going to tell him anything at all. If she wanted to keep acting like that, then that was fine. It had nothing to do with him anymore. Then, Ami suddenly looked to the sky. Rain? The cold drops started falling heavily on Raiji's face as well. It's really coming down. On a bench beneath an arbor shelter that was situated along the embankment walkway, Ami was sitting while embracing her slender legs as she muttered, sounding almost surprised. She had gone back to her former self, and although no more than 10 minutes could have possibly passed, it wasn't a situation where they could continue with the trash collection. Just like Ami had said, it was really coming down outside of the simple-styled arbor shelter that was just a roof supported by pillars. It was being bombarded by the sudden downpour. Massive clouds covered the sky, and although it was still around 4 o'clock, it was unusually dark. The slanting raindrops continued to fall violently onto the soft dirt of the earth, penetrating the ground like bullets. It had only been a few minutes since it started raining, but here and there puddles were gathering and flowing like small streams, and before long the Klasa River at the bottom of the embankment seemed to turn hazy as if in a mist. The powerful roaring wind was making the shelter creak. This shelter might end up getting blown away. That's impossible. She tried to laugh, but Ami looked seriously frightened. I wonder if we'll be okay, really. With a rain like this, it should stop if we wait a few minutes probably. Not looking reassured by anything being said by Raiji, who was standing while leaning against one of the pillars, Ami's pale face was plastered with her dismally wet hair. This was already beyond a matter of actual or feigned personalities. Even the previously delicate awkwardness had basically disappeared with the appearance of the storm, just trembling slightly while appearing cold. Ami was looking up worriedly at the stormy sky. The jersey she wore, and in fact her whole body, must have been completely drenched. Ah! She gave a small sneeze like a baby mouse. It was quite different from the odd sounds of Taiga's sneezes, and almost reflexively he wanted to remove his jacket so he could drape it over her shoulders. However, Raiji's own clothes were just as drenched. You must be cold. We have that trash bag we're not using. Want to wear it? All you'd have to do is make a hole for your head. I'm not doing something like that. His idea was shot down without hesitation. If it was the feigning Ami, then he was sure she would have laughed and accepted. Come on, wearing a trash bag can't be that bad. No, absolutely no way. I'm not going to do such a thing. Jeez. Unbelievable. In a spoiled and nasally voice, Ami turned away suddenly like a rude child. Almost definitely. The usual AMI wouldn't have shown her displeasure like that. Just maybe, the guys that had broken once before had become more easily susceptible to being cracked again on occasion. Like, for example, when her whole body was thoroughly chilled because of a sudden downpour or something. This has got to be a curse from those tadpoles. Trying to alleviate the oppressive silence, he ended up saying something pointless. Ami despondently looked up at Raiji. Why did I have to be cursed? It's probably their wrath from having their lives in peril. I thought you rescued them, Takasu-kun. The truth is, I just pretended to save them, but instead I actually tossed them into the grass over there. Looking greatly taken aback, Ami let loose such an exclamation of surprise. Her mouth was partially agape in shock, and her eyes remained wide open, looking as if they might spill out. Couldn't you tell that was a joke? Do I look like the kind of guy who could do something like that? What's with that? Jeez, for a second you really scared me, because Takasu-kun, you really do seem like a guy who might do that sort of thing. She said something kind of rude there. Just what do you mean? Sorry for making you think that, but I'm quite a nice guy. Although it's just me saying that about myself. But seriously, I really love animals. I even own and take excellent care of a parrot that I hatched from an egg. A parrot? Is that the one that Taiga Isaka was calling an ugly weird parrot? That Taiga, how could she say such a thing? He's a good parrot with his own sort of charm. So parrots can be good or bad. What's his name? Inko-chan. Ami was silent for only a moment. Ha ha ha! What the heck? She broke out in laughter. She pointed at Raiji, who sharply narrowed his gaze in confusion, not getting what she meant. That's so unusual. A name like that. It's not even a name, really. It's just the species type, you know. Weird. 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 Totally weird. Really? Really? Brushing aside her dripping hair, she revealed her curved brow. As she lightly clapped, Ami just kept laughing all the more. She must have found the whole thing terribly funny, so much so that she was beating the ground with her feet. Inko-chan, you said. What the heck? Takasu-kun, you're so different from how you look, though not as much as that student president. Facing Raiji, she was laughing so hard that the corners of her eyes started filling with tears. But then, Ami's laughter ended as abruptly as it had started. It was just like she had been hit with a petrification spell. Ami's stony gaze was directed past Raiji to somewhere behind him, and her expression had become just like a stone statue. Then, what's wrong? Wait, hey, Kawashima. Without responding to Raiji at all, Ami took off out from the shelter and into the drizzling rain. Raiji couldn't keep up with her behavior that didn't really seem to make any sense. Bending down as if to hide herself amidst the overgrown grass as she sort of jogged, she got steadily further and further away from him while being pelted by the cold rain. He didn't understand what was going on, but as there was no reason not to follow her, "Wait up!" Raiji also jumped out into the steady rain. Then, after catching up to her, he was forced to get right behind her as they huddled into the abandoned and run-down bicycle storage area that was a little bit apart from the arbor shelter. Even though they were now covered by a corrugated iron roof, in comparison to the arbor shelter from just before it was like heaven and earth. It was just as exposed to the wind, but without anywhere to sit, and there were rusted bicycles piled up nearby in a disorderly heap. What the heck's the matter? Why did we come all the way over to this wet place? Shh! Her cold hands reached out and around the back of Raiji's neck. With the coldness and the scent coming from Ami at such close range, Raiji couldn't speak or even breathe. Applying her full body weight, Ami was holding on to Raiji tightly. Roughly pulling him down with considerable force like that, she made him crouch down on the spot. John! Shh, I said. In close contact, her body was strangely supple, yet so slender it was like she barely existed. And Ami's skin was so soft that it felt as if the portion that clung to him was melting thoroughly together. He couldn't let such a thing happen. Raiji was seriously desperate, and while his face was completely flushed blood red, he grasped a pillar, trying to resist Ami's weight and pull away. The smell of being wet with rain was sweet, and looking up dazedly like a drowned man, Raiji exhaled towards the sky. However, just for a little while, let's hide here like this. She just barely spoke in a whisper. Then Ami balled up even more tightly, and using Raiji's body like a shield, she situated herself against him snugly. From a point-blank distance, her shut eyelids were pearl gray, and the clear raindrops on her long, wet eyelashes seemed to glitter. Eh. Ah. Wow. Why. This is... With an expression that looked as if he had been pricked and was gushing blood, Raiji stammered, embarrassedly overwhelmed. If such a guy existed who could remain normal when faced with this sort of incredibly sudden contact with such an incredibly pretty girl, Raiji would like to meet him. Over there, whispering just barely, Ami discreetly pointed with her finger. While still in a daze, he looked over that way at that moment. Raiji's boiling blood instantly chilled and coldly pooled at his feet. That guy, the man who ran into the arbor shelter they had just come from to avoid the rain, brought back an unwelcome memory. Closing his umbrella and looking about, he looked like a normal college student at first glance. If he wasn't holding a digital camera while in this downpour, then he probably wouldn't stand out so much. Instinctively breaking out in goosebumps, Raiji stood in place of Ami as he tried to completely hide her with himself somehow. The weirdo from yesterday. It's him. What's he doing in a place like this? If it's a coincidence, then that's just too much. Do you really think it's a coincidence? He couldn't reply to her, because there was no way it was a coincidence. He must have come to ambush us at school. Feeling a bit creeped out, Raiji shivered slightly without thinking. It wasn't just because of the cold. How does he know what school you attend? Yesterday, didn't you say something like he was just a weird fan who you met coincidentally? Yeah, I did, but... He felt a bitter hesitation mixed into Ami's faltering voice. She opened her mouth a number of times but would close it each time, and she was holding her breath while in his arms. She stiffened up like that. Go ahead and say it. We've already come this far. There's no need to hide anything. When he gently shook her chilled shoulders, her back trembled just a bit. Then Ami slowly started speaking. Well, that is... To put it bluntly, he's a stalker. I guess. In a low voice, she finally spit it out. After she said it, Raiji remembered hearing Ami shout the same word before. You! Stalker! During her furious confrontation with Taiga, that had been perhaps the only time that Ami had revealed her emotion. How should I say this? Yesterday, I was embarrassed, so I couldn't say it. I really didn't want to blow things out of proportion. That guy, he's a well-known troublemaker in the industry. I don't know how he gets his information, but he often shows up holding his camera at people's homes, at their schools, and so on. I don't know how many people have been targeted besides myself, but he has been prowling around causing trouble for many of the other magazine models as well. Seriously? Ami nodded at Raiji's groaning voice, then resumed talking. The reason I moved here is also the fault of that guy. My mom, she's also a performer, you know. We were told by her office that there was a weird man prowling around our house's neighborhood. I was the only one to be put into the care of our relatives at their house. Dad's also busy with work, so he couldn't leave his office in the city. But where I moved to must have been discovered. Is that how it was? Yeah, I thought there was no choice but to move. But even so, it's scary. I'm separated from my friends. I have to take a break from modeling until things cool down. And even the office had to take a temporary break. So there's no one to watch out for me. Before, I had a manager, so he would take me back and forth by car. Man, I can't believe this, even after I went to the trouble to move here. That guy followed me. That must be scary. Raiji was scared enough to feel chilled even though he was a guy. So for Ami, who was the actual target, the fear must have been beyond his comprehension. He unconsciously held her a bit tighter. Takasu-kun. We'll keep hiding until that guy gives up and leaves. He was a timid guy who couldn't say something like, I'm going to beat him to a pulp. But if it was just keeping her hidden, even Riji could do it. So like that, the two of them breathed quietly, staying together as they waited for time to pass. But, perhaps waiting for the rain to stop, the man just sat on the bench and began to casually wipe down his wet camera. The whole time, the relentless rain continued to be carried by the wind, and Raiji's jersey was becoming drenched and heavy. He was wondering just how long they could last like that when... Himi. Takasuku. Kawashimasa. How strange we can't find them anywhere. But with this rain… Taiga, are you cold? I'm okay. How about my Norin? Fine. But they've got to be somewhere. I saw them heading over to the riverbank. Maybe because of the rain, they might have turned around midway. Let's try going back. But if they turned around, wouldn't we have met them on the way? Amidst the rain that just might have gotten even stronger, he heard the unmistakable voices of Minori and Taiga, not sure if they offered salvation or would just make things worse. He couldn't really rely on just that pair whose actions he wasn't able to read. Even so, YG unthinkingly moved to wave at them. Hey, those voices. They definitely belonged to Taiga and Kushi. Boo. He almost burst into laughter, even considering the current situation, because it was too much like he had suggested to Ami before. Minori was cheerfully wearing a trash bag with a hole cut in it as a transparent poncho, and then resting on top of Taiga's head was some sort of small clear container that she was using as a makeshift umbrella. By the way, Minoran, about the takoyaki from just before, it wasn't really hot enough. It's already too late, but it really bugged me. I guess I'm just complaining for future reference. So it was actually a takoyaki container, and yet even with such a thing, her small body was being quite well protected from the rain. He wondered if wearing aonori or katsuobushi on her head would work too. Really, that fellow was just too ridiculous. It was no good. His abdomen hurt with the need to laugh. His nervousness had been put on hold. Looking at his face as he was trying desperately to hold back his laughter. Takasu-kun, for some reason you're shaking. Ami's lips stiffened sharply as if accusing him. However, sorry. Just that. It's too funny. A takoyaki container umbrella. Buha. With the impression he got, he ended up thinking of Taiga as a monster. The image was being thoroughly fleshed out in his mind. However, it seemed like it wasn't only Raiji who was stimulated by her odd appearance. She caught the attention of the male stalker who was within the arbor shelter, found a cute mina-sized monster. He rudely got his camera ready. However, there was no reason that the Queen of Beasts, the palm-top tiger, wouldn't notice such a movement. Monster, who, in an instant, Taiga contorted her face, baring her fangs as if out for blood. She quite accurately turned to glare viciously at the arbor shelter from which the voice had emanated. You there! I don't know what you think you're doing, but you're way too creepy. I'm not going to just forget being called a monster by a suspicious-looking person like you. She licked her lips once with her red tongue. Taiga's killing intent that she pulled out whenever she wanted, which would probably be completely unexpected by strangers, including this weirdo, was about to burst. Taking the takoyaki container she had been wearing into her hands and rolling it up, she finished preparing her makeshift weapon. Then firmly taking it with both hands, she held it tightly at her side. With this rain, there won't even be any evidence left behind. At the same time that she practically spit out that mutterance, she violently charged forward. Eh? Wah. Ooh-wah. With Taiga not saying anything, firmly grasping her sword-like weapon, moving with remarkable speed, making a face like a Hanya mask and charging forward full of killing intent, it wasn't all that wrong to call her a scary monster. What the heck is this? The man grabbed his bag in confusion and hurriedly lifted his umbrella before turning his back on Taiga and making a run for it. Taiga was just about to begin the hunt when… Who are you, you creep? Wah! She slid into the mud. It happened right in front of the dilapidated structure where Raiji and Ami were hiding. Taiga was just on the verge of falling flat on her face into the mud. You… Raiji jumped out with impeccable timing to just barely catch her by the nape of her neck, and amidst the rain, they froze in that pose looking like he had just caught a wild animal. You klutz, while they remained stiff in that stance. I thought I already fell completely, so I was holding my breath. With Taiga's expectedly wet hair hanging down to her hips, she was clinging to Raiji's arm as she desperately tried to regain her footing, making an expression like that of a cat just hit by a car. She breathed a drawn-out sigh. Don't go around chasing people you don't know. And let's throw this away. Come on! Raiji knocked the makeshift sword monster umbrella from her hand. For some reason, It seemed like the back of her head smelled of katsuobushi. While he was unconsciously staring at the top of Taiga's head, Minori caught up to them. What the heck were you doing, Taiga? Or more like, who the heck was that man? Or rather, where the heck have you been, Takasu-kun? With question marks plastering her face, Minori wiped Taiga's mud-splattered face. When Ami showed up there similarly drenched. Or, should I ask, where were you at, Kawashima-san? Looking surprised when she turned around, Minori plucked off shreds of grass that clung to Ami's shoulder. A single tear that showed through on Ami's rain-drenched face rolled down her cheek. A stalker? Readjusting his glasses that had slid down the moment he yelled. You didn't say even a word about this before. You just said you were tired of modeling. You didn't like your school. And you couldn't go back to your house or your parents. It was hard to say. That is, if I had said something, Waisaku would have been worried. Looking at the face of his childhood friend who had matured so prettily, Kitamura was at a rare loss for words, calling it a token of gratitude for helping out in the cleanup and reparations for getting drenched in the downpour. Kitamura had invited them all to a fast food shop that evening, perhaps due to the earlier worsening of the weather. Even though it was only gently raining now, there really weren't any other customers in the shop. Ami finished telling Kitamura of her overly melancholic situation before turning her fair face downwards kind of pitiably. Raiji was just watching for the time being, remaining relatively silent nearby. Minori was facing Emi with a worried look and a wrinkle in her brow, while Taiga, perhaps unable to overcome her nervousness at being in the same place as Kitamura, some ketchup spilled from the French fry she was holding. Raiji didn't say anything as he pulled out one of the wet wipes that he carried with him to deal with Taiga's mishaps, and deftly wiped her skirt. It became just about silent at the rarely used round table where they were sitting. Anyway, the one to try jump-starting the conversation was Kitamura. Anyway, we should try the police and... I already said I've tried contacting them. It seems like there are even some of the others at the office who have tried to file reports, but he doesn't leave behind any evidence, like clues to his identity, or anything, for something like this. The police won't do a serious investigation. Well, I'll catch him myself and hand him over to the police. He's been prowling around your neighborhood, right? I can talk to the members at your workplace for details. Ask for some help. Just stop there. That's too dangerous. And besides, something like that. If it gets out of hand, it'll just be troubling. You understand, right? This kind of problem will blow over eventually. Just becoming a so-called victim is already enough damage. If in addition to that something were to unexpectedly happen to Waisaku or anyone else, I wouldn't be able to handle that responsibility. And anyway, my mom? I don't think my mom's office would allow it. Being told all that, the man trying to uphold justice had to fall silent. But then nodding lightly to himself, he ended up crossing his arms. But if it's like this, I've got it. The one raising her index finger and suddenly speaking up was Minori. Widening her eyes largely, she started saying the following. The reason that the police can't catch this guy is because they don't know his identity, right? If that's the case, then let's turn this around and go stalk him. Then we can take pictures and video as proof that he's following and stalking Kawashima-san. We hand that over to the police, then they can figure out who he is and catch him. That should do nicely, right? Kushida. That's it. Wonderful. As expected from the head of the girls' division. Actually, right now, I wouldn't even mind handing over the boys' division to you. Right? Hand it over. We'll remodel their bodies and turn them into girls. Then it'll be the all-girls division. Aha, you're seriously a crazy one. Joking playfully, Kitamura and Minori were holding hands and acting excited, but Raiji couldn't help but cut it short. No, it's not like he wanted to join in as well. Wait, what you just said, who's going to do it? Can't I just do it? Unpretentiously, Minori captivated Raiji with her dazzling smile as she said that. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Is a friend indeed. So I'm going to help as much as I can. Going, yay. She struck a peace sign. Truly, Minori was a kind-hearted goddess descended to earth. He had to hold his mouth and his eyes shone almost crazily as Raiji was moved by the extent of her kindness. It wasn't that he had gone over the edge, just that he had gotten a little teary-eyed. I'll also do what little I can. He didn't have any confidence in his physical strength, but for him to do nothing after the girl he liked had said so much, it would be unforgivable for him as a man to do such a despicable thing. Then, he flicked a glance over at Taiga, whose presence was practically non-existent. He was faced with Baron Ashura. Raiji couldn't be certain, but he could guess what she was feeling. The grimace on her right half was jealousy towards Ami, who was being worried about by Kitamura. The excited look on the left half of her face was hope at the prospect of just maybe getting to do something together with Kitamura. The complicated gloom that permeated her whole face was concern for Minori, who was declaring her intent to help, and also just maybe, a minor possibility, there might have even been some real concern for Ami in there, like a little pinch of Ami in there. Nice. Or at least that's what he wanted to think. Hey, Taiga. Anyway, it seemed like Taiga would just remain as she was, completely petrified if he didn't intercede. Of course you'll be helping out, right? You must have a grudge against that guy. I mean, didn't he say that? He called you that. He did say it. He called me a monster. Without mentioning the fact that he had been thinking the same thing, Raiji nodded deeply. Then, you have to take him down. Keeping silent for the moment, Taiga's glance that was directed at Raiji had already become cleansed of any traces of anger or concern at such a trivial matter. That's right. You're right. Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it. I really can't stand you, but in this case we have a common enemy. Taiga was facing Ami as she gave a single definite nod. For now, we're all in this together. Getting fired up, Taiga had the kind of tension usually involved with starting a speech while facing Kitamura. However, Ami was making a face that looked steeped in depression, biting her lip without speaking. Noticing this, "Are you okay?" Raiji instinctively asked her, causing Ami to suddenly look up. She quickly put on a smile. Yeah, as long as you're all going to help me, I'm totally great. I'm seriously thankful. You're all so dependable." Her strangely light words resounded dully within the empty shop. Chapter 6. The captain with the fearsome pitching arm. Kushida Minori. Yeah, the bullet home return that dominated the Kanto region isn't just for show. The proficient cook with the mean expression. Takasu Raiji. Yeah, I can only stick around until 5 o'clock. There's a limited time offer on chicken today. The one with the strongest name is here to help. Isaka Taiga. And last is me, Kitamura Isaku. All members present and accounted for. Turning around and pointing, Kitamura checked off on each one of them, then tightly clenched his fist. Even the ordinarily busy Kitamura was taking a break from club activities today, and it seemed he had even gotten special permission to put his student council duties on hold. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were no other students left in the classroom. The fading sunlight illuminated the 3 people sitting around Kitamura like underlings and Ami, who was standing a little bit apart from them. Now then, Kitamura put on a chairman-like appearance as he began speaking in his far-carrying voice. Starting immediately, we're going to implement the strategy we laid out yesterday. So Kushida, Isaka, and I will be in charge of photographing the stalker. We'll be using this digital camera, and just in case we're each going to take some shots with our cell phones as well. Just in case, Takasu will be sticking around, Amai. Raising his hand, Raiji requested Kitamura's permission before speaking. Wouldn't it be better if you and I took the pictures while the 2 girls followed Kawashima around? Taiga aside, he felt that the way they had it set up would be too dangerous for Minori. However, Kitamura just overturned Raiji's suggestion. Not really, because if something were to happen and we get scattered while taking pictures, it would be pretty bad to just leave the girls all by themselves. If we're discovered while we're doing this kind of thing, it's possible that things will get out of hand. In the unlikely event that something does happen, you'll be there to protect Amai with your fearsome looks. I kind of understand, but I seriously don't have any confidence when it comes to fighting. Looking at his fists that had never been directed against another person in his whole life, Raiji mumbled rather pitifully. However, Ami had moved over next to him and wrapped one of his arms with both of her hands. It'll be fine. If it's Takasu-kun, I really feel I can depend on you. But I believe that you'll definitely protect me. Surprised by her sudden approach, Raiji couldn't even speak. He wasn't sure how he should get away. Trying to pull at his gently ensnared arm and squirming uncomfortably already felt indecent enough that he ended up blushing. It actually made Taiga's chillingly piercing stare practically comfortable. All right, then we're starting. We have no idea where we're being watched. So once we pass the show racks, Takasu and Ami will go first. We'll take the route we discussed yesterday and we'll keep in contact via cell phone. On Kitamura's command, they left the classroom one after the other and started walking down the hallway. Then, just what is that? Raiji ended up spotting something strange in Taiga's collar as she walked in front of him. I'm just bringing it as a precaution. It feels so nostalgic, carrying this guy around, while Taiga's lips curled. Just a glimpse of something that looked like a wooden stick peeked out through gaps in her hair. Thinking, what in the world is it? He tried pulling it out just a little for a better look. If you go around waving this thing, it's going to become a big deal. I get it, that's why I said it's just a precaution. He gently thrust the handle of the wooden sword that he had accidentally seen back into her jacket collar. Ah, how nostalgic. That night in spring, he had been nearly killed by that guy. If he looked really closely, he could figure out that there was definitely something at Taiga's exceptionally well-postured back. It just wasn't all that noticeable because her back was concealed by her long hair. More important than that, Raiji. Oddly, Taiga had lowered her voice and was staring at him with large eyes. She was still keeping that wooden sword hidden behind her back. You're really a helplessly perverted dog, aren't you? Just now, making that lovesick face. You're so unfaithful, I'm ashamed as your master, seriously. What are you talking about? Even though he asked her what she was going on about, he was of course fully aware of what she meant. Taiga just let out a big sigh at Raiji's face. You're really getting friendly with Kawashima and me. Well, isn't that nice? You're just quickly abandoning Minoran and latching onto some pretty girl who treats you nicely. So, you're that kind of guy. I'll keep that in mind. That you're misunderstanding something. Oh, I wonder about that. Well, it's your life. I'm not going to concern myself with your problem with lust. Just what the heck are you saying? Going foo. She finally gave a malicious smile. She turned away, full of contempt, before trotting off to leave Raiji behind and, with her long and smoke-like hair swaying, she moved to cling tightly to Minori who was walking a little ahead. Hey, if it isn't Taiga-chan, you're so cute today as well. While Taiga was practically purring and sidling up to her, Minori was touching the tip of the wooden sword, which was just barely hidden by the hem of Taiga's skirt, in a way that made it look like she was groping Taiga from behind. You're carrying something pretty hard, aren't you? Can't be too prepared. Raiji unthinkingly stared. No, rather, he was put off. Even though Taiga was always calling him a perverted dog, weren't they the ones being much more perverted? Furthermore, Taiga was being rather mean with her comments, even for her. What the heck had he done to deserve it? And then she'd run away before he got a chance to retort. Takasu-kun, is something the matter? No, it's nothing. Before he knew it, Ami had popped up beside him with her smiling face, and it was making him nervous. As they were walking side by side close enough that their shoulders could touch, his anger was slowly flowing away. Instead, he was starting to feel oddly impatient. Anyway, the girl by the name of Kawashima Ami was suddenly excessively close to him, reciting the reason why his face felt hot. Raiji averted his gaze from Ami as he twisted his lips into an upside-down V, as they were leisurely walking about the immediate vicinity. So then, I asked them to let me try on the light pink one, but the shop people, they said the white would definitely suit Ami-chan, that only white would do. Then they forced me to wear that knitted one. And then, even I was like, maybe white is actually pretty good? That's what I started feeling. But then when I thought about the knitted one I bought the other day, I think it might have been white. Well, actually, it seemed a little more like light gray than white. Could it have been beige? Maybe it was beige? Ami just kept going on and on and on with her story about shopping while she smiled broadly. This was probably the so-called cute and fashionable girl whose head is so occupied with shopping that she can't think about anything difficult appearance. Takasu-kun, are you listening? Yeah. The white or the pink? Which one would Takasu-kun choose? Well, me wearing pink is kind of That's not it. I'm talking about for me. Is that so? Uh-huh. Ha 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 ha. Just then, Raiji came to understand Kitamura's actual intentions. That fellow who had hopingly asked Taiga to become friends with Ami. There wasn't anything wrong with his glasses after all. I just love shopping for Western-styled clothing. Perhaps she was trying to clear yesterday's events from her memory. Speaking childishly and a bit spoiled, Ami was showing off an angelic smile. However, rather than this present Ami, he felt the unaltered Ami who would exchange vicious glares with Taiga was much better. The Ami who tossed away her shoes that had been ridden with tadpoles onto the riverbank while spouting curses was much easier to understand. Dealing with the pretentious Ami was tedious and kind of chilling. So he ended up feeling like he was looking at something rather dangerous and unpredictable, because it was a fake face. Her pretense was just like thin ice. Having fallen through, her honest self must have been drowning in worry. So why would she hide it? Regardless of whether her personality was good or bad, well, it was probably bad. When he considered how she was trying to hide her real self even after it had already been exposed, he ended up wondering why she would go to such lengths to do something so futile. Your phone's ringing. Ami's shell-like fingertip was pointing to his cell phone that had been vibrating in his pocket, possibly for some time. He hastily flipped it open. Hello? Takasu, how's the situation over there? He answered Kitamura's hotly spirited voice in a very mundane manner. No change. What about on your side? We found the guy right away. He's walking about 15 meters behind you guys. We're keeping nearby and tracking him. Takasu-kun. Is that Waisaku? Switch! Switch! Ami extended her hand from the side and took the cell phone from Raiji. Hello, is this Waisaku? Yeah, I'm fine. Takasu-kun is here after all. You know, I'm kind of tired of walking. Yeah, okay. Really. Then we'll do just that. Deciding on her own to end the call, she flipped it closed. Aisaku, you know, he said to go into a shop. At some place that serves tea. Sit at a window seat. Ami spoke while smiling happily. Is there a shop like that near here? Take me there, please. A place that serves tea, you say. It's nearby. Can you see that sign just down the street? Even though he felt it would be hopelessly unbearable to go for tea at a AFA with Ami, he couldn't do anything about it if those were Kitamura's orders. Raiji pointed out the round sign that was primarily decked out in green just a bit in front of them. If it isn't a Starbucks. So there was one around here. That's great. It's been a long time since I drank a latte. Does it really look like a Starbucks? That's, What? As they got progressively closer, Ami's head became progressively tilted with suspicion. Certainly, the sign looked just like that of the North American coffee chain. The round shape, the green bordering, the somewhat indistinguishable humanoid image. But that image was of the old man who owned the shop. Sudu Coffee Bar. We usually call it Sudaba. Rang sounding the bell that would probably be considered uncommon nowadays, Raiji and Ami walked into Sudaba. Nevertheless, he guessed the inside was designed to resemble the original Starbucks. The place was self-service with the college girl employees sitting on comfortable-looking sofas. Yet it wasn't like the shop was all that empty. Sudaba. It's got a pretty good atmosphere. Scanning the room, Ami was nodding while looking intrigued. Getting up from a seat by the window was a middle-aged man. Oh, if it isn't Murano-chan's kid, he called out to Raiji familiarly. Heartbroken over his divorce this spring, Inichi-san was a regular at Bishamonten Kuni. Hello. What's this? Today you brought along another pretty lady. Did you break up with that small, scary girl? Come on. You broke up, didn't you? Well, it's fine. A second marriage. Or rather, a new girlfriend. That's not it. You've got it all wrong. Kawashima. Go ahead and sit next to him since there's space. I'll go get some drinks. Yes, how cute. You're such a pretty girl. You kind of resemble that actress, Anna Kawashima. Yes, You must get that often. Turning his back on their light-hearted banter, Reiji went to the counter. Welcome the Suddabucks. Even the way the employed college girl. She was wearing a green apron over a black polo shirt. Pronounced the shop's name was standardized. From the menu that was pretty normal considering they went so far to plagiarize, Reiji ordered American coffee and then returned to the seat where Ami was waiting. You're okay with coffee, right? Yeah, this place just might be pretty comfortable. I almost feel like doing my homework. With her body sinking into the sofa, it seemed like Ami had completely become Suddabuck's prisoner. That's right. That's right. Everyone in this town loves Sudaba. It was clear that even if they were to wait 100 years, an original Starbucks wasn't going to pop up around here. We can even get you some cake. It's handmade by my daughter. Cake. Cake is... I really want to eat, but... Resisting temptation, Ami stubbornly shook her head back and forth. Perhaps unconsciously, her hands were on her stomach. He wondered if it was the result of Minori's pinch the other day. Without offering any further encouragement, Reiji took out his cell and called Kitamura. Hey, Kawashima and I are at Sudoba now. Ah, we confirmed your entrance, Roger. Sudoba is quite a good shop. Yes, he nodded as a fellow local. That stalker guy is still following you, staring at the window. He's hiding in the entrance of the building across from the intersection. Just sit tight for a little while. Understood. When he shut his phone, Ami immediately asked him about their conversation. So, what did Yuisaku say? That man, he's hiding by the building across from here. We're supposed to wait here for a little while. Gah, creepy. So, he's definitely watching us. Just as Ami started to hide herself behind the curtain, she immediately snapped back to her original posture, going, that's right. If I hide like this, there's no point then, is there? Right, if he doesn't take some pictures, then we won't be able to get our shots either. I know, but it's unpleasant, creepy. Ami cast her eyes downwards while twisting her pretty face somewhat. Well, it really is kind of creepy. He's sneakily taking pictures of you for some unknown purpose. That much is true. But the really creepy stuff isn't limited to just that. Some time ago, that guy put some pictures he had taken secretly into our mailbox. That was seriously creepy? Your mailbox? That means he went as far as your front door. That's... Waving her hand as if saying, no, that's not it at the now speechless Reiji. Ami scrunched her face in distress even more. That he could get to my house is unnerving, of course. But the pictures themselves were just as much of a problem in my opinion. They were from when I was out shopping while on my way home from work and, well, I was making villain-like faces. That was my reaction. No matter how I looked at them, I had the face of a bully. Seeing that made me feel seriously sick. Like, this is really me? Am I really this awful? That's what I felt. Reiji was inadvertently thinking that it wasn't such a problem since she was beautiful after all. Horrible. It was seriously too despicable. That face. I really didn't like it. I hated it. I didn't want something like that to be seen. It looked like Ami, who was speaking while contorting her lips as if spitting, sincerely couldn't allow such a thing. However, although it might be bad for Reiji to say it, he wouldn't be outclassed when it came to that kind of a worry. If you're going to talk like that, then look. Just look at me. Kawashima, when you first saw me, you must have been thinking delinquent, right? It's not just that I look like I have a bad character, but strangers walking down the road even talk about me behind my back. You still have it easy, because in any case, people call you cute and the like when they look at you. Well then. Takasu-kun can also try putting on a cute face. How would I do that? Try this, while seriously believing I am cute. So, very cute. Do this. She brought both hands up to her face with her index fingers extended, narrowed her eyes with a gentle smile, and tilted her petite head prettily. Thinking to himself, do it. Don't regret it now. Reiji tried to pump himself up, like this. Following her example, he tried smiling. Boo. Ami coughed up the coffee she had been in the middle of drinking. Looking distressed for a while, she continued to cough vigorously. Whoa. Cough. I know exactly what you want to say. Actually, I already knew even beforehand. Desperately holding her mouth with the handkerchief she had grabbed, Ami was on the verge of tears. Her face had turned red from coughing. She was leaning against the table for support, and she seemed to be having trouble breathing, but she nevertheless was somehow able to point at Raiji. Scary. Cough. It's almost a horror attraction. Okay, I already said I knew that. Her reaction was pretty much what he expected, but still, he really felt hurt. He wasn't saying this because he was hurt, but I just want to tell you, but you were doing the same kind of thing, you know. You might have cute looks, but essentially, the way you act scary and almost horrifying is just about the same. Thought I was going to die. No way, Takasu-kun. Just how was that anything like me at all? Considering how she laughed amusedly and called him that, he was unable to stop with only that much. It's the same. I don't want to say it, but when you changed all of a sudden yesterday, it was 10 minutes of horror. Not the part where Kawashima suddenly got angry, but afterwards, when you acted like you were perfectly fine. As expected, he didn't mention that he knew about her true character from the first time they met, but no, he might just have said too much already. But it was already too late to take everything back. Now that he had said this much, he wasn't going to stop until he had said everything he needed to say. You should cut the act. Everything will quickly be exposed. I don't know if you think that act you put on is cute or something, but if you were to see it, it's not something you feel good about. He ended up going that far in his speech. Kawashima? He had said too much after all, probably. He finally looked at Ami's expression. Ami remained smiling, with an artificial, angelically gentle smile. She was staring at Raiji. Without showing any signs of emotional instability, she was forcing her whole face into a smile. Is this about yesterday? What? That stuff you're saying. It's as simple as breathing for me. I'm not going to back down if it's just this, you know. Raiji wasn't even sure whether the look she was directing straight at him was cold or hot. There was only one thing he was sure of. No matter what he tried to say or what words he used, nothing would reach this girl past her iron mask. You know, I can't get along without this face. I know that myself the best. He didn't know how to respond. However, it didn't look like Ami was really expecting any sort of response. She continued speaking while still smiling. Whether or not there's any meaning or value, that kind of thing, and how things are remain two separate matters. I'm pretty sure there wasn't any yesterday. No meaning or value. What happened was, maybe I was just feeling negative because of that annoying midget. That midget's face when she's sticking near Takasu-kun. It's too amusing. The only reason I mention it is because it makes me want to act recklessly like that. The tadpoles were outside my expectations, though. Sorry. I don't really understand, but... Did I say too much? What are you talking about? Was Takasu-kun speaking to me about something? I don't remember. Not ATO all. As Ami's eyes turned wide as if she was mystified, Raiji held his breath for a bit. She was going to stubbornly continue hiding her real self, this girl. Come on, what's with that face? You don't need to think so hard. This, you know, it's strategy. It's a strategy where saying weird things makes people think about me. There's really no meaning in it. Seriously. I just don't get you. When Raiji said that, Ami cutely tilted her head and laughed some more as if satisfied. Fine. It's okay if you don't. Come on. I'm an airhead after all. If it's fine not to understand, if that's the case, then he seriously wouldn't think about it anymore. Raiji shrugged and, looking at the two-sided self-proclaimed airhead, he pretended to drink his coffee. Eventually, he estimated at least 10 minutes must have passed without them really having a conversation. Raiji's cell phone shook in vibrating mode. Hello, Takasu? We've got a bit of a problem. It looks like that guy wasn't able to take any good pictures of Ami from where he was, so... He gave up and started reading manga while waiting for you guys to leave the shop. It was no good having you guys go in there. Could you go ahead and leave? Yeah, understood. Explaining the situation to Ami, they quickly put away their trays before leaving Tsuruba. It seemed like Kitamura and the others had confirmed their exit from somewhere nearby. Sorry. So, just like we originally planned, travel northwest along the highway and head to the park. Roger, Kawashima, let's walk this way. Side by side with Ami, Raiji was just about to start casually walking again. Also, I have one more unfortunate thing to report. We've lost Kushida. What? He instinctively stopped walking. The one who thought this up? Already? She left before they even did anything? After Raiji unthinkingly yelled out in surprise, Ami looked at him with her eyes widened. No, good, if he didn't pretend things were okay. The stalker guy might become suspicious. Well, why? She got a message from her work about an emergency. Someone got a cold, and they needed help. She might have been in danger of being fired because the guy who hired her was crying that if Kushida didn't come, it would be his neck. So while the guy was crying, she left the battlefield. Kushida said, "Let's meet again," and also that she was really sorry. We lost such a good soldier. Raiji gulpingly held his breath. Ori had left the front lines. So then, in other words, that meant... Kit. Then. Right now, it's just you and Taiga by yourselves. Asaka is doing fine. Let me speak with Taiga for a moment. It's an emergency. A second later, breathing that seemed to be on the verge of tears without saying anything was flooding the phone. It was Taiga. Taiga? Are you okay? Ooh. She didn't seem okay. Raiji violently scratched his head. To be all alone with Kitamura, that wasn't a situation that Taiga could handle right now. Even though she would normally just end up petrified from being nearby, now they were walking together alone. He wouldn't be surprised if Taiga was on the verge of death. Hey, pull yourself together. Are you guys talking? Is there a problem? You feel all right? I'm nervo. Suddenly the call got cut short. Thinking, what the heck? Raiji just looked blankly at his phone. Clumsy in even normal situations. Taiga was alone with Kitamura, too nervous to even speak. And then, while they're following the stalker, the phone suddenly cuts out. His worry. It was infinite. Hey, what's wrong? Wasn't that Waisaku and the others just now? Bad reception? Yeah. For some reason it just cut out all of a sudden. Why don't you try calling back from over here? Nodding at Ami's reasonable advice, he tried calling back. But all he heard was, the phone you were trying to reach is currently not available. He tried once more with no change. So with a sigh, he put the phone into his pocket. Can't get through. To Waisaku and the others? Anyway, Kushida left. And it seems like Taiga's not doing so well. What the heck's going on? Seriously. Maybe I'll try calling again. Oh, wait. Maybe we're still out of range for reception. He noticed Ami suddenly stare up at him. Whoa, what? Ami didn't say a word. Different from the look of fearing the stalking man. It was more like a gaze that was trying to search Raiji's inner self. Such a clear yet thoroughly serene look made it hard for him to remain calm. Who? What is it? Nothing special. With a breath and a faint smile, she relinquished him from that stare. He felt like he had been saved. It's just that I was thinking, Takasu-kun, you really seem quite kind, especially when it comes to that kid. Before he could ask her who she meant by that kid, his phone vibrated in his pocket. It looked like they had finally gotten some reception as he pressed the talk button. Hey. Taiga? He instinctively pressed the phone against his ear with all his might. Wondering just what happened on the other end of the line, he could hear Taiga's sobbing voice. Hey, what's wrong? Kitamura has... Did something happen to Kitamura? At those words, Ami instantly turned to look up at Raiji's face. Kitamura fell into a ditch. A ditch? Just now, we were shaken off at a crosswalk, and then when he ran hastily to catch up, he ended up falling into a ditch in the gutter. Kitamura got all messed up and he said to leave him behind. And then I was told to go find a good spot and he made me take the digital camera. Now, I'm all alone. While Raiji was thinking this was ridiculous, he could hear on the other end, just faintly, Isaka, be careful. That faraway voice definitely belonged to Kitamura. Just what the heck am I doing this sort of thing for? I don't even know. Don't cry. That's right. Yeah. What happened? Halting his steps reflexively, he held his breath. Just now, Taiga had screamed. Oh, there was a sign. Hearing her calm voice, he started to relax for the moment, thinking everything was okay, but I fell into a ditch too. Today is just horrible. My whole body's messy. The camera's messy too. The plan's a failure. I'm ending the transmission, eh? Taiga. Hey, Taiga. She hung up. What the heck? Raiji was struck speechless, just staring at the phone after the call had ended. Just what did she mean by a ditch? Were there even any around? Was it that easy to fall into one? A ditch, she said. A ditch? What's wrong with Saku and the others? Did something happen? Even if he didn't really get it, he had to try explaining it to her nevertheless. Resolutely, Raiji turned to Ami, who was looking up at him worriedly. They were annihilated. Kitamura and Taiga both fell into a ditch. Huh? A ditch? They stood there blankly looking at one another. It hadn't even been an hour since they started, and now the two who were remaining didn't have any place to go anymore. Ho. Ami's shoulders trembled. At almost the exact same time, Raiji reflexively turned around. The stalker guy who had shaken off Kitamura and Taiga was standing only a few meters away. He most likely hadn't even considered the possibility that he had been marked earlier. His face looked calm as he held a cell phone in one hand, and he was making a face like he was just going through his mail. But the camera flash indicator on his mail phone continued to glow. He was probably taking video. Let's go. Furrowing her brow, Ami dropped her earlier expression and started moving forward swiftly. Somewhat confused, Raiji also started running with her, naively thinking that just maybe they wouldn't be followed. But, Jung, what the heck? This guy, unabashedly, that man was running after them while holding up his cell phone camera. Since there weren't any other people around, that guy probably thought that if it was just Raiji, even if something were to happen, he could handle it. While they were running, Raiji started thinking, why was it that in normal situations he was always considered terrifying, but now when he needed it, his glare was having no effect. Now he was even being treated lightly like this? When he tried looking over his shoulder, he got his answer. Dazedly, the man was looking at his phone's screen while probably only concerned with recording Ami, so he likely wrote off Raiji as just some brat. That might have been true, but that guy was looking down on him. If only he could have glared with the harsh eyes he had inherited from his father, a Yakuza, maybe the situation could have improved. What do we do? He's still following us. At Ami's nearly hysteric voice, Raiji's chest tightened. If they didn't deal with this somehow, then they wouldn't be able to return to a normal, peaceful life. The closest police box from here is... damn, he's right behind us. If we can just make it to a police box. Geez, enough! Ami's pitiful voice trembled as she was on the verge of tears. Why do I have to go through all this? It's all the guy's fault things are so messed up. Why Saku might have even gotten hurt. Geez, what are we supposed to do now? If only it had been Kitamura who still remained. He probably would have charged right in and taken care of things. He was the kind of idiot who might fall into ditches, but his bravery and sense of justice were genuine, so he probably would have made sure not to allow a situation where a girl would cry like this. At least, if only that had been the case. Raiji at the very least tried to redouble his efforts, wanting to take Ami's hand as she ran. However, it seemed she was oblivious to his attempt as she ran desperately, and Raiji couldn't even catch her balled-up hand. While he couldn't catch her and couldn't protect her, The trembling in Ami's voice continued to become more and more pronounced. Because of that insignificant creep, I went so far as to take a break from work, move, and transfer schools. And yet, I still have to put up with the same stuff after all. What the... If it's like this, then in the end I'm just running away again. No matter where I try to go, I'll just be chased down again. What the heck am I supposed to do? Kawashima, with her agitation steadily increasing, Ami's voice started getting louder, becoming shriller as if she was about to snap. Her voice that should have been trembling on the verge of tears seemed to suddenly be overtaken by anger. Hey, that guy can hear you. If you get too excited, that's just it. Isn't it irritating? Snarlingly, Ami's voice snapped. It's that creep's fault. That I'm irritated, that I'm stressed, and that I end up eating pastries and other things, you know? And now I'm even flabby? If it's like this, I might seriously have to quit modeling. What the heck's up with that? Huh? No way. That's too much, isn't it? But this fleshiness, this sort of... my stomach is flabby. Looking at her from the corner of his eye, Raiji muffled a yelp and held his breath. Her expression that had been tearful until just recently had changed. Her lips upturned, the blood vessels in her temple pulsed, both her eyes narrowed, her nose crinkled, and she bared her fangs like the chihuahua she really was. Ami's real nature, the very thing itself. That brute, damn it. Is Ami-chan going to lose to that detestable creep? It appeared. Ami-chan appeared. For me, for Ami-chan to lose to that weirdo and be all messed up. Ah, damn. That bruto. How irritating. Ami-chan is so pissed. Kawashima. Hey, wait, Takasu-kun. You said it before, right? To stop with the act, you told me that just a moment ago. I get it. I'll stop. Ami-chan will stop already. I'll stop. I'll stop. I will stop. I'll live with this bad-natured look. Wait, hey, that's not what I... Shut up. That midget, Taiga Isaka, didn't lose to that guy. Ami-chan isn't going to just keep on suffering this endlessly. Even if he's a guy, I'll teach him a lesson. As an actress's daughter, don't take me lightly. Next to the speechless Raiji, Ami suddenly did an about-face. When he went about her turning around, ooh. Aiming at the man who was chasing after them, Ami went all out and started a fierce forward dash. With Ami brandishing her school bag in her hand and twisting her face to resemble that of a demon, huh? It wasn't surprising that the man would start to flee. The hunter and the hunted had switched roles all of a sudden. Stop right there, you... Of course, Raiji had no choice but to run after her, idiot. Stop it! Calm down! I might look like this, but I seriously think fighting is wrong. However, it seemed like she was too far gone to hear anything Raiji was saying. Seeing the man escape into the park, Honoria, she took a shortcut by jumping the shrubbery with a magnificent fawn-like leap and got ahead of him. And as the finisher, take this. She flung her bag. The rectangular bag twirled in mid-air as it flew a short distance. Yuga! It hit the running man's legs. Dropping his bag, the man dove face first into the sandpit. Ami immediately picked up the cell phone the man had dropped. Still looking like a demon while catching her breath, she didn't say anything, but there was a cracking sound as she started breaking the phone right in half. Hey! Filled with fear, the man pulled back as Ami threw the two remaining pieces onto the ground next to him. Then she continued, You still have it, don't you? Images of Ami-chan handed over? The digital camera. Hey, hurry up and hand it over. It's over there. The man trembled as he pointed to the contents of his bag that had spilled out all over the ground. There certainly was a latest model digital camera lying over there, and Ami stooped down and picked it up. Examining it for a while and trying out various buttons, Ami was probably trying to clear the data as she fiddled with it. But, stop it. You're going to break it. The man, who must have not fully considered the situation, sounded like he was getting irritated while breathing raggedly. Ami held the camera by the strap. Spinning it around and around, she finally used the momentum to slam the camera into a concrete bench. While the man's wail resounded, the camera was nevertheless state-of-the-art. After all, it wouldn't break from just one or two collisions. Well, Raiji wondered if the insides were holding up. But, yeah. Being cruelly bashed over and over, it finally made a clear cracking sound as Ami subjected it to treatment it shouldn't have to endure. But she just kept beating it like that any number of times. There, take that. I'll break it. Break. Shatter into pieces. I will destroy it. She had probably been building up a lot of stress. She continued to vandalize the camera repeatedly like that while holding on to the strap until it completely lost any resemblance to an actual camera. Half buried in the sandpit, the man was silently crying. Faced with such a hellish scene, Raiji didn't even know what to say. My camera is... Now then, I wonder, what should I break next? For some reason, Ami-chan's starting to enjoy this. Continuously stomping all over the remains of the wrecked digital camera with her feet, Ami cruelly smirked and laughed. Hey, can I break this? Is it alright if Ami-chan breaks everything? You listening? Why don't you answer? Should I break you too? Just like this. Please forgive me already. Kneeling in the sandpit, the man raised both of his trembling hands and clasped them together. How about if I promise not to hang around Ami-chan anymore? I've had it with the vows. Becoming unusually childlike, the man's tearful voice was echoing unsightly. After you've shown such a demon-like appearance, I'm already over and done with you. I don't consider Ami-chan my angel anymore. A liar. You're seriously a demon. You're completely black. You're such a fraud, and I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. The cute angelic Ami-chan. There really never was anyone like that. Ami-chan. Or rather, I should say, why are you together with such a frightening delinquent? Though I only just now noticed. Are you talking about me when you say delinquent? Seemed like even more than having his cell phone or his camera broken, it was having his dream broken that was the most difficult thing to bear. Without putting up any sort of fight, he just kept speaking and crying shamefully. Like, for example, he wasn't the seriously dangerous kind of fellow who would brandish a knife over his head, so I was really lucky for that. So then, the man's final words were as follows. Your personality is horrible. What are you talking about? With a cold reply, Ami pulled out a hand mirror from her uniform's pocket, as if she had just remembered. Then, gazing at herself and smiling laughingly, she struck a cutesy pose. Ami-chan is just cute like this image. Personality or whatever doesn't matter. Image. She had maintained a show of strength while they left the park and as far as the first street corner. Come on, go ahead and sit. Right there. Just move that newspaper. Ooh. After having practically dragged her along, he was trying to get Ami to sit on a cushion, but my fingers won't let go. Ami spoke in a crying voice and looked up at Raiji. Her fingers that were gripping Raiji's arm had stiffened up, and now she seemed unable to remove them by herself. Ease up. It's fine if you do it slowly. They were in the 2DK Takasu residence that was being gently lit by the setting sun. Sitting on the warm tatami mat, Ami desperately concentrated on calming her breathing while closing her eyes. It was a good thing that they were able to break the stalker's fascination, but they'd been walking along the sidewalk when, as they turned the corner, Ami suddenly fell to her knees. She explained, That was so scary. Her body had trembled and her eyes had become teary before her nervousness made her completely stiffen up. So she had to hold on to Reiji as she walked since she couldn't even stand on her own. She was in a sorry condition that she couldn't handle alone, where even her parched lips had started to tremble. Once they made it out of the park, the Takasu residence was nearby, so lending her his support, he had taken her to his house. Yasuko. That idiot, where did she go? Having made Ami sit down on the cushion in the living room and now standing in the kitchen, Raiji looked troubled as he scanned the silent household. He seriously hadn't thought there would be no one around. If he had known that it would be this way, he would have called a taxi. and sent Ami home to bring a crying girl to his empty house. That kind of thing wasn't like Raiji at all. Even if it was a girl who wasn't crying, it would probably still be impossible. Taiga? She was a special case. Anyway, trying to calm Ami down, he put a little honey into some milk he had heated on the stove and brought it over to her. Thanks. There's plenty more if you want seconds. If you don't like sweet things, then tea or coffee. Well, you just drank coffee a little while ago, didn't you? Don't worry, this is fine. Taking a sip, Ami finally gave one long sigh. It's delicious. Hey, can I add some more sugar? I've only got honey if that's okay. She nodded, and he carefully poured some honey into the cup she was holding. As he was stirring the milk with a spoon, Ami's lips finally shifted into a faint smile. How unexpected. Takasu-kun, do you drink this kind of stuff? No, not really, but Taiga likes to drink this sort of thing. After he accidentally said that, Raiji noticed. Ami was looking up at him. Taiga. Takasu-kun, you always call Taiga Aisaka by her first name, don't you? I just say it because it's too strange to act differently. It wasn't really an excuse. That is, there wasn't any reason to try and come up with an excuse. It was more of a preface. We happen to live next to one another, and she lives alone. And with just my mother and me, it's practically like living alone, so, well, some way or another, things like helping with chores, eating meals together. It's kind of like we've become siblings. Phew, is that so? He wasn't sure if she really understood or not, but Ami didn't ask any more about it. This is seriously tasty. I'll have to try this at my house next time. Holding the cup of hot milk flavored with honey in both hands, she continued to take her time drinking it in small sips. How are you feeling? Simply swiveling her eyes upwards at his questioning voice, she shyly smiled while keeping the cup to her lips. Then, she suddenly turned off to the side. Ah, man. I'm so embarrassed, even after I had thoroughly decided, or so I had thought at least. After all, I still ended up falling apart and trembling. I think that's only natural. You know, the moment you started running at him, I was pretty much trembling already. Seriously, you were really lucky that he didn't do anything violent. Sorry. Ami finally turned around and placed the now empty cup onto the dining table. Her face was tinted orange by light from the setting sun, and her light brown eyes were similarly turned a transparent amber. I can hardly believe it myself. It would have killed my mom if she found out about me doing something so risky. Just maybe. It might have been Taiga Aisaka's influence. Yesterday when we were at the riverbank, I saw her easily chase away that stalker creep. So, I quickly became embarrassed about how I'd been so frightened. Somehow, it kind of felt like I was losing to her or something. Taiga's not really what I would call normal, so I don't think you should be using her as your standard. The Palm-Top Tiger, right? I heard from Maya-chan and the others. Phew, it's too perfect, that name. Maybe if I compete with the Palm-Top Tiger, even I could strengthen myself a bit. Kawashima, you're already a tough enough girl to begin with. Me, tough? Haha. I'm just twisted. I'll even say it myself. But Ami-chan is a seriously twisted person. Black to the core. An ill-mannered girl. Takasu-kun probably also thinks so after yesterday, maybe even earlier than that. I probably can't change your opinion anymore anyway. Shrugging her shoulders, Ami smiled, but it wasn't the same as the fade she would usually wear. Her eyes were lively with a hint of arrogance. Her mouth had a slight twist that might have seemed cruel, and there was no trace of that angelic purity. Instead, she was sly and merciless, seeming really bad as her expression was thoroughly embedded with a pride that didn't care about anyone. And yet, it was beautiful. Just as strong as his desire to criticize her was a feeling of attraction. Ah, I had forgotten about those two who'd fallen into ditches. If Waisaku's there, they'll be fine. That's not necessarily true. But looking at Ami's expression, even after he had finally remembered about those two, his worry was slowly vanishing. Her smiling face eventually began to stiffen, and Ami calmly held her breath. It seemed like she was dealing with an indistinct pain. That girl, she's a good kid, isn't she? By that girl, do you mean Taiga? Without answering him, Ami hung her head, like with that stalker guy from just now. It's easy to become liked by a guy like that. Since I'm made out to be cute in the pictures and on television, most people would come to like me. Because, come on, Ami-chan is super cute. She said the last part jokingly, but Raiji didn't feel like laughing. Seeing the stiffness of Ami's face as she stopped speaking, he just couldn't bring himself to laugh. In the same way, it's just as easy to be hated. You say that the Ami-chan you guys normally see isn't really me, that I should be my natural self. But if I do that, you'll all come to hate me. Without thinking about it, Raiji had turned away from her eyes that were full of self-derision. She looked pitiful, and he couldn't bear to watch. If he were to tell her something like that, she'd probably feel even more hurt. Come on, don't say such a thing. But it's true. It's like with that guy just now. It's difficult to like me when I'm being myself. That's all. So that girl, I'm jealous of Taiga Aisaka. She doesn't hide her feelings even a little. And despite her recklessness, Takasu-kun doesn't hate her at all. That's kind of... No. That's really vexing. Because I wanted to see her feeling vexed. I tried to steal Takasu-kun from her, but I totally wasn't able to do it. That was a first. Why was that? I wondered. Ami-chan is cuter. So why? How was Ami-chan not better? Isn't such a pattern impossible? Isn't it unacceptable? So like that. She's different from me. I wondered. I guess I was feeling jealous of her. Raiji inconspicuously sighed. So Ami was feeling jealous of Taiga like this. Taiga was jealous of Ami, to the point where she had even huddled down and sobbed all alone. They each coveted what the other one possessed. It was probably because they felt that way that they couldn't get along with one another. Their feelings would always be in conflict. So to have a kind and cuddly relationship like the one Taiga and Minori shared, such a thing would be absolutely impossible. There was really no helping that. Definitely. However, there was only one thing that he wanted to say on behalf of Taiga. It was regarding the part that Taiga, who had been described as not hiding her feelings, hadn't made known to anyone besides Raiji and was desperately trying to change. Kawashima, you have Kitamura, don't you? Isaku? That guy. He really worries about you and treats you dearly. I'm sure he'd accept you for who you are. He even went so far as to fall into a ditch for you after all. You're right. You're right. But Isaku is a no-go. A bit of her hair shifted for that moment, hiding Ami's face from Raiji. Isaku already has one girl he really likes after all. Eh? His thinking stopped. Raiji suddenly remembered who Kitamura had confessed to almost immediately after being admitted to the school. Taiga. However, Kitamura had clearly told Taiga that they should just remain friends. Regardless of whether or not Taiga accepted that, there didn't seem to be any indication that she was the girl he liked. At least, not presently. So then who was it? If it was someone close, then Minori? Or maybe Maya? Or possibly Takasu-kun? Startled, his heart jumped. Bending down like a cat, Ami had silently brought her face up close. He could smell milk on her breath, and unable to even look her in the face, he tried crawling backwards. However, his back almost immediately ran into the wall. Ami didn't move any closer. Instead of getting closer, she seemed to be slowly drawing him in with her moist amber eyes. Takasu-kun, if I showed you the real me, what would you do? What, you say? Would you fall for me? The world fell silent. Raiji's leg inadvertently hit the dining table, and amidst the silence, the empty cup rolled onto the tatami mat. The distance between their two faces, all that separated them was 5 centimeters. Leaving it as a joke at the last moment, Ami's lips finally upturned into a smile. Note, I was joking. Did I make your heart race? Or, at least, it should have been. Oh my. To consider it all a joke, it seemed like only the two who were directly involved would accept that. At the sound of several filled plastic bags being dropped onto tatami mat, Raiji nearly jumped. Turning around reflexively, Amy ended up on top of the lower half of Raiji's body, reflexively facing the same way. Raiji was holding her waist calmly. Yakan? Could this have been on purpose? That is, when I went shopping, and while Kitamura-kun and Taiga-chan had fallen into ditches. So then, what should I do? In a pose resembling Munch's The Scream, Yasuko had both her hands against her natural face and was bending her body restlessly back and forth. Behind her in the entrance hall, drenched with muddy water, Kitamura looked horrible as he pushed his twisted glasses up the bridge of his nose and was standing using a wooden sword as a crutch. The similarly drenched Taiga. No way. Taiga was being carried on Kitamura's back, and with only that, she fell silent and just had her eyes wide open. In the corner of the room, unheeded by anyone, Inko-chan, who had unexpectedly seen everything, was lightly shedding feathers from all over his body,